Hello and welcome to Proxima What If, your home for amazing stories. Today's story is, imagine Harry invaded the Game of Thrones verse and used dragons to claim the Seven Kingdoms. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories regularly. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The Stranger from Beyond. The ancient runes etched into the stone floor pulsed with an eerie blue light as Harry Potter completed the final incantation. Sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping onto the worn parchment in his hands. The Department of Mysteries had yielded many secrets over the years, but this ritual, supposedly capable of creating pathways between worlds, was among the most tantalizing. Just a controlled test, Harry muttered to himself, adjusting the dragon-hide gloves that protected his hands. At 35, he'd grown more cautious than his younger self, but curiosity remained his greatest weakness. Hermione would kill me if she knew. The air crackled with magical energy, the familiar warmth of his magic suddenly twisting into something foreign and wild. The runes flared blindingly bright. Wait, that's not. Harry's protest died as the floor beneath him dissolved. He felt himself falling, tumbling through impossible space, his wand clutched desperately in his fist as darkness consumed him. Cold. That was his first coherent thought. Bone-deep, breath-stealing cold. Harry's eyes snapped open to find himself sprawled on frost-hardened ground, a canopy of unfamiliar stars wheeling overhead. His body ached as though he'd been thrown from a broom at considerable height. Bloody hell, he groaned, pushing himself upright. His breath clouded in the frigid air. This was decidedly not the Department of Mysteries. Nor was it anywhere in London, judging by the vast wilderness surrounding him. Snow-covered pines stretched in every direction, their dark silhouettes stark against the night sky. Harry reached instinctively for his moleskin pouch, relieved to find it still secured around his neck. Inside, his fingers found the familiar shape of his invisibility cloak, several emergency potions, and the ritual parchment, now crumbling to dust as he touched it. Fantastic, he muttered, watching the ancient instructions disintegrate. That complicated things. Standing cautiously, Harry assessed his situation. His wand still worked, thankfully, conjuring a bluebell flame that danced in his palm and provided blessed warmth. But where exactly had the ritual sent him? And more importantly, how would he get back? The snap of a twig behind him sent Harry spinning, wand raised defensively. "Who goes there?" called a gruff voice. "Show yourself." Harry considered his options quickly. In an unknown land, invisibility might be safer, but establishing friendly contact could provide crucial information. Decision made, he kept his wand ready but visible. "I mean no harm," he called back, the flame in his palm illuminating his face. "I'm a traveler who's lost his way." Three men emerged from the trees, swords drawn and expressions wary. They wore thick furs and leather, with strange emblems Harry didn't recognize. The tallest, a bearded man with hard eyes, stepped forward. "You're on Stark land, stranger. These woods aren't safe at night." His gaze fixed on the floating flame. "What sorcery is that?" Harry extinguished the flame with a flick of his wrist, earning startled exclamations. "Just a small magic for warmth," he said carefully, watching their reactions. Their medieval appearance and talk of Stark land suggested he traveled much further than intended, perhaps not just in space but in time. Or somewhere else entirely. "Magic?" The youngest of the three scoffed. "Are you some woods witch, then?" "Something like that," Harry replied, deciding simplicity was best. "My name is Harry Potter." The men exchanged glances, communicating silently before the leader spoke again. "I'm Jory Castle, captain of Lord Stark's guard. You're 3 leagues from Winterfell." He studied Harry's strange clothing with suspicion. "You're not from the north, are you? Nor any part of the 7 kingdoms I recognize." 7 kingdoms? Winterfell? The names meant nothing to Harry, confirming his worst fears. This was no place he knew from history. "I've traveled very far," he said honestly. I would be grateful for shelter, and perhaps an audience with your lord. I can pay. He produced a galleon from his pouch, the gold catching the moonlight. The men eyed the coin with interest. Lord Stark will want to meet any man working magic in his woods, Jory decided. You'll come with us to Winterfell. But I'll have your stick until then. Harry tensed. Surrendering his wand was out of the question. I'm afraid I need to keep this with me. It's harmless unless I intend otherwise. To demonstrate, he conjured another small flame, then transformed it into a fluttering butterfly of light that danced between them before dissipating. The men stared, transfixed. The youngest crossed himself with an unfamiliar gesture. The old gods preserve us, whispered the third man, speaking for the first time. Jory's hand remained on his sword, but his expression had shifted from suspicion to wary respect. Keep your magic stick, then. But any threat to Lord Stark or his family, and you'll find your head parted from your shoulders before you can speak your spells. Are we understood? Perfectly, Harry agreed, extinguishing his light. Lead the way. As they trudged through the snow, Harry's mind raced. The ritual was supposed to create a temporary window into another world, not physically transport him. Something had gone terribly wrong. Without the original instructions, finding his way home would be exponentially more difficult. But first, he needed to understand where, and when, he was. What year is it, if I might ask? He questioned casually. Jory gave him an odd look. The 298th year since Aegon's conquest. The answer meant nothing to Harry, but confirmed he was in another world entirely, one with its own history and timeline. He would need to tread carefully. And who rules these 7 kingdoms you mentioned? King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, Jory replied. Though Lord Eddard Stark rules the north as warden. He narrowed his eyes. You truly must have come from far indeed to not know the king's name. Farther than you can imagine, Harry murmured. They crested a hill, and Winterfell came into view below, a sprawling fortress of dark stone, its towers and walls imposing against the night sky. Smoke rose from dozens of chimneys, and torches lined the walls. It was like something from a medieval painting, yet undeniably real. Harry swallowed hard. Hogwarts had prepared him for castles, but not for being a stranger in a world where he understood nothing of the politics, customs, or dangers. He'd need all his wits about him. Welcome to Winterfell, Jory announced, not without pride. Lord Stark will see you on the morrow. Tonight, you'll be our guest, though watched, mind you. I understand, Harry nodded. Thank you. As they approached the massive gates, Harry squared his shoulders. Another adventure, it seemed, whether he wanted it or not. At least this one didn't start with Voldemort trying to kill him. Yet. Lord Eddard Stark was not what Harry expected. In a world that seemed defined by medieval brutality, the Lord of Winterfell carried himself with quiet dignity and an unmistakable sense of honor. His sharp grey eyes missed nothing as Harry was escorted into the great hall the following morning. So, Lord Stark began, leaning forward in his chair, you're the magician my men found in the Wolfswood. The hall was largely empty, save for a few guards and family members, a blessing, Harry thought. A boy who looked to be in his teens stood at Lord Stark's right, watching Harry with intense curiosity. A girl with flaming red hair sat nearby, while a younger, wild-looking girl fidgeted beside her. Another young boy occupied a chair at the far end of the table. I practice magic, yes, Harry confirmed. Though I prefer wizard to magician, if it please you, my lord. A hint of amusement crossed Stark's otherwise stoic features. Titles matter where you come from, it seems. No more than they do here, I'd wager. Harry smiled slightly. I'm told you're Warden of the North. That sounds important. Important enough to make me wonder what a foreign wizard is doing appearing from nowhere in my lands, Stark countered. Especially in these times. The teenage boy leaned down to whisper something in his father's ear. Lord Stark nodded thoughtfully. My son Robb suggests a demonstration of your powers, Lord Stark said. To verify Jory's rather fantastic claims. Harry considered carefully. These people needed to take him seriously, but too much power might frighten them into hostility. He drew his wand with deliberate slowness. May I? He asked, gesturing toward an empty goblet on the table. At Stark's nod, Harry pointed his wand. The goblet rose smoothly into the air, hovered for a moment, then transformed into a small glass bird that flew around the hall before returning to the table and becoming a goblet once more. The younger girl gasped in delight. Do it again. Arya, the redhead hissed, show some decorum. Lord Stark himself remained impassive, but his knuckles had whitened where he gripped the arms of his chair. Impressive trickery. Not trickery, my lord. Real magic. Harry pointed his wand at the hearth across the room. Incendio. The cold logs burst into cheerful flame. That earned murmurs from the guards. The boy called Robb's hand moved instinctively toward his sword. I mean no harm, Harry assured them quickly. Where I come from, magic is studied and used for many purposes, both practical and defensive. And where exactly is that? Lord Stark asked. Jory says you claim to be lost. Harry took a deep breath. The truth, or a version of it, seemed his best option. I'm from a place called England, in a world different from yours. I was experimenting with a ritual meant to view other worlds, but something went wrong. I was brought here instead. Silence fell across the hall. The younger boy at the end of the table leaned forward eagerly. Another world? Like from old Nan's stories? Brandon, that's enough, Lord Stark said firmly, though his eyes never left Harry. You expect me to believe you're from beyond the stars? I expect nothing, my lord, Harry replied honestly. I can only tell you the truth and hope for your assistance while I find a way home. Stark studied him for a long moment. If what you say is true, what assistance could we possibly offer? Knowledge, primarily. I know nothing of your world, its geography, politics, history. And I've read enough stories to know that magic often exists in different forms across different worlds. If there's magic here, understanding it might help me find a way back. The mention of magic caused a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Lord Stark and Robb exchanged a glance that Harry couldn't interpret. There are stories of magic in our world, Stark said carefully. Old stories from beyond the wall, tales of dragons from old Valyria. But little that would help you, I fear. Dragons? Harry's interest sharpened instantly. Dragons suggested magical creatures existed here, which meant magical energy might be accessible. Are there still dragons in this world? The last dragons died over a century ago, the red-headed girl interjected, then blushed when her father glanced at her. That's what Maester Luin taught us, father. Sansa is correct, Lord Stark confirmed. The Targaryens kept dragons until they dwindled and died. Only stone dragons remain now. Harry nodded, hiding his disappointment. I see. Well, any information would be helpful. I promise I won't abuse your hospitality. Lord Stark seemed to come to a decision. You may remain at Winterfell while we determine if your story holds truth. Robb will see that you're given suitable quarters. His expression hardened slightly. But understand this, any magic that threatens my family or my people will be met with northern justice. I understand completely, Harry assured him. In my world, I was something of a law enforcement officer myself. I respect your caution. This seemed to satisfy Stark somewhat. He nodded to his son, who stepped forward. I'll show you to the guest quarters in the East Wing, Robb said, his tone formal but eyes curious. Father, shall I ask Maester Luin to speak with our guest about the old histories? A wise suggestion, Stark agreed. Perhaps after the midday meal. As Harry followed Robb from the hall, he felt the youngest girl, Arya, trailing behind them, barely containing her excitement. Can you show me more magic? She asked once they were out of her father's earshot. Can you turn people into frogs? Or make yourself invisible? Arya, Robb admonished, leave our guest in peace. Harry couldn't help smiling. Her enthusiasm reminded him painfully of Teddy at a younger age. I can indeed become invisible, he told her, though I try to avoid turning people into frogs without good reason. Her eyes widened. Could you teach me? Magic in my world requires a certain inborn ability, Harry explained gently. And years of training at a special school. Like the Citadel? Robb asked. I'm not familiar with the Citadel, Harry admitted. Where maesters train, Robb explained. Men of learning who serve as advisors, healers, and keepers of knowledge. Ah. Similar in purpose, perhaps, though our school taught only magic. They ascended a winding staircase, the stone walls lined with torches. Winterfell, Harry was discovering, was even larger than it appeared from outside, a maze of corridors, towers, and courtyards. You said you were a law enforcement officer, Robb remarked as they walked. Does that mean you fought in battles? Harry considered how to answer. I was an Auror, a wizard who tracks down dark wizards who use magic to harm others. So yes, I've seen my share of combat. Robb nodded, clearly reassessing Harry. We've had trouble with wildlings lately, raiders from beyond the wall. And other rumors. He trailed off, exchanging a glance with his sister. What kind of rumors? Harry asked. Nothing, Robb said too quickly. Here are your quarters. I'll send someone with fresh clothing and to escort you to the midday meal. The room was simple but comfortable, a bed with fur coverings, a small hearth, and a narrow window overlooking a courtyard where men were training with swords. Thank you, Harry said. Your family's hospitality is appreciated. Robb nodded formally. The North remembers its obligations to guests. Even unusual ones. With that, he ushered his still curious sister away, leaving Harry alone. The moment the door closed, Harry cast a series of privacy charms and collapsed onto the bed, allowing himself a moment of pure panic. He was stranded in another world, with no clear path home and only the most basic supplies in his moleskin pouch. Hermione would be frantic when she discovered him missing. His children would think he'd abandoned them. Focus, he muttered to himself. Self-pity wouldn't get him home. Harry drew a deep breath and began cataloging his assets. His wand worked, which meant magic existed here in some form. He had his invisibility cloak, several healing potions, a small supply of emergency food, a magical compass, though he doubted it worked across worlds, and a few other tools. It wasn't much, but he'd faced worse odds. The mention of dragons intrigued him. Even extinct, they suggested a magical history to this world. And Robb's hesitation about rumors hinted at something current, something the family seemed reluctant to discuss openly. Harry moved to the window, watching the training below. Men and boys practiced swordplay with brutal efficiency. This was a harsh world, he could already tell, more dangerous in mundane ways than the one he'd left. Survival would require more than magic, it would demand political savvy and caution. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. A servant entered with a stack of clothing, simple but well-made garments more suited to this world than his ministry robes. Lord Stark suggests these might fit you, Lord, the servant said, eyeing Harry's strange attire with poorly concealed curiosity. Thank you, Harry replied with a smile. And I'm not a lord, just Harry is fine. The servant looked scandalized by this informality. As you wish, Lord. Midday meal will be served in the Great Hall shortly. Shall I return to guide you? That would be helpful, thank you. Left alone again, Harry changed into the borrowed clothing, woolen breeches, a simple tunic, and a heavy cloak lined with fur. They fit reasonably well, though the boots were slightly large. He concealed his wand in a makeshift holster at his forearm and tucked his moleskin pouch beneath the tunic. By the time the servant returned, Harry looked like a reasonably authentic inhabitant of this world, if one ignored his modern haircut and glasses. The great hall was busier now, filled with the Stark family and various household members. Harry was directed to a place at one of the lower tables, where he found himself seated beside a solemn young man dressed entirely in black. "You must be the wizard," the young man said quietly, eyeing Harry with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "Jon Snow." He offered his hand. "Harry Potter." They shook briefly. "Are you one of Lord Stark's sons?" A shadow crossed Jon's face. "His bastard son." Harry noted the careful way Jon said this, with resigned acceptance of a painful truth. "I see. We don't use that term much where I'm from." "And where is that, exactly?" Jon asked. "The servants are saying you claim to be from another world entirely." "It's the truth, though I understand the skepticism." Harry kept his voice low. "What about you?" The black uniform seemed significant. "I'm joining the Night's Watch," Jon explained, a hint of pride entering his voice. "Sworn brothers who guard the Wall and the realms of men." "The Wall?" Jon looked surprised. "You truly aren't from here." "The Wall is a massive fortification of ice that stretches across the northern border of the Seven Kingdoms, separating us from the wildlings and—" He hesitated. "And?" Harry prompted. "Old stories. Things that most people no longer believe in." Jon glanced around, then leaned closer. "But there have been reports from beyond the Wall. Rangers disappearing. Wildlings fleeing south in greater numbers. They speak of the others." "What are the others?" Jon's expression grew guarded. "Ask Maester Luin if you're interested in children's tales." He straightened as servants began bringing out food. "I'm told you've shown my father real magic." Harry recognized the change of subject but didn't push. Just enough to convince him I wasn't lying about my nature. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of more food, simple but hearty fare of roasted meats, bread, and vegetables. Harry realized he was famished and ate with enthusiasm, observing the hall as he did. The dynamics were fascinating. Lord Stark sat at the high table with his wife, a dignified woman with the same auburn hair as her daughter Sansa. The younger children clustered nearby, while various retainers and servants filled the lower tables. Harry noted that Jon, despite being Stark's son, sat far from the family. Near the end of the meal, a slender man in grey robes approached Harry's table. "Mr. Potter," he said, his chain of various metals clinking softly as he bowed slightly, "I am Maester Luin. Lord Stark has asked me to assist you with historical information that might aid your unusual predicament." "I'd appreciate that greatly," Harry replied, rising from his seat. "We can speak in my study after you've finished," the Maester suggested. "I'm finished now," Harry assured him, eager for information that might help him understand this world better. Jon Snow nodded farewell as Harry followed Maester Luin from the hall and through a series of corridors to a tower room lined with books and scrolls. A large raven perched in a cage by the window, watching Harry with unerringly intelligent eyes. "Lord Stark has informed me of your claims," Luin began once they were seated. "I must confess, in my years of study at the Citadel, I encountered no concrete evidence of other worlds beyond our own, though philosophers have speculated. Where I come from, such travel was theoretical as well," Harry admitted. "Until I accidentally proved it possible." The Maester's eyes gleamed with scholarly interest. "Fascinating. And you believe understanding our world's magical history might help you return?" "It's my best hope," Harry confirmed. "I'm particularly interested in dragons, magical creatures, and any current practitioners of magic." Luin steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "Dragons, as you've been told, are extinct. House Targaryen brought them from old Valyria centuries ago, but the last dragon died during the reign of Aegon III. As for current magic..." He hesitated. "True magic has largely faded from the world, if it ever existed, as more than exaggerated tales." "You don't believe in magic?" Harry asked, surprised. "Even after hearing about my demonstrations?" "I am a man of learning," Luin replied carefully. I've studied what the Citadel calls the higher mysteries, what small folk would name magic. I even forged a Valyrian steel link for my chain, signifying such study. He touched a dark metal link. But most so-called magic can be explained through natural philosophy, alchemy, or simple deception. And my transformation of the goblet? The fire I created? Remarkable, Luin acknowledged. But without understanding the mechanism, I cannot say whether it's magic as legend describes or simply a natural phenomenon beyond current understanding. Harry smiled slightly. A scientific approach. My friend Hermione would approve. The mention of his friend sent a pang through him. Would he ever see her again? Or Ron, or his children? There are, however, persistent rumors, Luin continued, recapturing Harry's attention. The Red Priests of R'hllor claim magical abilities through their fire god. In the Far East, Shadowbinders practice dark arts in Ashai. And beyond the wall. He trailed off, just as Jon Snow had. What's beyond the wall that has everyone so reluctant to speak of it? Harry asked directly. Luin sighed. Old legends speak of the others, creatures of ice that once threatened to destroy all life during the long night, thousands of years ago. The wall was supposedly built to keep them at bay, with spells woven into its ice. He spread his hands. Children's tales, most likely. But the Night's Watch has reported disturbing findings of late. Jon Snow mentioned something similar, Harry noted. Are these others magical in nature? According to legend, yes. Immune to ordinary weapons, bringing cold and death, raising the dead to fight for them. Luwin's tone remained skeptical. But legends often exaggerate. Harry thought of Inferi and felt a chill. Where I come from, some legends have truth at their core. Perhaps, Luin conceded. But my purpose is not to frighten you with winter tales. You asked about dragons. While they are gone from the world, there are ancient texts on dragon lore in the Citadel. And more recent rumors. He hesitated again. What rumors? Harry leaned forward. It said that Daenerys Targaryen, last surviving child of the deposed King Aerys, has acquired dragon eggs in the east. Mere curiosities, surely, petrified by time. But given your interest. Targaryen, the family that originally had dragons? Harry clarified. Luin nodded. They ruled the Seven Kingdoms for nearly 3 centuries before Robert's rebellion. The girl and her brother are the last of their line, living in exile across the narrow sea. Harry filed this information away carefully. Dormant dragon eggs could potentially contain magical energy, perhaps enough to help him create a way home. Is there a way to cross this narrow sea? He asked. Certainly. Ships sail regularly from White Harbor and other ports. Luin studied Harry with growing curiosity. Are you considering seeking out these eggs? I'm considering all possibilities, Harry replied diplomatically. For now, I'm grateful for Winterfell's hospitality while I learn more about this world. Their conversation continued for hours as Luin explained the basic geography and political structure of Westeros and the known world beyond. Harry learned of the recent history, Robert's rebellion, the fall of the Targaryens, and the current political tensions between the great houses. The king himself is expected at Winterfell within the fortnight, Luin mentioned as their discussion wound down. Lord Stark received a raven yesterday. The royal party travels north as we speak. Is that unusual? Harry asked. Very. The king and Lord Stark are old friends, but Robert rarely leaves King's Landing. Luwin's expression grew troubled. The hand of the king, Jon Arryn, who fostered both Lord Stark and King Robert in their youth, has died suddenly. There are whispers the king comes to offer Lord Stark the position. Harry sensed the political implications immediately. And that would take Lord Stark south, away from his home. Indeed. Luin rose, signaling the end of their session. But such matters are not my concern. I hope our discussion has provided some insight that might aid your unique situation. It's been invaluable, Harry assured him. Might I return tomorrow with more questions? Of course. Lord Stark has instructed me to assist you however possible. Luin paused. Though I warn you, if you truly seek magical solutions, you may find our world disappointing in that regard. Harry nodded politely, but internally disagreed. He'd felt magic in this world from the moment he arrived, wild and different from the structured magic he knew, but undeniably present. The key would be finding where it concentrated most strongly. And dragon eggs, if they truly existed, would be a powerful starting point. Over the following days, Harry established a routine at Winterfell. Mornings were spent exploring the castle and its grounds, afternoons in conversation with Maester Luin or reading whatever historical texts the Maester provided, and evenings observing the dynamics of the household. He quickly became a subject of intense curiosity, especially among the Stark children. Arya followed him whenever possible, pestering him for demonstrations of magic or stories from his world. Bran, the younger boy, was equally fascinated, though more reserved in his questioning. Robb Stark maintained a courteous distance, clearly torn between curiosity and caution. Jon Snow, in the days before his departure for the Wall, proved the most comfortable companion, perhaps because, as he put it, one outsider recognizes another. It was during one of their conversations in the training yard that Harry witnessed something extraordinary. They found them in the Wolf's Wood, Jon explained, leading Harry toward a small outbuilding. 6 direwolf pups, one for each of the Stark children. Direwolves? Harry questioned. Like regular wolves, but larger. Jon smiled slightly. Much larger. Their sigil is the direwolf, but the beasts themselves haven't been seen south of the Wall for hundreds of years. Until now. He pushed open the door to reveal a pen containing 5 furry puppies, each already the size of a small dog despite being, Jon assured him, only a few weeks old. 5? Harry asked, counting again. You said 6. The 6th is mine, Jon explained, a hint of pride in his voice. Ghost. He's an albino, white with red eyes. I keep him separate. As Harry knelt to examine the pups, he felt a strange magical resonance emanating from them. These weren't ordinary animals. They have names already? He asked, allowing one to sniff his hand. Robb's is Grey Wind, Sansa named hers Lady, Arya has Nymeria, Bran's is Summer, and Rickon calls his Shaggy Dog. Jon watched the pups with obvious affection. They're growing impossibly fast. Harry gently touched the one called Summer, extending his magical senses. There was a definite connection between these wolves and the Stark children, a magical bond forming, though he doubted the Starks recognized it as such. They're magical creatures, he said quietly. Jon looked surprised. Like your dragons? Not exactly. But there's something special about them. Harry stood. In my world, certain wizards could transform into animals, forms that reflected their inner nature. These wolves seem to reflect something of the Starks. Old Nan would say it's because the first men had the blood of the wolves, Jon replied, half joking. Then, more seriously, you truly believe in such things? I've seen stranger, Harry assured him. Where I come from, we had creatures called patron muses, magical guardians that took animal forms representing our deepest selves. And what was yours? Jon asked. A stag, Harry answered, thinking of his father. Like my father before me. A comfortable silence fell between them as they watched the wolf pups tumble over each other. Harry felt a pang of homesickness, reminded of Hagrid and his magical creatures. The king's party arrives tomorrow, Jon said finally. The castle's been in an uproar with preparations. So I've noticed. Will you still leave for the Wall? Jon nodded. My uncle Benjen rides with us after the feast. It's time. His expression grew distant. With the king here, Lady Stark wants all evidence of her husband's infidelity out of sight. Harry had noticed Catelyn Stark's cold treatment of Jon during his stay. She resents you for something that wasn't your choice. It's the way of the world, Jon replied with practiced indifference that didn't quite hide the hurt beneath. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Arya, who burst into the shed with characteristic energy. Harry. Jon. Mother's looking everywhere for you both. The king's been spotted on the King's Road, they'll be here by midday tomorrow, and there's still so much to do. Jon rose immediately. I should help with the preparations. And I should make myself scarce, Harry suggested. I doubt the king would appreciate an unknown foreign wizard appearing without warning during his visit. Actually, Arya said, Father wants you present when the king arrives. He says concealing you would seem suspicious if you were discovered later. Harry raised an eyebrow. Honest to a fault, your father. Honor before reason, some would say, Jon murmured, so quietly that Harry barely caught it. The arrival of the royal party the next day was a spectacle unlike anything Harry had witnessed in the wizarding world. From his position near the back of the assembled household, he watched thousands of people pour through Winterfell's gates, knights in gleaming armor, servants, guardsmen, and finally the royal family themselves. King Robert Baratheon was not what Harry expected. Maester Luin had described a legendary warrior who had crushed the Targaryen dynasty with his warhammer. The man who heaved himself off his horse was enormously fat, red-faced, and loud, a shadow of that former glory. The queen, however, was exactly as described, Cersei Lannister, golden-haired and beautiful, with a smile that never reached her cold green eyes. Her children followed, the golden-haired Prince Joffrey, who surveyed Winterfell with obvious disdain, and two younger children who shared their mother's Lannister looks. Harry observed the greetings with interest. The king embraced Lord Stark like a brother, while the queen remained coolly formal. When the king insisted on visiting the Stark family crypt immediately, Harry noticed the flash of anger in Cersei's eyes. As the crowd dispersed, Harry found himself approached by a short man with mismatched eyes and golden hair, unmistakably a Lannister, but with dwarfism that set him apart from his tall, golden siblings. You must be the mysterious wizard I've heard whispered about, the man said without preamble. Tyrion Lannister. He extended his hand. Harry Potter, Harry replied, shaking it. Though I'm surprised news of me has traveled so far. Tyrion smiled wryly. Little happens in the Seven Kingdoms that doesn't eventually reach my ears. A foreigner performing inexplicable feats of magic. That's particularly interesting gossip. Should I be concerned that the royal family knows about me? Harry asked quietly. My sweet sister has other concerns at present, Tyrion assured him. And my brother is occupied with his duties as Kingsguard. As for the king, unless you can transform wine into better wine or women into more women, he's unlikely to take notice. Despite himself, Harry laughed. You're very frank. A luxury afforded to dwarfs and fools. Tyrion's mismatched eyes studied Harry with keen intelligence. Though I suspect you're neither. Perhaps we might speak more during the feast tonight. I find myself curious about magic from other worlds. You believe that part of the story? Let's say I'm open to possibilities others dismiss. Tyrion bowed slightly. Until tonight, then. The feast that evening was even more elaborate than the arrival procession. The great hall blazed with light from hundreds of candles, tables groaned under platters of food, and the wine flowed freely. Harry found himself seated at a lower table, beside Tyrion Lannister as promised and within view of Jon Snow, who sat even further from the high table than usual. Lady Stark couldn't bear to seat the bastard among the family with royal guests present, Tyrion commented, following Harry's gaze. Northern honor has its limits, it seems. Harry frowned. It seems unnecessarily cruel. The world is unnecessarily cruel, Mr. Potter. Tyrion raised his goblet. Hence the need for wine. As the night progressed, Harry observed the interactions with growing concern. King Robert became increasingly drunk and inappropriately handsy with serving women, while Queen Cersei watched with thinly veiled contempt. Prince Joffrey attempted to charm Sansa Stark, who seemed utterly captivated despite the falseness of his smile. Most worrying was the unspoken tension between the Starks and Lannisters. Only Tyrion seemed immune, drinking and conversing with equal enthusiasm. "Tell me of dragons in your world," Tyrion requested after his fourth cup of wine. "Are they as magnificent as the legends of ours?" "Equally dangerous, certainly," Harry replied. "Though ours can be tamed, after a fashion. The most skilled wizards worked with them. Like the dragon riders of old Valyria," Tyrion mused. "I've read every text on dragons I could find. Magnificent creatures. A pity I was born too late to see one." "Maester Luin mentioned rumors of dragon eggs in the east," Harry said carefully. Tyrion's expression sharpened despite his drunkenness. "Ah. The Targaryen girl. Yes, there are such whispers. Petrified eggs, most likely, valuable curiosities rather than potential dragons. You don't believe they could hatch?" The Targaryens tried for generations to hatch the last eggs, with increasingly desperate measures. All failed. Tyrion leaned closer. "But you ask with peculiar interest. Are dragons significant to your predicament?" "Possibly," Harry admitted. "In my world, dragons are magical creatures. Their heartstrings, blood, even their scales contain magical properties. If similar principles apply here. You hope to use dragon magic to return home," Tyrion concluded. "Fascinating. Though I caution you, seeking dragons means seeking Daenerys Targaryen, which the crown would consider treason of the highest order." "I'm not planning an expedition just yet," Harry assured him. "Merely exploring possibilities." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion at the high table. The king had announced, loudly, his intention to join the houses of Baratheon and Stark through the betrothal of Prince Joffrey and Sansa. The girl looked delighted, her younger sister Arya rolled her eyes visibly. "Politics and marriages," Tyrion sighed. "The game never ends." "You call it a game?" Harry asked. "The Game of Thrones," Tyrion clarified. "And it's terribly serious to those who play. Lives and kingdoms in the balance." He studied Harry curiously. "You have no such machinations where you come from?" Harry thought of the Ministry of Magic, the Wisengamot, the pure-blood politics. Different game, similar players. As the feast continued, Harry excused himself briefly for fresh air. In the courtyard, he found Jon Snow practicing furiously with a sword against a straw dummy. "Not enjoying the festivities?" Harry asked. Jon paused, breathing hard. "Lady Stark thought it best I not attend, lest I offend the royal family with my presence." "That's the way of things," Jon cut him off. "I've accepted it." Before Harry could respond, they were interrupted by a third voice. "The Bastard and the Wizard. What a charming tableau." Tyrion Lannister had followed Harry outside, goblet still in hand. Jon stiffened. "Mind your words, Lannister." "Why? Does the truth offend you?" Tyrion asked. "You are a bastard, just as I am a dwarf. Better to wear it like armor, so it can never be used to hurt you." Jon's grip tightened on his practice sword. "What would you know about it?" "All dwarfs are bastards in their father's eyes," Tyrion replied simply. "I know quite a bit about being judged for circumstances beyond my control." The tension between them was broken by a shout from the great hall, followed by raucous laughter. King Robert's voice carried clearly into the night. "Nothing like a royal visit to bring out the best in people," Tyrion remarked dryly. Harry felt a sudden prickling sensation at the back of his neck, the instinct developed through years as an aura. Something was wrong. He turned toward the castle's inner wall just as a small figure lost its grip and began to fall from an impossible height. "Bran!" Jon shouted in horror. Without thinking, Harry thrust out his hand. Arresto momentum. The falling boy's descent slowed dramatically, giving Harry precious seconds to position himself. Wingardium Leviosa. The spell caught Bran more completely, allowing Harry to guide the boy's floating form safely to the ground. Jon and Tyrion stared in astonishment as Bran landed gently before them, shaken but unharmed. "Seven hells," Tyrion breathed. Bran looked up at Harry with wide eyes. "You saved me. What were you doing climbing the walls at night?" Jon demanded, kneeling to check his brother for injuries. "I saw something," Bran whispered. "In the old tower. The queen and her brother." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "What did you see, Bran?" But the boy seemed suddenly reluctant to speak, especially with Tyrion present. "Perhaps this discussion should continue with Lord Stark," Harry suggested carefully, noting the fear in Bran's eyes. "An excellent suggestion," Tyrion agreed, his expression troubled. "Though perhaps wait until the king retires. The feast is reaching its passionate conclusion." Jon helped Bran to his feet. "I'll take him to Maester Luin first, make sure he's truly unharmed." As they walked away, Tyrion turned to Harry with newfound sobriety. "That was genuine magic," he stated. "Not tricks or illusions." "Yes," Harry acknowledged. "You saved the boy's life." Tyrion's mismatched eyes studied Harry intently. "Which means I'm now significantly more interested in helping you find your dragons, wizard." "Why?" Harry asked, suspicious of the sudden offer. "Let's call it an investment in magical possibilities," Tyrion replied enigmatically. "And perhaps a hedge against whatever game is currently being played in that tower." He glanced up at the window Bran had fallen from. "Winter is coming, Mr. Potter. Those aren't just the Stark words, they're a warning. And I suspect we might all need a little magic before the end." Harry looked back at the tower, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Whatever Bran had seen had nearly cost the boy his life, whether by accident or design remained to be determined. Either way, his brief time observing Westeros politics suggested this was only the beginning of the trouble. Dragons suddenly seemed both more urgent and more distant. But first, he needed to ensure Bran's safety and discover what secret was worth killing a child to protect. The Game of Thrones had begun in earnest, and Harry Potter found himself an unexpected player. Chapter 2, Fire and Blood Magic. The moon hung low over Winterfell as Harry slipped through the God's Wood, his steps silent on the frost-hardened ground. 3 days had passed since Bran's fall, or rather, since Harry had saved him from what should have been a fatal plummet. 3 days of whispered conversations, suspicious glances, and mounting tension within the castle walls. He found Jon Snow waiting beneath the heart tree, ghost a pale shadow at his side. The direwolf's red eyes gleamed in the darkness, tracking Harry's approach before Jon himself noticed. "You're leaving tonight, then?" Jon asked without preamble. Harry nodded. "It's for the best. My presence complicates an already volatile situation." What he didn't say was how Bran's whispered confession, of seeing the Queen and her twin brother Jaime in an intimate embrace, had changed everything. The boy had been pushed, not fallen. A child, deliberately harmed to protect a secret that could bring down a dynasty. "You told my father what Bran saw?" "Yes. He's processing the implications." Harry ran a hand through his hair, remembering the cold fury that had settled over Ned Stark's features. "I fear what he might do with the information. These Lannisters aren't the sort to surrender power gracefully." Jon's expression was solemn in the moonlight. "And you still mean to seek out the Targaryen girl? Even knowing it would be considered treason?" "I don't owe allegiance to your king," Harry reminded him gently. "And the dragon eggs may be my best hope of getting home." He paused, searching for the right words. "Jon, your father is a good man, honorable to his core. But I've seen where rigid honor leads when dealing with people who don't share those values." "To death," Jon said quietly. "Yes." Harry thought of Dumbledore, of Snape, of all those who had died for principles in his own world. Ned Stark plans to accept the king's offer and go south as Hand. He believes he can use the position to investigate Jon Arryn's death and protect the king from the Lannisters. And you think he's wrong? I think he's outmatched. Harry sighed. But he won't be dissuaded. Honor demands he serve his friend and king. The direwolf padded forward, pressing his muzzle against Harry's hand. Despite his instinctive wariness of the massive beast, Harry felt a strange kinship with Ghost. Both creatures between worlds, in their own way. What did my father say when you told him you were leaving? Jon asked. That he understands my need to find a way home, but fears I seek a dangerous path. Harry smiled faintly. He also made me promise to remember that the Targaryens lost the throne for good reason. Mad King Aerys burned men alive for sport, Jon said, reciting history he'd learned at Maester Luin's knee. Including my grandfather and uncle. So I've been told. But this girl, Daenerys, she was born after the rebellion, wasn't she? An exile her entire life. The daughter of the Mad King still. Dragon's blood. Jon shrugged. At least, that's what people say. Harry thought of his own reputation, the whispers that had followed him throughout his life. The boy who lived. The chosen one. Labels that never captured the truth of who he was. I've learned to be skeptical of what people say, Harry replied. I'll judge her for myself. They stood in silence for a moment, the ancient heart tree looming above them, its carved face seeming to watch their exchange with knowing eyes. I wish you were coming with us to the wall, Jon said finally. The Night's Watch could use a wizard. Harry smiled. And I'd like to see this wall of yours. Perhaps someday. He extended his hand. Take care of yourself, Jon Snow. I have a feeling the realm will need men like you before the end. They clasped arms briefly, a warrior's farewell that Harry had adopted quickly in this martial world. How will you find her? Jon asked. The Targaryen girl could be anywhere in Essos. Tyrion Lannister provided some helpful information before departing for the wall. Harry patted the moleskin pouch beneath his borrowed clothing. And I have resources of my own. What he didn't mention was the tracking charm he prepared, a modified version of the Point Me spell, designed to seek out concentrations of magical energy. If dragons had truly returned to this world, they would shine like beacons to his magical senses. Good luck, Harry Potter, Jon said. Try not to start any wars while you're at it. Harry laughed softly. I make no promises. The trouble usually finds me, not the other way around. With a final nod, he slipped back through the god's wood, leaving Jon and his direwolf beneath the ancient tree. Dawn was still hours away, and Harry intended to be well clear of Winterfell before the castle stirred. The trading vessel Merlin Queen pitched violently as another wave crashed over its bow. Harry gripped the railing, his knuckles white, fighting the nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. 3 weeks at sea had not improved his tolerance for sailing. First storm at sea, foreigner, called a weathered sailor, laughing as he secured a line nearby. This is but a summer squall. Wait till you see what autumn brings to the narrow sea. Harry managed a weak smile. Something to look forward to. In truth, the storm was the least of his concerns. His departure from Winterfell had been clean, a horse borrowed from the Stark stables, left at the first village he reached with coin and a note of explanation. From there, he'd made his way to White Harbor, where Lord Manderley's bustling port offered ships bound for every corner of the known world. Finding passage to Pentos had been simple enough, though the suspicious glances his gold received suggested that Tyrion's Lannister coins were perhaps too fine for a common traveler. Still, gold was gold, and the captain of the Merlin Queen had few qualms about adding another passenger to his manifest. The storm forced Harry below decks, where he retreated to his tiny cabin. Once alone, he carefully removed his wand from its arm holster and cast a series of privacy charms, by now a habit whenever he needed to work magic. The sailors already thought him odd, no need to confirm their suspicions about sorcery. Unfolding a crude map of Essos that he'd purchased in White Harbor, Harry laid it flat on the small table bolted to the floor. He placed his wand in his palm. "Point me Daenerys Targaryen," he whispered. The wand spun lazily, then settled pointing southeast, not toward Pentos as he'd initially expected, but further along the coast. He frowned, tracing the shoreline with his finger. Tyrion's information had placed the Targaryen siblings in Pentos under the protection of a wealthy merchant named Illyrio Mopatis. But that had been months ago, and much could change in the precarious life of exiles. A sharp knock interrupted his thoughts. "Land sighted, Lord," called the cabin boy through the door. "Captain says we'll make Pentos by nightfall." "Thank you," Harry called back, hastily folding the map. Land. After weeks of endless ocean, the prospect of solid ground beneath his feet again was deeply appealing. But if his tracking spell was correct, his journey was far from over. By the time the Merling Queen docked in Pentos, night had fallen. The city sparkled with thousands of lights, its white buildings gleaming in the moonlight. Harry disembarked with his meager belongings, the clothes on his back, his moleskin pouch, and a small satchel of provisions he'd acquired in White Harbor. The dock master, a corpulent man with oiled hair and perfumed beard, eyed him with barely concealed disdain. "Business in Pentos, traveler?" "Information," Harry replied honestly. "I seek news of Daenerys Targaryen." The man's expression shifted instantly from disdain to fear. He glanced around nervously before leaning closer. "A dangerous name to speak aloud, foreigner. The magisters of Pentos value their trade with King Robert too highly to harbor dragons." "Then she's no longer here." "The dragon's daughter was wed to a Dothraki Khal and rode east with his Khalasar months ago." The dock master made a dismissive gesture. "A barbarian's bride now, if she still lives. The grass sea swallows many." Harry suppressed his disappointment. "Do you know which Khal she married?" "Drogo," the man replied, as if the name itself carried weight. "The greatest of the Khalasars. 40,000 screamers, they say." He studied Harry with renewed interest. "What business does a Westerosi have with the last Targaryen?" "I'm not Westerosi," Harry corrected mildly. "And my business is my own." He pressed a gold dragon into the man's damp palm, receiving a deep bow in return. Of course, of course. Forgive my presumption." The dock master's demeanor transformed with the weight of the coin. "If it's Dothraki you seek, there are caravans that trade with them. Qohor, perhaps, or Norvos, cities along the routes they favor." Harry nodded his thanks and made his way into the city, his mind racing. Married to a Dothraki warlord and traveling with a horde of 40,000 warriors. This complicated matters significantly. The tracking spell could lead him in the right direction, but crossing vast distances in an unfamiliar land presented obvious challenges. He found lodging in a modest inn near the harbor, where the proprietor spoke enough of the common tongue to understand his needs. The room was clean if sparse, with a narrow bed and a window overlooking a bustling market square. Perfect for his purposes. Once alone, Harry cast his tracking spell again. The wand pointed more decisively southeast now that he was on the same continent. Examining his map, he traced the likely path, through the free cities, perhaps skirting the southern edge of what the locals called the Dothraki Sea, a vast grassland dominated by nomadic horsemen. Sleep came fitfully that night, filled with strange dreams. Dragons soared overhead, but they were not the Hungarian horntails or Norwegian ridgebacks he knew. These were more serpentine, with scales of black, cream, and green. They called to him with voices that were not voices, a pulling at his magic, a resonance he couldn't explain. He woke before dawn, sweat-soaked and certain of one thing: the dragon eggs were no longer dormant. They had hatched. And somehow, across the miles, they were calling to him. In the gray light of early morning, Harry made his decision. Traveling overland would take too long, and the dragon's call felt increasingly urgent. It was time for more direct methods. Securing his few belongings, Harry waited until the inn was quiet, then slipped out to the small courtyard behind the building. There, shielded from curious eyes by a withered olive tree, he turned on the spot and disappeared with a soft crack. Apparition across such distances was risky, potentially fatal if something went wrong. But Harry had spent years refining his skills, and the magical pull of the dragons provided a focus unlike anything he'd experienced before. He visualized not a place but a presence, the magical signature that had touched his dreams. The crushing darkness of apparition enveloped him for far longer than normal. His lungs burned, his body feeling stretched to breaking point. Just as panic began to set in, he burst into open air, falling to his knees on hard-packed earth. Gasping, Harry raised his head to find himself on a rocky outcropping overlooking a vast expanse of grassland. In the distance, thousands of small figures moved across the plain, people on horseback, wagons, a traveling city of nomads. The Dothraki Khalasar, he presumed. But it was what lay directly before him that stole his breath completely. A woman with hair like spun silver stood amid the charred remains of what appeared to be a massive funeral pyre. 3 small dragons clung to her naked body, one black as night perched on her shoulder, a cream-colored dragon wrapped around her arm, and a green wrapped around her leg. Smoke still rose from the embers surrounding her, yet she stood unburned, unharmed. As if sensing his presence, she turned, violet eyes meeting his across the distance. For a moment, neither moved. Then the black dragon on her shoulder unfurled its wings and screeched a challenge. Harry Potter had found Daenerys Targaryen. And she had indeed awakened dragons from stone. "You are either very brave or very foolish to appear from nowhere before the mother of dragons," said Ser Jorah Mormont, his hand resting meaningfully on his sword hilt. The exiled knight stood protectively beside Daenerys, who had since been clothed in a simple dress by her handmaidens. The small gathering, Daenerys, her 3 blood riders, Ser Jorah, and 2 serving women, had formed a loose circle around Harry, wary but curious. The dragons remained with their mother, watching Harry with unsettling intelligence in their jewel-like eyes. "Probably both," Harry admitted, keeping his hands visible and his posture non-threatening. "I apologize for my dramatic arrival. I've been searching for you for some time, Daenerys Stormborn." "How do you know that name?" she demanded. Though young, no more than 16 or 17, Harry guessed, she carried herself with unmistakable authority. "I've heard many names for you," Harry replied truthfully. "Daenerys of House Targaryen, the Unburnt, and now, it seems, Mother of Dragons." One of the Blood Riders, a tall, fierce-looking man with a long braid adorned with bells, spoke rapidly in a harsh, guttural language. Daenerys answered in the same tongue, her voice firm. "Kotho believes you are a warlock from Karth," she translated, switching back to the common tongue. "Come to steal my dragons." "I am neither from Karth nor interested in stealing anything," Harry assured her. "My name is Harry Potter. I've come from Westeros to speak with you about your dragons." At the mention of Westeros, tension rippled through the group. Ser Jorah's grip tightened on his sword. "An assassin, then," the knight growled. "Sent by the usurper." "If I were an assassin, appearing directly before my target surrounded by her guards would be rather poor strategy," Harry pointed out. Despite the gravity of the situation, Daenerys's lips quirked in what might have been the ghost of a smile. The black dragon chirped and nuzzled against her neck. "How did you appear from nowhere?" she asked. "Even the warlocks of Karth cannot simply vanish and reappear leagues away." Harry weighed his options carefully. The truth seemed his best course, or at least, a version of it. "I possess certain abilities. Similar in some ways to your own immunity to fire, though different in nature." This clearly intrigued her. "You're a sorcerer." "Where I come from, the term is wizard," Harry corrected gently. "And yes, though I suspect magic works differently in your world than in mine." "My world?" Daenerys's eyes narrowed. "You speak in riddles, Harry Potter. Give me the chance to explain, and I promise to be direct." He glanced meaningfully at the surrounding guards. "Though perhaps somewhere more private?" A long moment passed as Daenerys studied him, those remarkable violet eyes seeming to pierce through any deception. Finally, she nodded. Ser Yora, Jiki, Iri, and my blood riders will remain with us, she decided. We'll speak in my tent. The tent, when they reached it, was a simple affair of horsehide, though spacious by camp standards. Inside, cushions and carpets softened the ground, and a small brazier provided warmth against the evening chill. Daenerys seated herself on a pile of cushions, her dragons immediately arranging themselves around her, the black and green curled in her lap while the cream-colored one perched on a chest nearby, watching Harry with tilted head. Speak, then, she commanded. And know that if I sense deception, my blood riders will separate your head from your shoulders before you can vanish again. Harry took a deep breath and began his tale, his accidental arrival in Westeros, his time at Winterfell, and his search for a way home. He explained his theory that dragons might help him create a pathway back to his own world, careful to emphasize that he sought only knowledge, not the dragons themselves. As he spoke, the cream-colored dragon abandoned its perch and cautiously approached him, sniffing the air. Harry remained perfectly still, allowing the creature to investigate. Viserion is curious about you, Daenerys observed. They are wary of strangers. They sense magic, Harry replied. Just as I sensed them from across the narrow sea. The dragon, Viserion, chirped and hopped closer, its wings fluttering for balance. May I? Harry asked, gesturing toward the dragon. After a moment's consideration, Daenerys nodded. Slowly. They've only just hatched, but their teeth are already sharp. With gentle movements, Harry extended his hand, palm up. Viserion sniffed it, then, to everyone's surprise, climbed onto his arm and up to his shoulder, making a sound remarkably like purring. Ser Yora made a startled noise. Khaleesi, I've never seen them take to anyone but you. Daenerys leaned forward, her expression suddenly intense. How is this possible? In my world, I worked with dragons, different from yours, but magical creatures nonetheless. Harry carefully stroked Viserion's neck with one finger. They respond to magical energy. And to respect. The black dragon, seeing its siblings' comfort, chirped demandingly. Daenerys smiled fondly at it. That's Drogon. Named for my late husband. And the green is regal, for my brother Rhaegar. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. They're extraordinary. In my world, dragons are nearly impossible to domesticate, wild and dangerous even to wizards. But these. He gently scratched under Viserion's chin, earning another purr. They have a bond with you. A magical one. They are my children, Daenerys said simply. Blood of your blood, Harry agreed, understanding dawning. You hatched them in fire. With blood magic, intentional or not. A shadow crossed her face. My husband's pyre. My stillborn son. The Magi who betrayed me. Yes, there was blood. She met his gaze unflinchingly. Do you judge me for it? I've seen enough of life to know that magic rarely follows tidy moral lines, Harry replied carefully. And that intentions matter. You didn't sacrifice lives for power, you created life from tragedy. That's different. Something in his answer seemed to satisfy her. She relaxed slightly, though her guards remained vigilant. You say you seek a way home, she said, returning to the matter at hand. How would my dragons help you achieve this? Dragon magic is ancient and powerful, Harry explained. In my world, dragon heartstring is used in the creation of wands, magical tools that channel a wizard's power. Dragon blood has potent properties. I believe that with study and time, I might be able to use the magical resonance of your dragons to recreate the ritual that brought me here. And what would I gain from allowing this study? Daenerys asked shrewdly. Harry had anticipated this question. Knowledge, for one. I may not be from your world, but I understand magic in ways your maesters and warlocks don't. I could help you understand your dragons, their growth, their needs, their capabilities. He paused. And I could teach you about Westeros. The current politics, the strengths and weaknesses of those who stole your family's throne. I already have Ser Jorah for such counsel, she countered, though Harry noted the interest in her eyes. With respect to Ser Jorah, Harry said with a nod toward the knight, I offer a different perspective. I've walked the halls of Winterfell, spoken with the Starks, observed the Lannisters. I have no existing loyalties or grievances in your world. Daenerys considered this, absently stroking Drogon's wings. And what do you want in return, beyond access to my dragons? Safe passage with your Khalasar, protection while I conduct my research, and... Harry hesitated, then decided honesty was best. And your word that when you eventually move against Westeros, you'll show mercy to those who don't deserve the sword. There are good people there, caught in games of power they didn't choose. A long silence followed. Viserion chirped softly on Harry's shoulder, while Drogon and Rhaegal watched with unblinking eyes from Daenerys's lap. You are a curious man, Harry Potter, she said finally. Most who seek a dragon's power want it for themselves. You seek only to leave. I have responsibilities in my own world, Harry explained, thinking of his children, his friends. People who need me. Something in his tone must have resonated with her, for her expression softened marginally. I understand duty. And family. She stroked Drogon's head. Very well. You may travel with us and study my dragons, under supervision. In return, you will share your knowledge of both magic and Westeros. Her violet eyes hardened slightly. But know this, if you ever threaten my children, no magic in any world will save you. You have my word, Harry promised. And so it was that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, joined the Khalasar of Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. Two souls from different worlds, bound by magic, destiny, and the impossible creatures that would reshape the fate of a kingdom. The Dothraki sea stretched endlessly before them, a vast ocean of grass rippling in the wind. After 2 weeks traveling with the Khalasar, Harry had developed a newfound appreciation for horseback riding, and a collection of impressive saddle sores to match. Your seat is improving, observed Ser Jorah, riding alongside him near the rear of the massive procession. You no longer look like you're about to fall with each step. High praise, Harry replied dryly, shifting uncomfortably. Though I'd still trade this horse for a decent broom any day. A broom? Jorah raised an eyebrow. For flying, Harry explained, realizing too late how absurd it sounded. In my world, wizards fly on enchanted broomsticks. The knight chuckled. Now that I'd like to see. Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of a rider, one of Daenerys's blood riders, Ricardo, a young but fierce warrior who had shown Harry more courtesy than most of the Dothraki. Blood of my blood asks for the fire hand, Ricardo said in his heavily accented common tongue, using the name the Dothraki had given Harry after seeing him conjure flames from his wand. The Khaleesi wants to see me. Harry confirmed. Ricardo nodded. Dragons, restless. She asks for your magic. Exchanging a glance with Ser Jorah, Harry urged his horse forward, following Ricardo toward the front of the Khalasar where Daenerys rode. The journey through the dense procession took nearly half an hour, a testament to the sheer size of the Khalasar. Though greatly reduced from Drogo's 40,000 after his death, perhaps 8,000 Dothraki had chosen to follow the Mother of Dragons, along with various servants, slaves, and camp followers. He found Daenerys riding her silver mare, a makeshift sling across her chest holding Drogon, who was indeed thrashing and screeching in obvious distress. Rhaegal and Viserion, carried by handmaidens riding nearby, appeared equally agitated. They won't settle, Daenerys explained as Harry rode up beside her. Since dawn, they've been like this. Harry studied the dragons thoughtfully. In the 2 weeks since joining the Khalasar, he had begun to understand their behavior and needs. Already they'd grown from cat size to the size of small dogs, their appetites increasing proportionally. They sense something, he concluded. May I? At her nod, he carefully extended his hand toward Drogon, who hissed but allowed the touch. Harry closed his eyes, extending his magical senses through the contact. What he felt made him suck in a sharp breath. A resonance, a pull, magical energy, strong and ancient, somewhere ahead of them. There's something to the east, he said, opening his eyes. Something magical. They're drawn to it. What kind of magic? Ser Jorah asked, suspicion evident in his tone. The knight had been cordial but wary of Harry since his arrival. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. But it's powerful. Old. He turned to Daenerys. The dragons want to go there. It's calling to them, in a way. She studied him intently. Is it dangerous? Magic always carries risk, Harry replied honestly. But it might also offer opportunity. For both of us. Daenerys considered this, absently soothing Drogon with gentle strokes. We were bound for Vis Teloro, an abandoned city where we could rest and gather strength. Is this magical place far from our path? Harry gestured eastward. A day's ride, perhaps two. I can feel it more clearly now that I'm looking for it. After a moment's contemplation, Daenerys turned to Ricardo and spoke in rapid Dothraki. The Blood Rider nodded and rode off to convey her orders. We will investigate this magic, she announced. Jorah and Jiki will lead the main Khalasar toward Vis Teloro while we take a smaller group to find what calls to my dragons. A wise precaution, Ser Jorah approved, though he looked uneasy. By midday, their smaller party had separated from the main Khalasar, Daenerys, her 3 Blood Riders, Ser Jorah, her handmaidens Irri and Jiki, and Harry, along with a dozen Dothraki warriors for protection. The dragons, sensing they were moving toward the source of their agitation, had calmed somewhat, though they remained alert, heads swiveling toward the eastern horizon. They rode hard through the afternoon, the endless sea of grass gradually giving way to more arid terrain. By nightfall, they made camp in the shadow of a lonely hill, the only landmark in the otherwise featureless landscape. As they sat around the campfire, Viserion left Daenerys' side and flapped awkwardly to Harry, settling in his lap with what could only be described as a contented sigh. The cream-colored dragon had taken a particular liking to him over the past weeks. He trusts you, Daenerys observed, watching them. In the firelight, with her silver hair loose around her shoulders, she looked older than her years, a queen rather than a girl. Dragons are excellent judges of character, Harry replied, stroking Viserion's ridged back. In my world, at least. And in this one, it seems. She tilted her head curiously. You've never told me about your family. Do you have one, in this other world of yours? The question caught Harry off guard. In their conversations thus far, they had focused primarily on dragons, magic, and occasionally Westerosi politics. Personal matters had remained largely untouched. I do, he said after a moment. 3 children, James, Albus, and Lily. Their mother and I. He hesitated. We're no longer together, but we share in raising them. You miss them, Daenerys stated, not a question. Every day. Harry stared into the fire. James would be fascinated by your dragons. He's always been drawn to magical creatures. Tell me of your world, she requested, surprising him again. Not just the magic, but the people. How do they live? How do they rule? Harry considered how to explain modern Britain to someone from a medieval world. It's very different. We don't have kings and queens who rule by birthright. Well, we do, but their power is ceremonial. People elect their leaders. Elect? She frowned at the unfamiliar concept. They choose them by voting, each person has a say in who will govern. It's not perfect, but it gives people a voice. Ser Jorah, who had been listening silently, scoffed. The common people don't want a voice. They want peace, food on their tables, and a fair lord. With respect, Ser Jorah, Harry countered, that's what lords always say. In my experience, people generally want a say in the decisions that affect their lives. An interesting notion, Daenerys mused. Though I cannot imagine the great houses of Westeros surrendering their power to the small folk. Change rarely comes easily, Harry acknowledged. But sometimes it comes whether we're ready or not. Their philosophical discussion was interrupted by a commotion among the sentries. One of the Dothraki warriors approached, speaking rapidly to Ricardo, who translated for Daenerys. Riders approaching. Many. Not Dothraki. Everyone tensed. Ser Jorah's hand went to his sword, while the Blood Riders immediately moved to protective positions around their Khaleesi. Harry gently transferred Viserion back to Daenerys and stood, drawing his wand. How many? Daenerys asked. Perhaps 30, Ricardo replied after consulting with the sentry. They carry torches. Harry cast a disillusionment charm on himself. I'll scout ahead, he told Daenerys. Don't worry, I'll remain unseen. Before she could protest, he slipped away from the camp, moving silently through the darkness. The charm didn't render him truly invisible like his cloak would have, but in the night, it made him nearly impossible to detect. He found a position on the hillside that overlooked their camp and the approaching riders. They were indeed carrying torches, moving with purpose rather than stealth. Not bandits, then. As they drew nearer, Harry could make out details, fine armor that caught the torchlight, disciplined formation. Not merchants either. Returning quickly to camp, he ended the charm. Soldiers, he reported. Well armed and organized. They don't appear hostile, but they're definitely searching for something. Or someone, Ser Jorah growled. We should break camp and ride. Daenerys shook her head. No. We're too few to outrun them if they're determined. And I am tired of running. She straightened, stroking Drogon who had begun to hiss softly. We will meet them. Harry, can your magic protect us if they prove enemies? Yes, he said confidently. I can shield us, or create a diversion for escape if necessary. She nodded, satisfied. Then let them come. The riders approached the camp within minutes, forming a half-circle just beyond the firelight. One figure rode forward, a tall woman in ornate armor, her bald head adorned with strange tattoos. We seek Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, she announced in accented but clear common tongue. Daenerys stepped forward, her 3 dragons arranged on her shoulders and in her arms, a living crown more impressive than any jewels. I am Daenerys Targaryen. Who asks? The woman dismounted gracefully, then knelt on one knee. I am Xaro Zoan Daxos, of the 13 who rule Karth. We have been searching for you, Daenerys Stormborn. Harry blinked in confusion. The speaker was clearly female, yet the name. You are not Xaro Zoan Daxos, Ser Jorah said, voicing Harry's thought. I've heard tales of him, a merchant prince, not a warrior woman. The woman smiled thinly. I am Kaith of Azhai, speaking on behalf of Xaro Zoan Daxos, who awaits your arrival in Karth. Her strange eyes shifted to Harry, lingering on him with disturbing intensity. The warlock of the West. Yes, your coming was foretold as well. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Foretold? By whom? Why does Karth seek me? Daenerys asked, seemingly unperturbed by the woman's uncanny manner. Word of the Mother of Dragons has reached the greatest city that ever was or will be, Kaith replied. The 13 wish to welcome you and see these wonders for themselves. And the magical presence that draws my dragons? Daenerys pressed. Is that in Karth as well? A flicker of something, surprise, perhaps, crossed Kaith's tattooed face. You sense it already. Yes. The House of the Undying awaits you both. Harry and Daenerys exchanged glances. The House of the Undying sounded decidedly ominous. We accept your invitation to Karth, Daenerys decided after a moment's consideration. But we travel with purpose, not as curiosities to be displayed. Of course, Mother of Dragons. Kaith rose smoothly. We will escort you safely to the city. It lies 3 days' ride from here. Her unsettling gaze fixed on Harry again. The Undying will be most interested to meet a traveler between worlds. Harry stiffened. He had not shared that particular detail outside Daenerys's inner circle. I look forward to the introduction, he replied evenly, tightening his grip on his wand. As the Kartheen made camp nearby, Daenerys drew Harry and Ser Jorah aside. I mislike this, the knight muttered. Warlocks and merchants seeking dragons, their motives cannot be trusted. Yet they offer a path to this magical source, Daenerys countered. And Karth is a wealthy city that could provide resources we sorely need. I agree with both points, Harry said diplomatically. We should proceed, but with extreme caution. He glanced toward Karth, who seemed to be performing some sort of ritual by her tent. That woman knows things she shouldn't. About me, specifically. Can your magic protect against hers? Daenerys asked. Harry considered this. Different forms of magic often interact unpredictably. But yes, I believe so. He made a decision. Tonight, I'll place protective enchantments around our camp. And... He hesitated, then reached into his moleskin pouch, extracting his invisibility cloak. The silvery fabric shimmered in the firelight. This is an invisibility cloak, he explained. A powerful magical artifact from my world. If danger arises, it will hide you completely. Daenerys touched the cloth with wonder. It feels like water woven into silk. Keep it with you, Harry instructed, handing her the folded cloak. A last resort if we're separated or threatened. Her eyes met his, searching. You trust me with something so valuable? I trust you with something that could save your life, he corrected gently. And those of your dragons. After a moment, she nodded, carefully securing the cloak in her own satchel. We will proceed to Karth tomorrow. And we will discover what calls to my children. As Harry set about creating protective wards around their camp, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over him. Kate's recognition of him as a traveler between worlds suggested powers beyond the ordinary. And this House of the Undying, what manner of magic resided there? For the first time since arriving in this world, Harry wondered if he'd found exactly what he was looking for, and whether he would come to regret it. Karth proved as magnificent as its reputation suggested. Approaching from the east, the city rose from the arid landscape like a mirage, gleaming walls of rose-colored stone, towering spires, and intricate domes catching the sunlight. 3 concentric walls of increasing height protected the city, each carved with elaborate scenes of history and legend. The outermost wall is 15 feet high, Karth explained as they approached. The middle wall is 30 feet. The innermost, the wall of the warlocks, stands 50 feet and is made of black marble carved with strange beasts and arcane symbols. Impressive engineering, Harry commented, genuinely impressed by the scale of the construction. More than engineering, Karth replied with her enigmatic smile. The walls of Karth are bound with spells of protection and prosperity. Magic runs deep in the veins of the greatest city that ever was or will be. Harry could feel it as they drew nearer, a hum of magical energy, ancient and complex. Not as concentrated as the presence that had drawn the dragons, but a steady background resonance. The dragons themselves had grown increasingly agitated as they approached the city, chirping and hissing in turns. Drogon, the largest of the 3, kept spreading his wings as if preparing to take flight, though he was still far too small for sustained flight. They were met at the Gate of Prophecy by an honor guard of Kartheen soldiers in ornate, impractical-looking armor, accompanied by a delegation of the city's notables. The leader, a corpulent man dripping with jewels and wearing impossibly elaborate robes, stepped forward with arms spread wide. Daenerys Stormborn, he announced in a booming voice. I am Xaro Zoan Daxos of the 13. Karth opens its arms to welcome you and your extraordinary companions. His gaze lingered on the dragons, naked avarice plain in his expression. Harry disliked him immediately. Daenerys, however, played her role perfectly. The hospitality of Karth is legendary across Essos, she replied graciously. My dragons and I are honored by your welcome. What followed was a procession through the city streets, with curious Karthine flocking to witness the mother of dragons and her strange entourage. Harry, riding beside Ser Jorah, observed the dynamics carefully. The Karthine nobility wore their wealth ostentatiously, with women clothed in gowns that left one breast exposed, a custom Jorah had warned them about, but which still took Harry by surprise. They stare at the dragons now, Ser Jorah muttered, but soon they'll want to possess them. Daenerys won't allow that, Harry replied quietly. One girl against a city of merchant princes and warlocks. The knight's expression was grim. Gold and magic are powerful temptations. She's not alone, Harry reminded him. And neither am I, for that matter. Jorah studied him with renewed interest. No. I suppose you're not. Xaro Xhoan Daxos housed them in his sprawling palace, a marvel of architecture with fountains, gardens, and chambers larger than the entire borough. Daenerys was given a suite fit for an empress, while Harry, Ser Jorah, and the Bloodriders were assigned quarters nearby. The Dothraki warriors camped in the extensive gardens, clearly uncomfortable amid such luxury but unwilling to leave their Khaleesi unprotected. That evening, Xaro hosted a lavish feast in Daenerys' honor. The Karthine spared no expense, exotic foods from across Essos, wine flowing freely, dancers and musicians performing throughout the night. Harry found himself seated among lesser Karthine nobles, deliberately separated from Daenerys, who sat at the high table with Xaro and other members of the 13. They isolate her, Harry observed to Ser Jorah, who had received similar treatment. Divide her from her advisors. A common tactic, the knight agreed. The Karthine play their own Game of Thrones, though with perfumed words instead of swords. Harry watched as various nobles approached Daenerys, each presenting gifts and barely disguised propositions. She handled them with surprising grace for one so young, neither committing to nor dismissing any suitor outright. The dragons, perched on or near her chair, drew the most attention. Guests would approach cautiously, seeking permission to observe the creatures up close. Most Daenerys allowed a brief viewing, a select few she permitted to offer morsels of meat, which the dragons charred with their small flames before consuming. A spectacle, Ser Jorah commented sourly. They treat her children like circus animals. Harry was about to respond when a disturbance at the entrance to the feast hall caught his attention. A group of strange figures entered, men and women with blue lips, wearing robes of deepest midnight blue embroidered with stars. The assembled guests drew back, creating a path for the newcomers. The warlocks of Karth, Jorah explained in a hushed tone. Led by Piet Pri, their spokesman. They consume Shade of the Evening, a potion that stains their lips blue and supposedly enhances their magical abilities. The leader of the warlocks approached Daenerys directly, ignoring protocol and the obvious displeasure of Xaro Xhoan Daxos. Tall and gaunt, with blue lips stretched in an unnerving smile, he bowed with exaggerated courtesy. Mother of Dragons, he intoned, his voice carrying an odd echo. I am Piet Pri, humble servant of the Undying Ones. They have sent me to invite you to the House of the Undying, where the greatest of Kartha's warlocks dwell in communion with eternal wisdom. Harry felt a sharp spike in magical energy as the warlock spoke, not emanating from Piet Pri himself, but somewhere in the distance. The dragon sensed it too, suddenly alert and focused in the direction the warlock had come from. Before Daenerys could respond, Piet Pri's unsettling gaze shifted toward Harry. And the traveler must accompany you, of course. The Undying have waited long for one such as he. A chill ran through Harry. How did they know about him? He rose from his seat, intending to join Daenerys, but found himself momentarily frozen in place, a subtle magical binding that caught him off guard. With a silent wandless finite, he broke the enchantment, but the demonstration of the warlock's power was concerning. Reaching Daenerys' side, he positioned himself slightly behind her chair, hand near his concealed wand. The Mother of Dragons appreciates your invitation, he said smoothly. Perhaps you might explain the nature of this House of the Undying, and what the Undying Ones seek from her. Piet Pre's smile widened unnaturally. Knowledge seeks knowledge, traveler. Magic seeks magic. Dragon seeks dragon. His gaze returned to Daenerys. The Undying Ones offer wisdom beyond mortal understanding. They offer truths of past and future. They offer power. And what do they ask in return? Daenerys questioned shrewdly. Merely your presence, Daenerys Stormborn. And perhaps. His blue lips parted in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. A small taste of dragon magic. Harry felt Daenerys tense beside him. My dragons are not for tasting, she replied, steel entering her voice. Of course, Piet Pre soothed, backing away with hands raised. Simply a figure of speech. The Undying Ones wish only to bask in the presence of living dragons after so many centuries. A great honor for them. Xaro Xhoan Daxos, clearly irritated by the warlock's intrusion, intervened. Piet Pre, this is hardly the time for such invitations. Our honored guest has only just arrived in Karth. Time flows differently for the Undying, the warlock replied cryptically. But of course, they are patient. They have been patient for thousands of years. He bowed again to Daenerys. When you wish to seek the deepest truths, Mother of Dragons, you need only ask for me. I will guide you to the House of the Undying. With that, he and his fellow warlocks withdrew, leaving an uneasy silence in their wake. Charming, Harry muttered. Daenerys's eyes met his briefly, a silent question passing between them. Harry gave a subtle nod. Yes, that was the magical presence they had sensed. Yes, it was powerful. And yes, it was dangerous. The feast resumed, but the atmosphere had changed. The Karthian guests seemed divided between those fascinated by the interaction with the warlocks and those disturbed by it. Xaro Xhoan Daxos worked doubly hard to restore the celebratory mood, ordering more wine, more entertainment, more extravagance. Later that night, after most guests had departed and the household had retired, Harry met with Daenerys in her chambers. Ser Jorah and the Bloodriders stood guard outside, while Irri and Jiki tended to the dragons in an adjoining room. The warlocks know what you are, Daenerys stated without preamble. How is that possible? I don't know, Harry admitted, casting privacy charms around the room to prevent eavesdropping. But their magic is different. I felt it when Piet Pre entered. Not particularly strong in him personally, but connected to something ancient and powerful. The House of the Undying. She paced slowly, her expression thoughtful. It calls to my dragons. And apparently to you as well. The question is why, Harry said. What do these Undying Ones want with dragons? With me? Power, Daenerys replied simply. Isn't that what everyone wants? Harry couldn't argue with her assessment. In his experience, the pursuit of power motivated most magical conflicts. We should be cautious, he advised. This House of the Undying may contain exactly what I need to find a way home, magical knowledge, perhaps artifacts. But anything that survived thousands of years cultivating power is unlikely to share it freely. Yet we must go, Daenerys concluded. The dragons are drawn to it, and you need what knowledge it might hold. She stroked Drogon, who had wandered in from the adjoining room to curl in her lap. Besides, if these warlocks can truly offer visions of past and future. Her voice trailed off, but Harry understood. Information was power, especially for an exiled queen planning to reclaim her throne. We'll go together, he decided. But on our terms, not theirs. I'll research protection spells specifically designed to shield against whatever magic these warlocks practice. How? You know nothing of their practices. Not directly, Harry acknowledged. But magic generally follows certain principles across different forms. And I've developed a sensitivity to magical signatures over the years. Daenerys nodded, accepting his expertise in this area. How long do you need? A few days, at least. We should also learn more about Karth, its politics, and these Undying Ones before walking into their stronghold. Ser Jorah can help with that, she agreed. And perhaps our host, though I trust his motives least of all. Harry raised an eyebrow. Not even less than the blue-lipped warlocks. A smile ghosted across her lips. At least the warlocks are honest about wanting my dragons. Xaro wraps his desire in pretty words and lavish gifts. Speaking of which, Harry said, we should discuss your long-term plans. Karth may offer temporary sanctuary and resources, but it's not your final destination. Westeros is my destination, Daenerys replied, her violet eyes hardening. The Iron Throne is my birthright. Yes, but how you claim it matters, Harry pressed gently. When I met you, you had a few hundred followers and 3 newly hatched dragons. Even if we gain whatever power or knowledge the House of the Undying offers, you're still vastly outnumbered by the combined forces of Westeros. She didn't immediately dismiss his concern, which Harry took as a positive sign. Despite her youth and occasional impetuousness, Daenerys possessed a strategic mind. You counseled Robert Baratheon's forces, then, she asked. Not exactly. But I observed enough to understand the current balance of power. Harry chose his words carefully. The Lannisters effectively control the throne through Queen Cersei and her son Joffrey, who now reigns after Robert's death. The Starks and their northern allies are in open rebellion, as are the Baratheons of Storm's End. The realm is divided, which creates opportunity, but also chaos. Daenerys absorbed this, her expression calculating. Divided enemies are easier to conquer. Potentially, Harry agreed. But civil war leaves a broken kingdom. If you truly want to rule well, rather than simply conquer, you need to consider how to build once the fighting ends. You speak as if you've seen war before, she observed. I have, Harry said quietly. In my world, I fought in a conflict that divided wizarding society. Victory came at great cost. The rebuilding afterward took years. For a moment, Daenerys's regal mask slipped, revealing the young woman beneath, one who, despite her determination, harbored doubts. Sometimes I fear I know how to conquer but not how to rule. That awareness already puts you ahead of most who seek thrones, Harry assured her. And you have time to learn. Your dragons are still small. Months, perhaps years before they're large enough to be the weapons of legend. She stroked Drogon thoughtfully. Then we use this time wisely. We learn what the Undying Ones can teach us. We gather resources, allies. Her expression hardened once more into determination. And when the time comes, we show Westeros that the dragon has 3 heads. Harry nodded, impressed by her resilience. In the short time he'd known Daenerys Targaryen, he'd seen glimpses of greatness alongside the impetuousness of youth. With guidance and experience, she could indeed become the ruler she aspired to be. Or a tyrant to rival the Mad King, his mind whispered treacherously. Power corrupts, and dragon fire burns indiscriminately. He pushed the thought aside. For now, their goals aligned, learning the secrets of the House of the Undying while keeping the dragons safe. The future would unfold as it would. Get some rest, he advised. Tomorrow we begin preparing for the warlocks. Something tells me we'll need all our wits about us when we enter their domain. Over the next several days, Harry and Daenerys established a routine in Karth. Mornings were spent with the dragons, whose growth continued at an astonishing pace. Harry observed their development with both scientific curiosity and practical concern. They were already the size of large dogs, their appetites increasing proportionally. At this rate, they'll outgrow the palace within months, he noted to Daenerys as they watched the dragons snap at chunks of roasted meat in the private courtyard Xaro had provided for them. Then we must have moved on by then, she replied practically. Karth is a temporary haven, not our home. In the afternoons, Daenerys received visitors, merchants, nobles, and various power players of Karth, all ostensibly paying respects to the Mother of Dragons while actually assessing her value to their own ambitions. Harry usually observed these meetings from the periphery, studying the political dynamics of the city. The evenings he devoted to research and preparation. Using books borrowed from Xaro's extensive library, with and without the merchant's knowledge, Harry pieced together information about the warlocks and their practices. What he discovered was both fascinating and disturbing. The Undying Ones are said to be ancient beyond measure, he explained to Daenerys and Ser Jorah during one of their private councils. Not truly alive in the conventional sense, but preserved through magical means. Immortality? Ser Jorah sounded skeptical. A form of it, Harry clarified. Though from what I've gathered, it's more a state of suspended decay than true immortality. They're described as more shadow than substance in several accounts. And their powers? Daenerys asked. Primarily focused on visions, past, present, and possible futures. They're said to consume only shade of the evening, the potion that turns their followers' lips blue. Harry frowned. I've found references to blood sacrifice in their earliest history, but nothing concrete in more recent accounts. Blood magic again, Daenerys murmured, her expression troubled. She had shared with Harry her experience with the Magi Miri Mazdur, whose blood magic had cost the lives of her husband and unborn son. Not all blood magic is equal, Harry said carefully. Intent matters, as does consent. But yes, we should be wary of any such practices. On the fourth day of their stay, they received an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the courtyard, practicing a complex shielding charm designed to counter the specific magical signature he'd sensed from Piet Pri, when a servant announced the arrival of Kaith of Ashai. The mysterious woman entered the courtyard with silent grace, her lacquered wooden mask gleaming in the sunlight. Harry had not seen her since their arrival in Karth, though he'd suspected she remained in the city. The dragons grow strong, she observed, watching as Viserion and Rhaegal tumbled together in play. But they grow restless. They sense the magic of the House of the Undying, Harry replied, lowering his wand. As do I. Kaith's dark eyes studied him through the slits in her mask. You prepare protections. Wise. But perhaps insufficient. What would you suggest? Harry asked directly, intrigued by her appearance despite his wariness. The House of the Undying Ones is not merely a place, but a nexus, where paths converge, where doors open to what was, what is, and what may be. She approached, her movements fluid as water. For the Mother of Dragons, it offers vision. For you, traveler, it offers passage. Harry felt a jolt of surprise. Passage? You mean a way home? Perhaps. The magic that brought you here resonates with the magic that sustains the Undying. Like calls to like across the void between worlds. She tilted her head. But beware, what offers passage may also offer prison. Why tell me this? Harry asked, suspicious of her motives. You're not affiliated with the warlocks, are you? I serve only the light against the coming darkness, Kaith replied cryptically. The dragons must grow. The traveler must choose. Before the darkness falls. Before Harry could question her further, she extended a slender hand, offering a small vial containing blue liquid. Shade of the evening, she explained. Not corrupted by the warlock's practices. Pure. It will allow you to attune your magic to the House of the Undying before you enter. A preparation, not a surrender. Harry eyed the vial skeptically. And I should trust this because. Trust your own senses, traveler. Her eyes held his. You can feel the resonance. The truth. Cautiously, Harry extended his magical senses toward the vial. The liquid within pulsed with a familiar energy, similar to the distant call of the House of the Undying, but cleaner somehow, less corrupted. One drop under the tongue before you approach the house, Kaith instructed. For you alone, not for the Khaleesi. Her blood carries its own magic. After a moment's consideration, Harry accepted the vial, tucking it into his robes. "Thank you. Though I still don't understand your interest in our success." "The dragons must grow," she repeated simply. With a fluid bow, she turned to leave. At the courtyard entrance, she paused. "When you stand before the Undying, remember, what is real and what is vision blur within those walls. Trust not with your eyes, but with your magic." With that enigmatic warning, she was gone, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. He studied the vial thoughtfully. Another piece in an increasingly complex puzzle. That evening, he shared Kate's visit with Daenerys, showing her the vial but keeping it securely stoppered. Another player in this game, she mused. Though her motives remain unclear. She seems to oppose the warlocks, or at least their methods, Harry noted. And she knows far more about my situation than she should. Daenerys frowned. "Will you take it? This shade of the evening?" "A small amount, perhaps. Not enough to cloud my judgment, but enough to understand what we're facing." Harry tucked the vial away again. "We should be ready to visit the House of the Undying soon. The dragons grow more restless each day." "Tomorrow," Daenerys decided. "We've prepared as much as possible, and I tire of Xaro's thinly veiled marriage proposals." Harry raised an eyebrow. "He's becoming more direct, then. He offered me ships and gold enough to conquer Westeros, in exchange for my hand and one dragon." Her expression was coldly amused. "As if I would sell one of my children for any price." "What did you tell him?" "That a dragon is not a slave, and neither is a queen." She stroked Drogon, who had settled near her chair. "We've accepted enough Karthine hospitality. It's time to seek what we came for." Harry nodded in agreement. "I'll inform Ser Jorah and the Bloodriders. Minimal escort, just enough for appearance, not so many that we can't move quickly if needed." "And the protective magics you've been practicing?" she asked. "Ready," Harry assured her. "They won't be expecting another type of magic. That gives us an advantage." As night fell over Karth, Harry stood on the balcony of his chambers, watching the city lights and the distant outline of what he now knew to be the House of the Undying, a windowless tower standing alone on a hill, far from the splendor of the merchant palaces. Tomorrow they would enter that strange place, seeking knowledge and power. Daenerys for her conquest, Harry for his return home. Their paths had converged for a time, but would inevitably diverge. The thought brought an unexpected melancholy. In the short time he'd known her, Harry had come to admire Daenerys Targaryen's strength and determination. She was not without flaws, her temper could be volcanic, her sense of entitlement occasionally grating, but beneath the queenly exterior beat a heart that genuinely cared for her people, her dragons, and her vision of a better world. What would become of her after he found his way home? Would she succeed in her conquest of Westeros? Would she break the wheel of tyranny as she sometimes spoke of, or become another link in that wheel? These questions accompanied him into uneasy dreams, where dragons soared over burning cities, and doorways opened between worlds only to slam shut at the crucial moment. Morning brought clarity and purpose. Harry rose before dawn, performing a series of magical exercises to center his power. Today would test the limits of his abilities in this strange world, where magic followed different rules than those he'd spent a lifetime mastering. As the first light broke over Kartha's eastern wall, he uncorked Kate's vial and placed a single drop of Shade of the Evening under his tongue. The effect was immediate and disorienting. Colors intensified, sounds became music, and the thin threads of magic he'd always sensed in this world suddenly appeared visible, glowing lines connecting all living things, with thicker strands leading toward the distant tower of the Undying Ones. Most notably, brilliant white-hot connections linked Daenerys to her dragons, pulsing with life and purpose. The visions faded after several minutes, but the heightened magical awareness remained. Harry could now perceive the magical currents of Karth with unprecedented clarity, including several watching spells placed around their quarters that he hadn't detected before. With a few precise wand movements, he disrupted these surveillance magics. Let the warlocks wonder what had happened to their spying eyes. By mid-morning, their party was assembled. Daenerys, resplendent in a Karthine-style dress modified to accommodate her modesty preferences, Ser Jorah in his familiar armor, Ricardo and Aggo representing her bloodriders, and Harry, dressed simply but with his wand ready. The dragons, too large now to ride on shoulders, were secured in specially designed carrying baskets, a temporary arrangement that Drogon in particular protested vigorously. "They sense our destination," Daenerys explained as the black dragon screeched. "They're eager, not angry." Xaro Zoan Daxos made a final attempt to dissuade them as they prepared to depart. "The House of the Undying is no place for a queen," he insisted, his jeweled hands gesturing expansively. "The warlocks are dangerous charlatans. Allow me to arrange a proper demonstration of Karthine magic instead, illusionists, alchemists, fire mages from As High." "I thank you for your concern," Daenerys replied with practiced courtesy. "But this visit cannot be delayed. The invitation of the Undying Ones is not lightly refused." Xaro's expression soured briefly before he masked it with a merchant's smile. "Of course. Then allow me to provide an escort befitting your station, 50 of my personal guard." "A kind offer," Harry interjected smoothly, but the Undying specified a small party only. "Traditions must be respected." The merchant's gaze hardened as it fell on Harry. Over the past days, Xaro had clearly recognized him as an obstacle to whatever designs he had on Daenerys and her dragons. "As you wish," he conceded with false graciousness. "I shall have a feast prepared for your return, to celebrate the wisdom you will undoubtedly gain from the Undying Ones." As they departed the palace, Ser Jorah muttered under his breath, "He doesn't expect us to return." "No," Harry agreed quietly. "Which raises interesting questions about what he knows that we don't." Their journey through Karth attracted considerable attention. The Mother of Dragons had become something of a sensation in the city, and news of her visit to the House of the Undying had clearly spread. Crowds gathered to watch their procession, some calling blessings, others making warding gestures against evil. As they approached the hill where the tower stood, the crowds thinned, until finally they walked alone on a dusty path. The House of the Undying loomed before them, a windowless structure of pale stone, circular and somehow wrong in its proportions. No doors were visible from their approach. "A strange place for the greatest warlocks in Karth," Ser Jorah observed, his hand resting on his sword hilt. "I expected something more." "Ostentatious?" Harry suggested. "True power rarely advertises itself." As they neared, Piet pre-materialized from the shadows of a withered grove that surrounded the tower. His blue lips stretched in that disconcerting smile. "The Mother of Dragons arrives," as was foretold. His gaze shifted to Harry. "And the traveler, attuned now to our ways." "Yes, most satisfactory." Harry felt the warlock's magic probe at him, weaker than expected, but connected to something far more powerful within the tower. "We come at the invitation of the Undying Ones," Daenerys stated formally. "To seek wisdom and vision." "And so you shall," Piet promised, gesturing toward the tower. "The dragons must remain outside, however. Their fire is too unpredictable within sacred chambers." Daenerys stiffened. "My dragons go where I go." A flash of annoyance crossed the warlock's face before his smile returned. Of course. A mother must keep her children close. I merely suggest they remain with your loyal protectors while you and the traveler meet with the Undying Ones. A brief separation only." Harry and Daenerys exchanged glances. They had anticipated this request and prepared for it. "My blood riders will care for the dragons," Daenerys conceded, "but they will remain near the entrance. And at the first sign of distress from either my children or myself, they have instructions to act." It wasn't a subtle threat, but subtlety wasn't the goal. Establishing boundaries was. Piet bowed, apparently satisfied with the compromise. "Please follow me. The entrance reveals itself only to those who know its secrets." He led them around the base of the tower to a weathered door Harry would have sworn wasn't there moments before. The warlock placed his palm against it, murmuring words in a language that made Harry's ears ache slightly. The door swung inward, revealing absolute darkness. "The House of the Undying welcomes the worthy," Piet Pre intoned. "Enter freely and of your own will." Harry stepped forward first, casting a silent lumos to illuminate the passage. The light revealed a circular antechamber with 13 doors leading off in different directions. 13 doors for the 13 of Karth, he guessed. Piet Pre's smile widened. The Undying appreciate cleverness. But no, 13 paths for the 13 faces of truth. Only one leads to the Undying ones. And the others? Daenerys asked, entering behind Harry. Show visions. Truths. Possibilities. The warlock gestured expansively. All who enter the House of the Undying must find their own way. Even I cannot guide you directly to the Undying ones. Harry frowned. That seems unnecessarily complicated. Magic often is, Piet Pre replied with a shrug. The path will reveal itself to those meant to walk it. He stepped back toward the entrance. I shall wait with your companions. Take as long as you require, time flows differently within these walls. With that, he slipped out, leaving Harry and Daenerys alone in the antechamber, facing 13 identical doors. Well, Harry said dryly, that was about as helpful as a divination lesson from Professor Trelawney. Daenerys raised an eyebrow but didn't question the reference. Can your magic determine the correct path? Harry extended his magical senses, enhanced by the shade of the evening. The doors all pulsed with similar energy, making it impossible to distinguish between them. They're deliberately obscured, he concluded. But there's a pattern here. The warlocks value the number 13, and they're obsessed with prophecy and visions. He studied the floor carefully, noting barely visible markings. There's a ritual aspect to this. I think we're meant to open multiple doors, to witness visions before finding the Undying ones. A test? Daenerys suggested. Or simply their nature. They feed on experiences, memories. Harry considered their options. We should stay together, regardless of which door we choose. Daenerys nodded in agreement, her hand finding his briefly in the dimness. Together, then. Which first? Harry pointed to the door directly opposite the entrance. In magical buildings, symmetry often has meaning. Let's start with the most obvious and see where it leads. Together they approached the door, which swung open at their touch. Beyond lay not another room, but what appeared to be a sunlit garden, the Red Keep in King's Landing, if Harry's memory of Maester Luin's descriptions was accurate. A silver-haired man sat beneath a tree, playing a harp while a dark-haired woman watched with obvious adoration. That's Rhaegar, Daenerys whispered, recognition and wonder in her voice. My brother. And the woman must be Lyanna Stark. Harry watched the scene unfold with fascination. The couple seemed unaware of their presence, locked in a moment from the past, or perhaps an alternate reality. Rhaegar sang of ice and fire, of a prince that was promised, while Lyanna's hand rested protectively over her belly. She's with child, Harry realized aloud. Impossible, Daenerys began. Lyanna died before, the scene shifted abruptly. Now they stood in a tower room, where Lyanna lay in a bed soaked with blood, a newborn baby in her arms. A younger Ned Stark knelt beside her, anguish written across his features as she whispered something to him before her life slipped away. Promise me, Ned, they heard clearly, though they stood at a distance. Promise me. The vision dissolved, the door closing of its own accord. What was that? Daenerys demanded, her voice shaken. Lyanna Stark died after being kidnapped by my brother. She wasn't his lover. She didn't bear his child. History is written by the victors, Harry said quietly. And sometimes, people keep secrets to protect those they love. Daenerys's expression was troubled as they moved to another door. This one opened onto a vast ice field, where an army of the dead marched endlessly southward. Skeletal figures with burning blue eyes, led by tall, inhuman creatures made of living ice. The others, Harry breathed, remembering Jon Snow's reluctant descriptions. The White Walkers from beyond the wall. Legends, Daenerys protested, though her voice lacked conviction as she watched the horrific spectacle. Winter tales to frighten children. Not legend, Harry corrected grimly. A vision of what's coming. The scene shifted to show a massive wall of ice, the wall that Jon was now sworn to defend. Cracks spread across its surface, blue light seeping through as something ancient awakened. Again, the door closed, leaving them in the antechamber once more. These aren't just visions, Harry realized. They're warnings. Pieces of a puzzle. They tried a third door. This one revealed a throne room Harry recognized from descriptions, the great hall of the Red Keep, where the Iron Throne stood. But the roof had been partially destroyed, and snow fell on the twisted metal seat. A solitary figure approached the throne, Daenerys herself, older, harder, her hand reaching out to touch the blade-forged chair before pulling back at the last moment. The visioned Daenerys turned, seeming to look directly at them, before walking away from the throne toward a distant wailing sound, a baby's cry that grew louder as she approached a door shrouded in darkness. The real Daenerys beside Harry watched with wide eyes. Is that my future? A possible future, Harry cautioned. Remember what Kath said, what is real and what is vision blur here. They tried door after door, each revealing fragments of past, present, or possible futures. A red wedding where guests were slaughtered. A young man with stark features being named king in the north. A wall of ice collapsing beneath dragon fire. Daenerys standing before a massive horde, promising to break the wheel of power. With each vision, Harry felt a pattern emerging, a story being told through disjointed pieces. Not just Daenerys's story, but the realms. Ice and fire, repeatedly. Death and rebirth. A cycle broken and remade. After the seventh door, Harry noticed something changing in the antechamber. The doors they hadn't yet tried were fading, becoming transparent like ghost images. I think we're getting closer, he told Daenerys. The pattern is becoming clearer. Only one door now remained solid. When they approached, it opened onto a long corridor that seemed to stretch impossibly far, given the tower's dimensions from outside. Magic, Harry murmured. Space expanded internally. They followed the corridor, which spiraled gradually upward. Along the walls, niches held preserved figures, ancient warlocks, Harry presumed, their withered bodies sustained by whatever magic permeated this place. Their eyes, though sunken, seemed to follow their progress. Creepy, Harry commented, keeping his wand at the ready. Ancestors of the Undying Ones, Daenerys suggested. Watching over their domain. At last, the corridor opened onto a vast circular chamber. At its center sat a massive crystal structure that pulsed with blue-white light, the heart of the House of the Undying's power. Surrounding it were figures that barely qualified as human, translucent, ancient beyond measure, with skin like parchment stretched over bone. They floated inches above the ground, arranged in a perfect circle. The Undying Ones, Daenerys whispered. One figure separated from the circle, approaching them with agonizing slowness. When it spoke, its lips didn't move, instead, the voice seemed to emanate from the crystal itself. Mother of Dragons, it greeted. Traveler between worlds. We have awaited you. Harry felt the immense magical power concentrated in this room, not from the withered figures themselves, but from the crystal they surrounded. It pulsed with energy remarkably similar to what he'd felt during the ritual that had brought him to this world. You know why we've come, he said, addressing the entity directly. We know all paths, the voice confirmed. Yours from another world. Hers to a throne of swords. Both intertwined with the song of ice and fire. I seek knowledge, Daenerys stated firmly. Visions that will help me reclaim my birthright. And I seek a way home, Harry added. A passage between worlds. The figure's lipless mouth stretched in what might have been a smile. Both seek doors. Different doors, yet the same. It gestured toward the crystal. Approach. Touch. See. Harry exchanged a glance with Daenerys. The invitation was exactly what they'd hoped for, yet something felt wrong. The magical energy was too eager, too hungry. Together? Daenerys suggested. Harry nodded, and they stepped forward as one, each extending a hand toward the pulsing crystal. The moment their fingers touched the surface, the room transformed. The withered Undying Ones suddenly appeared much more solid, their eyes glowing with the same blue light as the crystal. They began to move with unnatural speed, surrounding Daenerys and Harry in a tightening circle. Mother of Dragons, they whispered in unison, their voices no longer ethereal but hungry and wet. Stay with us forever. Traveler, they hissed to Harry. Your power will sustain us for 1,000 years. Harry felt a magical drain beginning. These creatures were attempting to siphon their life energy. With practiced precision, he cast a shield charm, enclosing himself and Daenerys in a protective bubble. A trap, Daenerys realized, her eyes widening. They never intended to help us. They feed on magical energy, Harry confirmed, maintaining the shield as the Undying pressed against it. And we're the richest meal they've encountered in centuries. The crystal pulsed faster, its light turning from blue to an angry red. The chamber itself seemed to contract, the walls closing in as reality warped around them. Your shield won't hold forever, wizard, the Undying taunted in their collective voice. And when it falls, we will feast on your essence drop by drop, for eternity. Harry knew they were right, already he could feel the drain on his magic, accelerated by whatever power the crystal was exerting. Conventional magic wouldn't be enough. Then he remembered Kaith's words. Trust not with your eyes, but with your magic. Daenerys, he said urgently, call to your dragons. She looked startled. They're outside the tower. Trust me. Call them with your mind, with your magic. The bond works both ways. Understanding dawned in her violet eyes. She closed them, concentrating fiercely, reaching out through the magical bond Harry had observed between her and her children. For a long moment, nothing happened. The shield weakened further, the Undying pressing closer, their desiccated hands reaching through in places, grasping at their clothing. Then they felt it, a distant roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the tower. Another followed, then a third. The dragons had heard their mother's call. Impossible, the Undying hissed. The wards, a tremendous crash interrupted them as the wall of the chamber exploded inward. Drogon, already the size of a small pony despite his youth, burst through the opening, followed closely by Viserion and Regal. Their scales gleamed in the crystal's light, their eyes blazing with protective fury. Dracarys, Daenerys commanded, her voice ringing with authority. 3 jets of flame erupted simultaneously, engulfing the nearest Undying Ones, who shrieked as their withered bodies ignited like parchment. The crystal itself seemed to recoil from the dragon fire, its light flickering erratically. Harry dropped the shield, redirecting his magic. Bombarda Maxima, he shouted, pointing his wand at the crystal. The explosion was spectacular. Shards of crystal flew in all directions as the magical heart of the House of the Undying shattered. The remaining Undying Ones wailed in unified agony as their source of power disintegrated. Time to leave, Harry announced, grabbing Daenerys's hand. The whole structure is destabilizing. Indeed, the chamber was already beginning to collapse, reality reasserting itself as the warlocks' magic failed. The dragons wheeled overhead, screeching triumphantly before diving through the opening they'd created. Harry pulled Daenerys toward the hole, but she resisted. Wait. She pointed to a small alcove that had been revealed behind the shattered crystal. Within it sat a bundle wrapped in ancient leather. Without hesitation, she darted forward and snatched it, tucking it securely under her arm before rejoining Harry. "Now we can go," she said with a determined smile. Together they climbed through the broken wall, emerging onto a precarious ledge high on the tower's exterior. Below, chaos reigned. Ser Jorah and the Blood Riders were engaged in combat with Piet Pri and several other warlocks, while the tower itself was beginning to crumble, stones falling like rain. "Hold tight," Harry instructed, wrapping an arm securely around Daenerys's waist. She looked momentarily startled but complied, gripping him firmly. "Descendo lente." He cast, and they began floating gently downward, bypassing the crumbling stonework. When they landed among their companions, the fighting paused momentarily as everyone, friend and foe alike, stared at their miraculous descent. "Khaleesi!" Ser Jorah exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. The warlocks attacked the moment the dragons broke free. "The House of the Undying dies," Piet Pri wailed, his composed facade completely shattered. "Centuries of power, of knowledge, you've destroyed everything." "You tried to trap us," Daenerys replied coldly. "To feed on us like parasites. Be grateful my dragons don't feast on your flesh in return." As if understanding her words, Drogon landed beside her with a threatening hiss, smoke curling from his nostrils. Viserion and Rhaegal circled overhead, screeching challenges at the warlocks. Piet Pri's blue lips trembled with rage. "This isn't over, Mother of Dragons. The 13 will do nothing," came a new voice. Kaith emerged from the shadows, her masked face unreadable as always. "Without the power of the Undying, the warlocks are merely men with blue lips and delusions of grandeur." The tower gave a final, groaning shudder before collapsing entirely, a cloud of dust rising into the Karthine sky. The remaining warlocks fled as their ancient seat of power was reduced to rubble. "We should leave quickly," Harry advised, eyeing the gathering crowd of onlookers. "This won't endear us to the people of Karth." "Agreed," Daenerys said briskly. "Back to Xaro's palace to collect our things, then to the docks. Our time in Karth is finished." As they made their way through the stunned crowd, Harry noticed Kaith keeping pace beside them. "You knew this would happen," he accused quietly. "I knew possibilities," she corrected. "The Undying were parasites, feeding on the magic of this world for millennia. Their destruction was necessary. And you used us to accomplish it," Daenerys observed, not a question but a statement. Kaith inclined her head slightly. "As you used their knowledge. A fair exchange, wouldn't you say?" Harry noticed the bundle Daenerys still carried securely under her arm. "What did you take from the tower?" "Something that belonged to my family," she replied cryptically. "Something the warlocks stole long ago." As they reached the base of the hill, Kaith stopped. "This is where I leave you. Daenerys Stormborn, your path takes you west eventually, but not yet. Look to the east for strength. Look to the north for ice. Look to the fire within." Before either could question her cryptic advice, she turned to Harry. "Traveler, you sought a door home, and found it not where you expected. The key lies in blood and fire, not the warlocks, but the dragons." "The dragon eggs," Harry realized. "You knew all along." "I know patterns," Kaith corrected. "The Undying sought immortality through stealing others' essence. True power comes from sacrifice freely given." With those final words, she slipped away into the gathering crowd, vanishing as thoroughly as if she'd disapparated. "Cheerful woman," Harry commented dryly. Despite the danger, Daenerys laughed, a genuine sound that reminded Harry of her youth. "She reminds me of you, actually. Mysterious, appears and disappears at will, speaks in riddles." "I do not speak in riddles," Harry protested. "Magic follows patterns across worlds," she mimicked. "Dragon fire exists in a state between matter and energy." "Riddles, wizard." Harry conceded with a smile as they rejoined their companions. The dragons, sensing the immediate danger had passed, had calmed somewhat, though they remained vigilant. Drogon in particular watched the Karthine crowds with predatory interest. By the time they reached Xaro's palace, word of the destruction of the House of the Undying had preceded them. Servants scattered at their approach, and Xaro himself was conspicuously absent. Preparing to denounce us to the rest of the 13, no doubt, Ser Jorah predicted grimly as they gathered their belongings. We have hours at most before Karth turns against us officially. Then we use those hours wisely, Daenerys decided. To the docks. We'll need a ship. With what coin? Jorah asked. Our resources are limited. Daenerys smiled, a hint of the dragon in her expression. We have something better than coin. She turned to Harry. Can your magic convince a captain to transport us to our next destination? Harry considered this. I could confund someone, I suppose, though I generally avoid mind magic except in emergencies. This qualifies, she assured him. And where exactly is our next destination? For that, Harry had no immediate answer. The House of the Undying had provided more questions than answers regarding his path home. But Kaith's parting words echoed in his mind. The key lies in blood and fire, not the warlocks, but the dragons. Astapor, he decided finally. The dragons need space to grow, and you need an army. Ser Jorah mentioned the Unsullied there, elite warriors who would serve your cause. Daenerys nodded, accepting his reasoning. Astapor, then. And on the journey, you can help me understand this. She finally unwrapped the bundle she'd taken from the tower. Inside lay 3 objects, a small, ancient book bound in dragon hide, a dagger with a blade of what appeared to be frozen fire, and a dragon egg, not petrified like the ones that had hatched her children, but preserved somehow, its black and crimson scales still gleaming with an inner light. By all the gods, Ser Jorah breathed. Another egg. Not just any egg, Daenerys corrected, her fingers tracing the scales reverently. This is older, different. The book is in Valyrian, but from what I can make out, this egg was preserved from before the doom of Valyria itself. Harry stared at the egg, sensing the dormant magical energy within. Unlike Daenerys's hatched dragons, which radiated wild, fiery magic, this egg contained something more controlled, more refined. The key, he murmured, recalling Kaith's words. Not to hatching, but to passages between worlds. As the Karth they had briefly called home fell into chaos behind them, Harry and Daenerys led their small band toward the docks and the next chapter in their unlikely alliance. The dragons had grown, survivors of an ancient trap had become enemies, and the magical connection between worlds had revealed itself in unexpected ways. For Daenerys, the path to the Iron Throne remained long and arduous. For Harry, the possibility of home had never seemed more tantalizing, nor more complicated by the bonds he'd formed in this strange world. Blood and fire. Ice and fire. The patterns repeated, woven through prophecies and possibilities like threads in a cosmic tapestry. And somewhere within that pattern lay the answers they both sought. Chapter 3, Winter is Coming. The shivering sea lived up to its name. Slate-gray waves crashed against the hull of the trading galley Titan's Daughter as it fought its way north along the eastern coast of Westeros. Salt spray stung Harry's face as he stood at the bow, his cloak whipping violently in the wind. Despite the discomfort, he remained fixed in place, scanning the horizon through a pair of Valyrian far eyes, this world's equivalent of binoculars, though crafted with magic rather than precision optics. Behind him, secured to the deck with heavy chains that were more symbolic than functional, Viserion dozed. The cream-and-gold dragon had grown tremendously in the 8 months since Karth. No longer the size of a dog, he now rivaled a small horse, his wingspan stretching nearly 30 feet when fully extended. Despite his fearsome appearance, he had maintained his affection for Harry, forming a bond that had surprised everyone, most of all Daenerys. Land ahead, called the lookout from the crow's nest. White Harbor, by my reckoning. Harry lowered the far eyes, a strange mix of anticipation and dread settling in his stomach. Westeros. He was returning to where his journey in this world had begun, though under vastly different circumstances. The ship's captain, a brash Bravosi named Ternesio Teres, appeared at his side. "Your first time to the north, Lord Wizard." "My second," Harry corrected absently. "Though my first visit was, less conspicuous." The captain laughed heartily. "Nothing conspicuous about arriving with a dragon, eh? The Northmen will shit themselves at the sight." Harry smiled despite himself. Captain Teres was crude but refreshingly direct after months of political maneuvering in Essos. "Hence why we're making landfall at dusk, and why your crew is being paid handsomely for their discretion." Teres made a gesture of sealing his lips. "We Bravosi know how to keep secrets, especially when they're profitable secrets." He glanced back at the sleeping dragon. "Though I still think you're mad to separate from the Dragon Queen. 3 dragons make for better protection than 1. The Queen has her path, and I have mine," Harry replied simply. "Temporarily." What he didn't say was how difficult the decision had been for both of them. After Karth, they had traveled to Astapor, where Daenerys had acquired her army of Unsullied through a brilliant and terrible act of liberation. From there to Yunkai, and finally Meereen, where she had decided to remain, to rule rather than to conquer, at least for a time. "Learn to be a queen," Harry had advised as they stood on the Great Pyramid overlooking her newest conquest. "Before you try to rule 7 kingdoms, master ruling 1 city. And you'll find your way home through ice rather than fire," she'd questioned, violet eyes searching his. "The Valyrian text we found in Karth mentions a connection between the magic of dragons and the magic beyond the wall," he'd explained. "2 sides of the same coin, fire and ice. To understand one completely, I need to understand both. And the threat these White Walkers pose? That has nothing to do with your decision." Her tone made it clear she knew better. Harry had smiled ruefully. Saving people thing. Old habit. The arrangement had been unusual but practical. Daenerys would remain in Meereen with Drogon and Rhaegal, consolidating her power and growing her forces. Harry would take Viserion north to investigate the wall and the threats beyond, while searching for the magical connection that might send him home. They would reunite when either found what they sought, or when circumstances demanded it. Few understood their decision, least of all Ser Jorah, who had viewed their separation as madness. "The dragons are strongest together," he protested. "As are you." But Daenerys had seen the wisdom in Harry's plan. "We multiply our knowledge," she'd countered. "And our influence. Let the 7 kingdoms hear of dragons in the east and magic in the north. Let them wonder which threat to face first." Now, as White Harbor appeared on the horizon, Harry wondered if they'd made the right choice. Viserion stirred behind him, sensing his unease. "Easy," Harry murmured, reaching back to stroke the dragon's warm scales. "We're nearly there." The dragon rumbled deep in his chest but settled again. Their bond had grown stronger with each passing month. Not the same as Daenerys's connection, she would always be the mother of dragons, but something unique. Harry had come to understand that Viserion had chosen him as much as he had chosen Viserion. "We'll make landfall in a hidden cove north of the city," Captain Teres informed him, interrupting his thoughts. "My first mate knows a place. Better for your conspicuous friend." Harry nodded gratefully. "Thank you. Remember, not a word about the Dragon Queen or her location. As far as anyone in Westeros is concerned, I acquired Viserion through my own means." "And they'll believe that?" Teres asked skeptically. "People tend to believe what makes sense to them," Harry replied with a shrug. "A wizard with a dragon makes as much sense as anything else." As dusk fell, the Titan's daughter veered away from White Harbor's main port, following the coastline north until they reached a secluded cove sheltered by towering pines. The anchor dropped with a splash, and rowboats were lowered for the short journey to shore. Transporting Viserion proved less complicated than anticipated. Once the dragon understood they were disembarking, he simply launched himself from the deck with a powerful sweep of his wings, circling overhead as Harry's belongings were rowed ashore. "Your gold, as promised," Harry said, handing Captain Teres a heavy pouch. With a bonus for your silence. The Bravosi weighed the pouch appreciatively. A pleasure doing business, wizard. If you ever need passage again. He left the offer hanging. I'll find you, Harry assured him. Safe journey home. Once the rowboats had returned to the ship, Harry stood alone on the rocky beach. Above, Viserion continued to circle, occasionally diving to skim the water's surface. The dragon's pale scales gleamed in the moonlight, making secrecy something of a moot point, but Harry hoped distance from settlements would provide at least temporary anonymity. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag erupted from his wand tip, illuminating the beach with ethereal light. Harry had modified the spell during their months in Essos, adapting it to carry messages similar to the Order's method during the war. Message for Jon Snow at Castle Black, he instructed the Patronus. Jon, it's Harry Potter. I've returned to the north with urgent information about the threat beyond the wall. I also bring a significant ally. Meet me at Queen's Crown in 7 days' time if you can. If not, I'll find my way to you. The stag bowed its antlered head before bounding away, racing north faster than any living creature could manage. Harry had no idea if the Patronus would successfully navigate the hundreds of miles to Castle Black, but it was worth attempting. He'd developed several contingency plans regardless. Viserion, he called. The dragon responded immediately, landing on the beach with surprising grace for his size. We need to find shelter for the night, away from curious eyes. Viserion rumbled agreement, lowering his shoulder in what had become their routine invitation for Harry to mount. Climbing onto a dragon was nothing like mounting a broom or even a hippogriff. The scales were hot to the touch, and finding secure handholds without damaging the delicate membrane where scales met wing required practice. Harry had fashioned a simple harness that helped, though Viserion tolerated it grudgingly. Once secured, Harry patted the dragon's neck. Let's find a cave or sheltered valley. Slowly, mind you. No need to announce our presence just yet. Viserion launched skyward with a powerful thrust that still took Harry's breath away after months of flying together. The sensation was exhilarating in a way that even Quidditch had never matched, raw power and primal connection that made broomstick seem tame by comparison. They flew north along the coastline, staying high enough to appear as nothing more than a large bird to any casual observer below. The landscape of the north spread out beneath them, vast forests, rolling hills, and occasional settlements marked by pinpricks of light in the gathering darkness. After an hour's flight, Viserion descended toward a promising location, a sheltered valley with a small lake, far from any visible human habitation. As they landed, Harry cast detection spells to ensure they were truly alone. This will do nicely, he decided, dismounting. Incendio. A campfire sprang to life, earning a disdainful snort from Viserion, who could produce far more impressive flames at will. The dragon settled nearby, wings folded neatly against his sides, watching as Harry established their camp with practiced efficiency. A series of spells created a comfortable shelter, protective wards, and warming charms against the northern chill. Though summer still technically held in the Seven Kingdoms, the north maintained its own climate, cool even in the warmest months, with frequent mists and sudden storms. As Harry prepared a simple meal from his provisions, his thoughts turned to the complex political landscape he was re-entering. Much had changed since his departure from Winterfell. Ravens had brought news even to distant Meereen, Ned Stark executed for treason. Robb Stark declared king in the north. Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon both claiming the Iron Throne. The Seven Kingdoms fractured by war. And beyond it all, the growing threat that few acknowledged, the White Walkers stirring beyond the wall, gathering their army of the dead. Harry had shared everything he'd learned with Daenerys, who'd listened with increasing concern. These White Walkers, she'd asked, they raised the dead to fight for them? According to the records I found in the Citadel, yes, Harry had confirmed. An army that grows with every kill. Then they're a threat to any throne I might win, she'd reasoned. Perhaps an even greater threat than the usurpers. Her perception had impressed him. Most rulers would focus solely on their immediate enemies. I am not most rulers, she replied simply. The memory brought a smile to Harry's face as he finished his meal. No, Daenerys Targaryen was certainly not most rulers. In the months they'd traveled together, he'd watched her grow from an uncertain girl into a formidable queen, one who made mistakes, certainly, but who learned from them and whose compassion tempered her dragon's fury. Whether that balance would hold in the crucible of Westerosi politics remained to be seen. Viserion had wandered to the lake's edge, hunting fish with surprising delicacy for a creature his size. Harry watched the dragon's methodical movements, marveling again at the intelligence these creatures displayed. Not like the dragons of his world, more sentient, more connected to their human companions. We've got a long journey ahead, he called to Viserion, who glanced back briefly before returning to his fishing. Pace yourself. As he settled into his magically enhanced bedroll, Harry's thoughts turned to Jon Snow. The quiet, honorable young man he befriended at Winterfell was now a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, defending a wall that most of Westeros had forgotten was necessary. According to the fragmented reports that had reached Essos, the Watch was desperately undermanned and under-resourced, even as threats beyond the wall multiplied. Would Jon welcome his return? Or would Harry's association with the Targaryen name complicate matters with the Stark-loyal North? One problem at a time, he murmured to himself as sleep approached. Tomorrow they would begin the journey to Queen's Crown, an abandoned watchtower near the gift that Harry had identified as a suitable meeting place, remote enough for privacy, yet known to members of the Night's Watch. Above him, the stars of this foreign world wheeled in patterns he still found strange, a constant reminder of how far he was from home. Yet increasingly, faces from this world filled his thoughts as much as those he'd left behind. Daenerys with her unwavering determination. Tyrion Lannister and his sharp wit. Jon Snow and his quiet honor. Harry drifted into sleep wondering if, should he find a way home, he would actually take it. Queen's Crown stood in solitary abandonment, a weathered stone watchtower rising from a small island in the center of a lake. Once a thriving village had surrounded it, but now only crumbling foundations remained, reclaimed by wild grasses and stubborn shrubs. Harry approached on foot, leaving Viserion hunting in the hills several miles away. The dragon had proven remarkably responsive to instructions regarding staying hidden, whether from intelligence or the magical bond they shared, Harry couldn't be certain. The agreed meeting day had arrived, but there was no sign of Jon Snow or any representative from the Night's Watch. Harry wasn't particularly surprised. Messages carried by Patronus were hardly conventional in this world, and Jon's duties might not allow him to leave the wall easily. He made his way to the base of the tower, examining the weathered stonework. A small boat lay half hidden in the reeds by the shore, suggesting the tower was occasionally visited. Using a simple charm to check for stability, Harry propelled the boat across the lake with a flick of his wand. The tower's interior was dusty but structurally sound. Narrow windows provided excellent visibility in all directions, perfect for watching the surrounding landscape for approaching visitors. Harry settled into wait, establishing basic comforts with a few spells and preparing himself for the possibility that he might need to journey to Castle Black instead. Midday passed without incident. Harry maintained a watching brief, dividing his attention between the surrounding lands and the ancient Valyrian text he'd been studying since Karth. The book, which Daenerys had taken from the House of the Undying, contained tantalizing references to the northern magic of ice as a counterbalance to Valyrian fire magic. If his translation was correct, the two forms of magic were connected, opposing forces that together created a balance necessary for stable magical workings. The theory aligned with Harry's experiences in his own world. Magical opposites often created the most powerful effects when properly combined. Love and death. Creation and destruction. Fire and ice. A movement on the northern horizon interrupted his study. Riders, perhaps a dozen, approaching at a steady pace. Harry closed the book and moved to a better vantage point, using the far eyes to study the newcomers. Black clothing. It had to be men of the Night's Watch. He descended the tower quickly, crossing back to the mainland in the small boat. By the time the riders came into clear view, Harry was waiting calmly, his wand concealed but accessible in his sleeve. Leading the group was the familiar figure of Jon Snow, though changed from their last meeting. His face was leaner, harder, with a new scar cutting across one eye. He rode with the confidence of command, the massive white form of Ghost loping alongside his horse. "Harry Potter," Jon called as they drew near, a mixture of disbelief and welcome in his voice. "When your message found me, I hardly believed it." "Magical messengers can be startling," Harry acknowledged with a smile. "Thank you for coming." Jon dismounted, approaching with genuine warmth despite his obvious wariness. They clasped forearms in the manner of Westeros. "You look well," Harry observed. "Command suits you." "Acting command," Jon corrected. "Lord Commander Mormont leads a ranging beyond the wall. I remain as Castle Black's acting commander in his absence." This was unexpected news. "A ranging? How large?" 300 brothers, Jon replied, his expression grave. "Seeking answers about missing rangers, wildling movements, and—" He hesitated, glancing at his companions. "The White Walkers," Harry finished for him. "That's primarily why I've returned, Jon. The threat beyond the wall is real, and it's growing." A ripple of murmurs passed through the black-clad men. One stepped forward, older, heavy-set, with kind eyes that studied Harry with scholarly interest. "Samwell Tarly," Jon introduced him. "My closest friend at the wall, and the most knowledgeable brother we have regarding legends of the Long Night." Harry extended his hand to Sam, who shook it with barely contained excitement. "You're really him? The wizard who saved Bran Stark from falling?" "The same," Harry confirmed. "Though I've learned a great deal more since then. Including about dragons, I hear," came another voice, familiar, sardonic, unmistakable. Harry turned in surprise to find Tyrion Lannister astride a specially designed saddle, regarding him with that same shrewd, mismatched gaze. "Lord Tyrion," Harry greeted him, genuinely pleased despite the complication his presence represented. "I didn't expect to find you at the wall." "Nor I you, though rumors reached King's Landing of a foreign wizard with a dragon in the east." Tyrion's expression was carefully neutral. "My sister found such tales particularly interesting, given your disappearance from Winterfell coincided with certain revelations." The implication was clear. Cersei connected Harry to Bran's discovery of her incest with Jaime. "I'm not here for Lannister family politics," Harry said firmly. "I'm here about the threat beyond the wall, a threat to all of Westeros, regardless of which family sits the Iron Throne." Jon Snow intervened smoothly. "Lord Tyrion is returning to King's Landing after visiting the wall. He was our guest at Castle Black while arranging transport south. A fortunate coincidence that places me in most interesting company," Tyrion added. "A Night's Watch commander, a wizard, and if rumors are true." His eyes gleamed with undisguised curiosity. "A dragon?" Harry measured his response carefully. Tyrion Lannister was dangerously intelligent, and while Harry had found him personally likable, the dwarf's family loyalties remained an unknown factor. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation somewhere more private," he suggested, nodding toward the tower. Jon agreed, ordering most of his men to establish a perimeter while he, Sam, Tyrion, and 2 senior black brothers accompanied Harry across the lake to Queen's Crown. Inside the tower, Harry cast privacy charms before addressing the gathered men. "What I'm about to share involves magic most of you believe exists only in legend, threats your southern lords dismiss as children's tales, and yes, Lord Tyrion, a dragon." Tyrion leaned forward, fascination overriding caution. "I knew it. The rumors from Karth were true." "Partly," Harry acknowledged. "I did acquire a dragon in the east. His name is Viserion." "Viserion," Tyrion repeated thoughtfully. "A Targaryen naming convention." Harry neither confirmed nor denied the observation. "More importantly, during my travels in Essos, I researched extensively about the White Walkers, or the Others, as they're called in older texts. What I discovered aligns with reports from beyond the wall. They're gathering an army. An army of the dead. Sam Tarly gasped softly. The whites from old Nan's stories. Not just stories, Jon said grimly. We've encountered them. I killed one in the Lord Commander's tower, a dead man risen to walk again, with burning blue eyes. Fire destroyed it when steel couldn't. Harry nodded. Fire is one method. In my world, we had similar creatures called inferi. Fire spells were most effective against them. Your world. One of the Black brothers, Ser Alistair Thorne, Jon had called him, spoke up with undisguised skepticism. You claim to be from another world entirely? I am, Harry confirmed simply. Arrived through a magical accident, been seeking a way home since. But that's secondary to the immediate threat. Which is what, exactly? Tyrion asked. Dead men walking, ice demons from legend. Forgive my skepticism, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Harry appreciated the dwarf's directness. Fair enough. I can demonstrate my magic easily enough. With a flick of his wand, he levitated Tyrion's wine cup, transformed it into a small bird that flew around the room, then returned it to its original form. Tyrion blinked, genuinely startled despite having heard of Harry's abilities. Impressive parlor tricks, but not evidence of ice demons. I've seen them, Jon stated flatly. So has Sam. So have other brothers who ventured beyond the wall. And I've found historical accounts that match exactly what's being reported now, Harry added. The same patterns from the long night thousands of years ago. Winter comes, and with it, the White Walkers lead an army of the dead against the living. Ser Alistair snorted derisively. Convenient that these threats appear just as the North rebels against the Iron Throne. Ghost stories to frighten southern armies. Jon's expression hardened. The threats beyond the wall have nothing to do with southern politics. The dead don't care which king you serve. Which brings me to why I'm here, Harry interjected, redirecting the conversation. I believe there's a connection between dragon magic, fire magic, and the ice magic of the White Walkers. Understanding that connection might help defeat them. Sam's eyes widened. The dragon glass. Jon, remember what Maester Luin said about Valyrian steel and dragonglass? Jon nodded slowly. Weapons forged with magic, supposedly effective against the others. Exactly, Harry confirmed. The ancient texts describe a balance between ice and fire magic. When that balance tips too far in either direction, catastrophe follows. The long night was ice ascendant. The doom of Valyria was fire unchecked. Tyrion studied Harry with new intensity. And now, after centuries without dragons, suddenly they return, just as these White Walkers reappear. That's your theory? It's more than theory, Harry replied. It's pattern. Magic follows patterns, both in my world and yours. I need to understand the White Walkers to understand dragons fully, and vice versa. Which means you need access to the wall, Jon concluded. And possibly beyond it. Yes. The wall itself is magical, spells woven into the ice, according to the texts I've studied. I need to examine it, and ideally, encounter these White Walkers directly. The room fell silent as the implications settled. Finally, Tyrion spoke, his tone carefully measured. While I find this academic discussion fascinating, surely you realize the political implications of a foreign wizard with a dragon appearing in the north during a rebellion? Harry met his gaze steadily. I'm not here to fight in your war, Lord Tyrion. I'm here to understand and potentially help stop an existential threat. Noble intentions, Tyrion acknowledged, but my sister and nephew, who currently sit the Iron Throne, may not appreciate such distinctions. Particularly when dragons are involved. Your sister would be wise to fear what lies beyond the wall more than she fears me or my dragon, Harry replied. Tyrion laughed without humor. Wisdom has never been Cersei's defining characteristic, I'm afraid. Jon Snow had been watching this exchange thoughtfully. Now he turned to Harry with a directness characteristic of the North. You said in your message that you bring a significant ally. I assume you meant the dragon. Can we see it? Harry considered the request. Revealing Viserion was a calculated risk, but these men needed to understand the gravity of what he was telling them. And frankly, hiding a dragon for long was virtually impossible. Yes, he decided. But not here. There's a clearing in the hills 2 miles north where he hunts. We'll go there. The journey to the clearing was tense with anticipation. Even Ser Aliser's skepticism had given way to wary curiosity. As they approached the designated location, Harry moved ahead of the group. Wait here, he instructed. Let me call him first. Standing alone in the center of the clearing, Harry raised his wand to his throat. Sonorous. Viserion. To me. His magically amplified voice echoed across the hills. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a distant screech answered, followed by the unmistakable sound of massive wings displacing air. Viserion appeared over the eastern ridgeline, sunlight gleaming on cream and gold scales as he dove toward Harry with breathtaking speed. At the last moment, the dragon pulled up, landing with surprising delicacy for a creature his size. The reactions from the watching men were exactly as expected. The Night's Watch brothers stumbled back in shocked awe. Sam Tarly actually fell to his knees. Jon Snow stood his ground, though Ghost pressed against his side, hackles raised. And Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion's face transformed with wonder, decades falling away to reveal the boy who had dreamed of dragons. By all the gods, he whispered, stepping forward despite Jon's restraining hand. He's magnificent. Viserion swung his massive head toward the newcomers, golden eyes assessing each in turn. A low rumble vibrated in his chest, not quite threatening, but certainly not welcoming either. It's all right, Harry soothed, stroking the dragon's neck. They're friends. Well, mostly. How big will he get? Sam asked, finding his voice though he remained kneeling. Much bigger, Harry replied. He's young yet, not even a year old. This information seemed to stun them even more than the dragon's presence. The histories say Balerion the Black Dread could swallow an aurochs whole, Tyrion said, still staring in undisguised fascination. His wingspan cast entire towns in shadow. Viserion may never grow quite that large, Harry explained, but eventually, yes, he'll be comparable to the dragons of old Valyria. Jon Snow approached cautiously, Ghost reluctantly following. The direwolf and dragon regarded each other with mutual wariness. A wolf the size of a horse and a dragon, Jon observed. Old Nan would say the old magic is returning to the world. She wouldn't be wrong, Harry agreed. The question is why now, after centuries? And what it means for the coming winter, Jon added grimly. Tyrion finally tore his gaze from Viserion. I believe I owe you an apology, Mr. Potter. When you spoke of White Walkers and ancient magic, I was skeptical. But this. He gestured toward the dragon. This makes even the most fantastical claims suddenly plausible. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Then perhaps you'll take a message to King's Landing. Not to incite panic, but to plant a seed of awareness about the true threat. I could, Tyrion conceded, though I doubt it would find fertile ground. Cersei is preoccupied with maintaining power, and Joffrey. He grimaced. Let's just say my nephew's interests tend toward the immediate rather than the existential. Try anyway, Harry urged. Every kingdom, every house that prepares, improves our chances when winter truly comes. The afternoon passed with questions, demonstrations of both dragon and magic, and increasingly serious discussions about the White Walker threat. By dusk, even Ser Aliser's skepticism had transformed into grudging consideration. As they prepared to depart, Jon and his men for Castle Black, Tyrion for his journey south, Harry made his final request. I need to come to the wall, Jon. To study it, to understand its magic. Jon hesitated only briefly. The Watch takes no part in the wars of the realm. If you come solely to help against the threats beyond, you'll be welcome. He glanced meaningfully at Viserion. Though your friend may cause some consternation. He can remain at a distance, Harry assured him. I didn't bring him to intimidate or threaten. Just to incinerate the occasional White Walker. Tyrion suggested with gallows humor. If necessary, Harry acknowledged. Dragon fire might prove quite effective against creatures of ice. As they parted ways, Tyrion lingered behind the others, approaching Harry with uncharacteristic seriousness. A word of advice, wizard, he said quietly. Westeros is not Essos. Dragons here are not curiosities, they're weapons of House Targaryen, a dynasty my family helped destroy. No matter your intentions, you will be viewed as a threat. I understand the perception, Harry replied. But perceptions can change when faced with greater dangers. Perhaps. Tyrion didn't sound convinced. But consider this, the moment word reaches King's Landing that a dragon flies over the north, my sister will assume an alliance between the Starks and the last Targaryen. The war will escalate beyond measure. Harry frowned. I've made no alliance with House Stark. Haven't you? Tyrion raised an eyebrow. You saved Brandon Stark's life. You now return to aid Jon Snow. Perceptions, wizard. They matter in the Game of Thrones. With those parting words, Tyrion rejoined his escort, leaving Harry with much to consider as he watched them depart. Viserion nudged his shoulder gently, sensing his troubled thoughts. We've stirred the pot, haven't we? Harry murmured to the dragon. Let's hope we haven't made things worse. Castle Black huddled against the northern face of the wall like a child seeking protection from a giant. The ancient fortress had clearly seen better days, crumbling towers, understaffed defenses, and an air of faded purpose that reminded Harry painfully of the Ministry of Magic after the war. He approached on foot, having left Viserion concealed in a valley several miles south. The dragon had been restless since their arrival near the wall 3 days earlier, sensing the ancient magic embedded in the massive ice structure. The gates opened at his approach, Jon Snow waiting to greet him personally. Behind him stood an ancient maester in Night's Watch black, his blind eyes milky white but somehow still perceptive. Harry Potter, Jon welcomed him with a clasped arm. Allow me to introduce Maester Luin of the Night's Watch. An honor, Maester, Harry said, bowing slightly to the elderly man. The wizard with the dragon, Luin's voice was soft but clear. I never thought to live long enough to hear dragons had returned to the world. Something in the maester's tone caught Harry's attention. You knew them before? A sad smile creased Luin's ancient face. I was born Luin Targaryen, brother to Aegon V. I came to the wall when dragons were but memories and bones. Harry stared in surprise. A living Targaryen, here at the wall. Daenerys would be astonished to learn she wasn't as alone as she'd believed. Your great-niece would be honored to meet you, he said without thinking. The words hung in the frigid air. Jon's expression sharpened, while Maester Luin went very still. So it's true, the old man whispered. Daenerys lives. And has dragons. Harry realized his mistake immediately. While he'd planned to be honest about his connection to Daenerys eventually, blurting it out within moments of arrival was hardly strategic. Perhaps we should continue this conversation privately, Jon suggested, eyeing the curious onlookers gathering in the courtyard. They retreated to the Lord Commander's tower, where Sam Tarly joined them. Once privacy was assured, Harry faced the inevitable questions directly. Yes, I know Daenerys Targaryen. Yes, she has dragons, 3 of them, including Viserion, whom she entrusted to me for this journey. The dragon was never yours, Jon observed, not accusingly but with dawning understanding. Not in the sense of ownership, no. Dragons aren't possessions, Harry confirmed. But Viserion formed a bond with me, and Daenerys recognized the value in what I might learn at the wall. Maester Luin leaned forward eagerly. Tell me of her. This last daughter of my brother's line. Harry chose his words carefully, painting an honest portrait of the complex young queen he'd come to respect. She has your family's determination and vision, he concluded. But she's fighting against the worst of your family's impulses. The fire that can warm or consume. The coin lands differently for each Targaryen, Aemon murmured. Madness or greatness? She aspires to greatness, Harry said. Whether she achieves it depends partly on whether Westeros gives her the chance. Jon had been listening thoughtfully. Now he asked the question Harry had been expecting: does she intend to reclaim the Iron Throne? Eventually, yes. It's her stated purpose. Harry saw no point in dissembling. But she's not ready yet, nor are her dragons. She remains in Meereen, learning to rule. And when she is ready? Jon pressed. The North has declared for Robb Stark as king in the North. Will she accept an independent Northern Kingdom? It was a fair question with significant implications. Harry had discussed this very issue with Daenerys on multiple occasions. She believes in her claim to all 7 kingdoms, he replied honestly. But she's also practical. Her priority is removing the Lannisters from power, not subjugating those with legitimate grievances against the Iron Throne. A diplomatic answer, Jon observed. The truth, Harry countered. Politics are complicated. But right now, my concern, and increasingly hers, is the threat beyond the wall. A threat that makes the question of who sits on what throne secondary. Sam, who had been quietly taking notes, looked up. You said the White Walkers are creatures of ice magic. Could dragon fire destroy them? I believe so, Harry nodded. The ancient texts suggest the last time the White Walkers were defeated, it was through a combination of dragonglass, Valyrian steel, and possibly dragon fire, though that last part is more implied than stated directly. We have dragonglass, Jon mentioned. A cache discovered wrapped in a Night's Watch cloak beyond the wall. Sam's been studying it. And I found references in old manuscripts, Sam added eagerly. Dragonglass was used by the children of the forest against the others. They called it frozen fire. Harry's interest sharpened. That matches what I've learned. The children understood the balance between ice and fire magic better than anyone. Their rituals maintained that balance for centuries. Until they disappeared, Maester Luin noted. Along with the giants, the dragons, and other magical creatures. Magic retreated from the world, Harry agreed. But now it's returning. The question is why. They spent hours discussing theories, sharing knowledge, and planning. By nightfall, Harry had gained permission to study the wall directly and, more importantly, to accompany a small ranging party beyond it to investigate recent wildling movements. Not the full-ranging Lord Commander Mormont leads, Jon clarified. A smaller scouting mission to the Fist of the First Men, where we might intercept his return party. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. This will help immensely with my research. As their meeting concluded, Maester Luin asked to speak with Harry alone. Once the others had departed, the ancient Targaryen turned his blind eyes toward Harry with uncanny accuracy. You care for her, he stated simply. My great-niece. Harry was startled by the directness. I respect her greatly. She's trying to be a good ruler. That's not what I meant, Luin's smile was knowing despite his blindness. Love and duty, Master Potter. The eternal conflict of great men. We're friends and allies, Harry insisted, feeling strangely defensive. Nothing more. If you say so. The Maester didn't sound convinced. When you return to her, tell her this from her last living relative in Westeros: a Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing. But a Targaryen who puts the realm before her desires is a worthy queen indeed. Harry promised to deliver the message, though the conversation left him unsettled. His relationship with Daenerys was complicated, mentor and student, allies, friends certainly, but romance had never entered the equation. Had it? The thought followed him as he made his way to the quarters Jon had assigned him, a simple cell in the flint barracks, but private enough for his needs. Outside his window loomed the wall, gleaming faintly in the moonlight, its massive presence both physical and magical. That night, Harry dreamed of dragons soaring above a field of ice, of blue-eyed corpses burning beneath their flame, and of Daenerys standing at the edge of a frozen lake, her hand extended toward him as a chasm of ice widened between them. He woke with the certainty that their separate paths would soon converge again, whether they planned it or not. The pattern demanded it. The wall defied conventional understanding. Standing at its base, Harry felt dwarfed not just physically but magically. 8,000 years of magical reinforcement had created something more than mere ice and stone. It was a living magical barrier, resonating with protective spells older than any Harry had encountered. Brandon the Builder raised it after the long night, Sam explained as they examined the ice face together. With the help of giants and the children of the forest, according to legend. Harry pressed his palm against the ice, extending his magical senses into the structure. Not legend. I can feel the layering of different magical signatures. Human, certainly, but also something older, wilder. Over the past 4 days, Harry had conducted extensive examinations of the wall, focusing particularly on Castle Black's tunnel, the only breach in the otherwise solid barrier. His findings both fascinated and troubled him. The spells are weakening, he explained to Jon and Maester Luin during their evening council. Subtly, but definitely. Like a ward that hasn't been recharged in centuries. Can they be strengthened? Jon asked. Harry hesitated. Possibly. The magic is different from what I practice, but there are similarities. The intent matters more than the specific incantation. Do what you can, Jon requested. Every bit of protection helps. The opportunity to test his theory came sooner than expected. The small ranging party, Jon, Sam, Harry, and 7 experienced Black brothers, departed Castle Black 3 days later, venturing beyond the wall toward the Fist of the First Men. Viserion followed at a distance, remaining high enough to avoid detection by any wildling scouts. The landscape beyond the wall had a primeval quality that reminded Harry of the Forbidden Forest, if the forest stretched endlessly in all directions. Ancient trees, untouched by human hands for millennia, created natural cathedrals of wood and snow. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of snow beneath their horses' hooves. Something's wrong, Jon observed on their second day out. There should be wildling scouts, hunters. The forest is too quiet. Harry had noticed it too, an unnatural stillness that set his aura instincts on edge. Could they have moved on? Following Mance Rayder? Possible, Jon conceded, but unlikely to leave these hunting grounds completely abandoned. The free folk are practical. They go where there's food. That night, camped in a sheltered hollow, Harry cast additional protective charms around their perimeter. The standard watch precautions, fire, sentries, seemed inadequate against the growing sense of unease. Shortly after midnight, Ghost alerted them. The dire wolf stood at the edge of camp, hackles raised, staring into the darkness beyond the firelight. Something's coming, Jon said quietly, drawing Longclaw, the Valyrian steel sword Lord Commander Mormont had gifted him. Harry sent his Patronus to circle the camp, its silver light illuminating the surrounding forest. In the ethereal glow, they spotted them, shambling figures moving with unnatural purpose through the trees. Dozens of them, approaching from all sides. Whites, Sam whispered, fear and academic interest warring in his voice. The Brothers of the Night's Watch formed a defensive circle, backs to the fire as Harry reinforced his magical barriers. Fire arrows, Jon ordered. Aim for the chest or head. The first volley dropped several of the advancing corpses, but more kept coming. Harry studied their movements carefully, these weren't the mindless infantry he knew from his world. They retained some semblance of coordination, suggesting a controlling intelligence. Incendio Maxima, he cast, creating a wall of flame that encircled their position. The whites hesitated at the barrier, testing it like predators seeking weakness. There. Sam pointed beyond the firewall. White walkers. Tall, elegant figures stood at the forest's edge, humanoid but clearly not human. Their skin was pale as milk, their armor reflective like ice, and their eyes glowed with an unearthly blue light. They watched the standoff with cold calculation. They're testing us, Harry realized. Learning our defenses. One of the White Walkers stepped forward, raising an ice crystal sword. At the gesture, several whites hurled themselves directly into the flames, creating gaps for others to push through. They're sacrificing their dead to reach us, Jon shouted, engaging the first white to breach the perimeter. Longclaw sliced through the animated corpse with surprising effectiveness, unlike the other brothers' weapons, which seemed to make little impact. Valyrian steel works. Sam called excitedly despite the danger. Harry shifted tactics, targeting individual whites with precisely controlled fire spells. Confringo. The blasting curse tore through 3 whites at once, scattering their remains. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of attackers began to overwhelm them. 2 brothers fell to the grasping hands of the dead, their screams cut short as rotting fingers found throats. Harry made a split-second decision. Viserion, he called, sending his Patronus skyward with a message. Fire. Now. Moments later, a familiar screech split the night. The White Walkers looked up in what appeared to be genuine surprise as Viserion dove from the clouds, moonlight gleaming on cream and gold scales. Dragon. Sam cried in equal parts terror and elation. Viserion opened his massive jaws, and a torrent of orange-gold flame engulfed the nearest cluster of whites. They burned like tinder, collapsing into ash within seconds. The dragon banked sharply, making another pass that incinerated a dozen more. The effect on the White Walkers was electrifying. They retreated immediately, moving with inhuman speed back into the forest. The remaining whites, suddenly directionless, milled in confusion, making them easy targets for the brothers' fire arrows. Harry watched the White Walkers flee with keen interest. They fear dragon fire, he noted to Jon, who stood beside him, breathing heavily from exertion. More than regular fire. With good reason, Jon observed as Viserion landed at the edge of their camp, his massive wings sending snow swirling in all directions. The Night's Watch brothers stared in awe at the dragon, momentarily forgetting the danger they'd just faced. "Is this why you really came north?" Jon asked quietly. "To test dragon fire against the White Walkers?" "Partly," Harry admitted. "But seeing is believing. Now we know for certain, dragons are effective weapons against them." "The ranging party," Sam interjected, his academic mind making connections. "If the White Walkers are this active, Lord Commander Mormont and the others." Jon's expression darkened. "We need to reach the Fist of the First Men. If they're under similar attack. We'll go at first light," Harry agreed. "Viserion can scout ahead." The survivors spent the remainder of the night burning their fallen brothers and reinforcing defenses against further attacks. The presence of Viserion seemed to deter any immediate return of the White Walkers, though Harry maintained a watch nonetheless. At dawn, they set out toward the Fist, with Viserion flying reconnaissance. The dragon returned periodically with what Harry interpreted as distress signals, agitated circling, specific calls that had developed between them. "Something's wrong at the Fist," Harry informed Jon during one such return. "Viserion senses death, a lot of it." Jon's face was grim. "We should prepare for the worst." The worst exceeded even their expectations. The Fist of the First Men, an ancient hill fort where the ranging party had established a defensive position, was a scene of carnage. Bodies lay scattered across blood-stained snow, many dismembered or partially devoured. No survivors were immediately visible. "By the old gods," Sam whispered, tears freezing on his cheeks. "The Lord Commander." Jon moved methodically through the battlefield, searching for identifiable remains. "Many of our brothers died here, but not all. There are fewer bodies than there were men in the ranging." "Survivors?" Harry suggested hopefully. Or more whites for the White Walker's army, Jon countered grimly. Harry examined the site carefully, using detection spells to search for magical signatures. What he found troubled him deeply. This wasn't just an attack, he told Jon. It was a ritual. Look how the bodies are arranged, concentric circles around the central cairn. The White Walkers were performing some kind of magic. To what end? Jon asked. I'm not certain, Harry admitted. But based on the patterns, I think they were testing the magical boundaries. Probing for weaknesses. In what? The wall. Perhaps. Or in the broader magical protections that have kept them contained for thousands of years. They salvaged what they could from the massacre, weapons, supplies, and most importantly, a map marked with Lord Commander Mormont's notations about wildling movements. The map showed tens of thousands of free folk converging on a single location, the Frostfangs. Mance Rayder is gathering the largest wildling army in history, Jon realized. Not to raid the gift or attack the wall directly. But to escape what's coming for them, Harry finished. They're fleeing the White Walkers. Their return to Castle Black was somber but urgent. The news they carried, of the massacre at the Fist, the White Walker attack, and the massive wildling migration, represented an existential threat to the Night's Watch and potentially all of Westeros. In a council meeting that stretched through the night, Harry presented his findings to Maester Luin and the senior brothers who remained at Castle Black. The White Walkers are not only gathering their forces but actively testing magical boundaries, he explained. The attack on the Fist wasn't random, it was targeted. A magical probe. And the wildlings? Ser Alliser Thorne asked, his usual antagonism tempered by the gravity of the situation. Running for their lives, Jon answered. They need to get south of the wall or die and join the army of the dead. This assessment caused an uproar among the brothers. Letting wildlings through the wall was unthinkable to many. Generations of raiding and warfare had created deep enmity between the free folk and the Night's Watch. Better to fight 100,000 living wildlings than 100,000 dead ones, Harry pointed out reasonably. The White Walkers don't care which side of the wall you fought for in life. The debate continued for hours, with no clear resolution. The Watch was too undermanned, too under-resourced to face either threat effectively, let alone both simultaneously. We need help, Jon concluded finally. From the Seven Kingdoms. Ser Alliser scoffed. The Southern Lords are too busy playing their Game of Thrones to care about wildlings or White Walkers. Then we make them care, Harry suggested. We show them. How? Several voices asked simultaneously. Harry exchanged a meaningful glance with Jon. We bring the threat to them. Literally. The audacious plan took shape over the following days. They would capture a white, one of the animated corpses, and transport it south as evidence of the threat beyond the wall. Jon would take it to his brother Robb, the king in the north, while Harry would use Viserion to deliver warning directly to other key powers in Westeros. It's dangerous, Maester Luin cautioned. And politically complex. Appearing with a Targaryen dragon before lords sworn to the Iron Throne. The dragon serves neither Lannister nor Stark nor Targaryen in this, Harry insisted. Viserion fights for the living against the dead. That's the message I'll carry. As preparations continued, Harry spent his evenings on the wall itself, studying the ancient magic woven into the ice and attempting to reinforce it where possible. The work was delicate and exhausting, adapting his magical knowledge to work with spells crafted by the children of the forest thousands of years earlier. On his fourth night of this work, Jon joined him atop the wall, Ghost padding silently at his side. The men are talking, Jon said without preamble. About you, the dragon, and what it means. I imagine they are, Harry acknowledged, lowering his wand after completing a particularly complex reinforcement charm. What's the consensus? Divided. Some see you as a savior sent by the gods. Others fear you'll bring fire and blood upon us all. Jon's expression was troubled. When word reaches the other houses that a dragon flies over the north. War is already here, Harry reminded him. I'm trying to redirect attention to the real enemy. I know. But my brother fights for northern independence. The Lannisters fight to maintain control of the Iron Throne. Stannis Baratheon believes the throne is rightfully his. And somewhere across the Narrow Sea, Daenerys Targaryen plans to reclaim her family's dynasty. And beyond the wall, an army of the dead grows stronger every day, Harry concluded. I understand the politics, Jon. But I've seen what's coming. If the living don't stand together, we all fall. Jon was silent for a long moment, looking out over the vast darkness beyond the wall. You know her better than anyone in Westeros. If she comes with her dragons, will she accept the North's independence? Will she help against the White Walkers without demanding fealty? It was the question Harry had been avoiding, the fundamental conflict between Daenerys's claim and the new political reality of Westeros. She wants to break the wheel of tyranny, Harry said carefully. To create something better than what came before. But she also believes firmly in her right to rule the Seven Kingdoms. That doesn't answer my question. Because I don't know the answer with certainty, Harry admitted. She's still becoming the ruler she could be. But I believe that faced with the army of the dead, she would prioritize humanity's survival over political claims. I hope you're right, Jon said quietly. For all our sakes. 3 days later, their plan to capture a White succeeded, though at the cost of 2 more Black brothers. The creature, secured in a reinforced cage designed by Sam based on Harry's specifications, thrashed and snarled but remained contained. Magical and physical restraints together, Harry explained to the gathered brothers. It can't break free unless both fail. The evidence secured, the time for departure approached. Jon would lead a small party to Robb Stark's current position near the Twins, where the king in the north was negotiating with House Frye for continued military support. Your brother may not welcome news that I've been at the wall, Harry noted as they finalized arrangements. Robb understands duty, Jon replied. And he'll understand the threat once he sees it with his own eyes. What matters is preparing for what's coming. The morning of departure arrived clear and cold. Harry stood in Castle Black's courtyard, saying his farewells to those who had become allies, even friends, during his stay. Remember what I taught you about the protective wards, he instructed Sam, who had proven a quick study of magical theory if not practice. Reinforce them weekly, especially around the tunnel. I will, Sam promised. And I'll continue searching the library for references to the last long night. Maester Luin approached, guided by a steward. Despite his blindness, he reached unerringly for Harry's hand. When you see my great-niece again, the ancient Targaryen said, his voice barely audible, tell her that her family's words were never just about conquest. Fire and blood can also mean life and sacrifice. I'll tell her, Harry promised, squeezing the old man's hand gently. And I'll try to bring her to you, if possible. Luin smiled sadly. My watch is nearly ended, I fear. But knowing she lives, that our family continues, that is enough. Finally, Harry turned to Jon. Be careful on the road south. Political tensions are high, and the White will attract unwanted attention if discovered prematurely. And you be careful with that dragon, Jon countered. The Lannisters have scorpions mounted on the walls of King's Landing, bolt throwers designed to bring down airborne threats. I don't plan to get within range, Harry assured him. Just close enough to be seen and heard. They clasped forearms in the warrior's farewell that had become familiar. Until we meet again, Jon Snow. Until then, Harry Potter. Harry departed Castle Black on foot, waiting until he was well out of sight before summoning Viserion. The dragon appeared promptly, having grown accustomed to remaining hidden while Harry conducted his business at the wall. Time to show Westeros what's coming, Harry told the dragon as he secured himself in the riding harness. And to remind them that fire can protect as well as destroy. Viserion launched skyward with a powerful thrust, circling high above Castle Black in a farewell salute before turning south. Below, the wall stretched east and west like a great white snake across the landscape, humanity's ancient bulwark against the gathering darkness. Harry patted the dragon's neck, feeling the warmth of scales beneath his hand. "Let's go wake the realm, shall we?" Their first destination was White Harbor, the North's primary port city and seat of House Manderley. From there, they would follow the east coast southward, making strategic appearances at key locations to spread word of the White Walker threat. The plan was to gradually work their way to Dragonstone, the ancestral Targaryen stronghold now occupied by Stannis Baratheon's forces. As they soared above the northern landscape, Harry's thoughts turned to Daenerys. He had sent a Patronus message weeks earlier, informing her of his discoveries at the Wall, but had no way of knowing if it had reached her across such a vast distance. Would she understand his decision to reveal Viserion to Westeros? To potentially complicate her eventual return by associating dragons with the White Walker threat rather than Targaryen restoration? Politics had never been Harry's strong suit, not in his world, and certainly not in this one. But some threats transcended politics. The army of the dead wouldn't care which house sat the Iron Throne when winter finally came. The sun rose higher as they flew south, gleaming on Viserion's scales and the snow-covered landscape below. Ice and fire, together against the darkness. It felt right somehow, a balance that the world itself seemed to demand. Whatever came next, war, politics, the struggle for thrones and kingdoms, Harry knew one thing with absolute certainty: the pattern was accelerating. The convergence of ice and fire had begun, and none could predict where it would end. The great hall of Winterfell fell silent as the massive doors swung open. Though the castle remained damaged from the Ironborn attack months earlier, the hall had been restored to serve as the heart of the Northern War effort. Banners bearing the direwolf of House Stark hung from smoke-darkened rafters, while lords of major and minor houses sat at long tables, their conversations dying mid-sentence as they turned toward the newcomer. Roose Bolton, acting Warden of the North in Robb Stark's absence, rose from his seat at the high table. "Who comes before the Council of the North?" The figure who entered wore a simple black cloak dusted with snow, his dark hair streaked with premature gray at the temples, and a lightning bolt scar visible on his forehead. Though he carried no visible weapons, an aura of contained power surrounded him. "Harry Potter," he announced, his voice carrying clearly through the hall. "I bring news from the Wall, and warning of what lies beyond." Murmurs rippled through the gathered lords. Many recognized the name from stories that had circulated after the strange foreigner's disappearance from Winterfell years earlier. "The wizard who saved Bran Stark," someone whispered loudly enough to be heard. Bolton's pale eyes narrowed. "We received ravens from Castle Black speaking of a foreigner with a dragon. Is that you, Master Potter?" Harry met his gaze steadily, immediately disliking something in the man's calculating expression. "It is. I've spent the past week studying the White Walker threat with the Night's Watch." "White Walkers," scoffed Lord Rickard Karstark from his place near the high table. "Children's tales to frighten us from the real war." "Not tales," Harry countered firmly. "I've fought them myself. Jon Snow has fought them. They're gathering an army of the dead beyond the Wall, an army that grows with every man, woman and child they kill." This provoked stronger reactions, outright dismissal from some, uneasy shifting from others. Harry had expected skepticism and came prepared. "You don't believe me. I understand." He reached into his cloak, withdrawing a cloth-wrapped object. "Perhaps this will convince you." Placing the object on the central table, Harry carefully unwrapped it to reveal a severed hand, gray-skinned, partially decomposed, yet somehow still moving, the fingers grasping at air with unnatural purpose. Gasps and exclamations filled the hall. Several lords rose from their seats, hands moving to sword hilts. Even Bolton's composed expression showed momentary surprise. "This belonged to a corpse reanimated by the White Walkers," Harry explained. "I separated it during battle to bring as evidence. Jon Snow carries a complete specimen south to King Robb, but I thought the North should know immediately what threatens us all. Lady Mege Mormont, a stout, fierce woman of Bear Island, approached the table cautiously to examine the writhing hand. "My brother is Lord Commander of the Night's Watch," she said grimly. "If he vouches for this threat, House Mormont listens." Lord Commander Mormont led a ranging beyond the wall, Harry informed her, his expression solemn. 300 brothers. They were attacked at the Fist of the First Men. There were few survivors. The lady's face hardened with grief and anger. "You're certain?" "I saw the aftermath myself." "I'm sorry." This news sent a fresh wave of disquiet through the hall. The Night's Watch might be a shadow of its former self, but the North still respected the ancient order. A disaster of that magnitude could not be dismissed. "And the dragon?" Bolton asked, redirecting the conversation. "You claim to control one of these legendary beasts." "Not control," Harry corrected. "We work together. Viserion awaits outside Winterfell, beyond the Winter Town. Dragon fire proves extremely effective against the Whites and seems to terrify the White Walkers themselves." "Convenient," Bolton observed coolly. "A threat that only dragon fire can combat, brought to us by a man with a dragon." Harry met his suspicion directly. "I came to the North because the threat is real and imminent. The dragon came with me because he's a powerful ally against what's coming. Believe me or not, Lord Bolton, but winter is coming, and it brings the dead with it." "Words of House Stark," rumbled Lord Wyman Manderley, his enormous bulk shifting as he leaned forward. "Yet you bring no Stark to vouch for you." "Jon Snow vouches for me," Harry replied. "And King Robb will soon see the evidence himself. I'm not here to take sides in your war with the Lannisters. I'm here because if the living don't stand together, we all fall before the army of the dead." A new voice entered the conversation, quiet but carrying a natural authority that immediately commanded attention. "He speaks the truth." All heads turned toward a doorway at the side of the hall, where Bran Stark sat in a wheeled chair, pushed by the massive stable boy Hodder. Though only a boy of 11, Bran's expression held a maturity and gravity beyond his years. "Lord Brandon," Bolton acknowledged with a slight bow. "Harry Potter saved my life," Bran stated simply. "He has no reason to lie about this threat." The boy's solemn eyes fixed on Harry. "I've seen them too. In my dreams. The dead marching south. The ice men leading them." This declaration from the Stark heir shifted the mood in the hall. Lords who had been openly skeptical now appeared uncertain, while those already concerned by Harry's news looked positively alarmed. "What would you have us do, wizard?" Lady Mormont asked practically. "Our strength fights with King Robb in the south." "Prepare," Harry answered. "Gather dragonglass, obsidian, from wherever you can find it. Weapons made from it kill White Walkers. Valyrian steel works as well. Store food, reinforce defenses, and most importantly, be ready to burn your dead." He paused, letting the grim reality sink in. A body left unburned becomes a soldier for the enemy. The council session continued late into the night, with Harry answering questions about the White Walkers, the wildling army gathering beyond the wall, and the preparations needed. Throughout, he carefully avoided political entanglements, redirecting discussions of Targaryen claims or southern wars back to the existential threat from the north. Afterward, Bran requested a private audience in what had once been Ned Stark's solar. Accompanied only by Hodder and a fierce-looking wildling woman introduced as Osha, the young lord received Harry with a mixture of childish enthusiasm and unsettling prescience. "You found dragons," Bran stated as soon as they were alone. "Just like in old Nan's stories." "I did," Harry confirmed, taking a seat across from the boy. "Though the truth is somewhat more complicated." "You found the Dragon Queen," Bran corrected himself. "I've seen her in my dreams. Silver hair, purple eyes, 3 dragons circling above her." Harry stared in surprise. "You've seen Daenerys? In dreams?" "Green sight," Osha muttered from her position by the door. The little lord sees things. Things that are, things that were, things that might be. Harry's interest sharpened immediately. Like a green seer of the children of the forest. Bran nodded solemnly. The three-eyed raven is teaching me. In my dreams, he shows me everything. This was an unexpected development, and potentially invaluable. If Bran truly possessed greensight, his visions might provide insights into both the White Walker threat and the magical connections Harry had been studying. What else have you seen, Bran? He asked carefully. The boy's expression became distant, almost trance-like. A wall of ice weeping. A dragon frozen in stone. 3 heads breathing fire against the darkness. He blinked, returning to the present. And you, standing between worlds, a door closing behind you. The last image sent a chill through Harry that had nothing to do with Winterfell's drafty halls. A door closing behind him, cutting off his path home. Can you control what you see? He asked, masking his disquiet. Not yet, Bran admitted. But I'm learning. The three-eyed raven says I must fly before I fall. Harry spent over an hour with Bran, carefully exploring the nature of his visions without pressuring the boy. What emerged was a picture of developing magical ability that aligned with what Harry had learned about the children of the forest and their greenseers, those who could perceive events across time and space through connection with the Weirwood network. I'd like to help you understand your abilities better, Harry offered as their conversation wound down. My magic works differently, but there are similarities in focus and intent. Could you teach me to do what you do? Bran asked eagerly. To make things fly or change shape. Harry smiled gently. No, I'm afraid not. The magic in my world requires something you're born with, like your greensight, but different. However, I could help you develop better control of what you already have. I'd like that, Bran said, his expression brightening. Will you stay at Winterfell? For a time, Harry replied. I still need to spread warning about the White Walkers to other houses, but Winterfell will serve as a base between journeys. That night, after most of the castle had retired, Harry slipped outside the walls to visit Viserion. The dragon had made himself comfortable in a sheltered valley 2 miles north, where game was plentiful and human interference unlikely. We made progress today, Harry told the dragon, stroking his warm scales. Though many still doubt. Viserion rumbled deep in his chest, smoke curling from his nostrils in the frigid air. He had grown accustomed to human settlements but preferred the freedom of wild spaces, especially after the confines of ship travel. We'll fly again soon, Harry promised. More eyes need to see you, to understand what dragons mean now. Not conquest, but survival. As he prepared to return to the castle, a rustle in the underbrush alerted him to an approach. Hand moving to his wand, Harry turned to find Osha watching from the tree lean, her expression wary but determined. The free folk know what's coming, she said without preamble. That's why I fled south. You're a wildling, Harry realized, recalling her distinctive appearance and manner. She nodded. Was gathering with Mance when I saw them, the dead walking with blue eyes. Ran as fast and far as I could. Ended up captured near Winterfell. And now you care for Bran. The little lord has power, she said simply. Old power. The kind that might matter when they come. Harry studied her thoughtfully. You didn't tell the lords today that you'd seen the White Walkers yourself. Southern lords don't listen to wildling women, she scoffed. But you've seen them too. You understand. I do, Harry confirmed. And I'm trying to prepare people for what's coming. Osha glanced at Viserion, who watched her with intelligent golden eyes. Never thought I'd see a living dragon. My grandmother's grandmother spoke of them in stories. They're returning to the world, Harry said. Just as magic is returning. Bad timing, she observed grimly. Or maybe perfect timing. Fire against ice. That's what I'm counting on, Harry agreed. Their unexpected alliance, wizard, dragon, and wildling, would prove crucial in the days that followed. Osha provided invaluable insights into wildling culture and their knowledge of the White Walkers, while Bran's developing green sight occasionally yielded cryptic but useful visions. Word spread quickly through the north about the wizard with a dragon who brought warnings of walking dead. Some dismissed the tales as fantasy, but enough believed, or at least considered the possibility, that preparations began. Dragonglass daggers were commissioned from craftsmen who worked obsidian. Defensive plans were revised to include fire traps and burning trenches. Ravens flew to remote holdfasts with instructions for handling the dead. A fortnight after Harry's arrival at Winterfell, a messenger arrived from White Harbor bearing unexpected news, a fleet approaching from the east, flying the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. The news electrified the northern lords gathered at Winterfell. Some called for immediate defensive preparations, assuming invasion. Others suggested alliance against the Lannisters might be possible. All looked to Harry for explanation. "You knew of this," Bolton accused during an emergency council. "You prepared the ground for a Targaryen invasion." "I knew nothing of any fleet," Harry replied truthfully. "Daenerys Targaryen was in Meereen when I left her, consolidating her rule there. This is unexpected. But not entirely surprising," he admitted to himself. Daenerys had always been impulsive when opportunities presented themselves. If she'd received his Patronus message about the White Walker threat. "What are her intentions?" demanded Lord Karstark. "Does she come to claim the North for her family's throne?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "But I intend to find out. With your permission, I'll fly to White Harbor immediately and meet this fleet before it makes landfall." The lords exchanged uneasy glances, but eventually agreed, if only because they had few better options. Bolton, in particular, seemed calculating rather than concerned, as if mentally revising plans to accommodate this new development. "If she comes in peace, offer guest right in the name of King Robb," Bolton instructed. "If she comes for war." He left the implication hanging. Harry departed within the hour, Viserion carrying him eastward toward White Harbor at remarkable speed. His mind raced with possibilities. Had Daenerys truly come with her full force? Had something happened in Meereen to drive her west sooner than planned? Or was this something else entirely? The answers awaited in White Harbor, where the fate of the North, perhaps all of Westeros, might hinge on a reunion between a wizard and a dragon queen. Chapter 4, Game of Thrones. White Harbor gleamed like polished bone in the winter sunlight, its whitewashed buildings and marble walls a stark contrast to the steel-gray waters of the harbor. From Viserion's back, Harry spotted the ships immediately, a dozen vessels of varying sizes anchored in the outer bay, their black sails emblazoned with the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Smaller than the invasion fleet he might have expected, but formidable nonetheless. The city was in visible turmoil. Soldiers in the blue-green of House Manderly patrolled the walls in doubled numbers, while small folk gathered in anxious clusters throughout the streets and marketplaces. No hostile actions had been taken yet from either side, a standoff maintained by uncertainty and caution. Harry guided Viserion in a wide circle around the harbor, ensuring he was clearly visible to both the city and the ships. The reaction was immediate. On the vessels, sailors pointed skyward, and Harry could make out the distinctive silver-haired figure standing on the deck of the largest ship. On the city walls, guardsmen readied bows and scorpions, though none fired. Lord Manderly had obviously issued orders to wait. "Let's make this official," Harry murmured to Viserion. The dragon descended in a graceful spiral, aiming for the open space of the city's fish market near the harbor. People scattered in panic as the massive creature approached, creating a convenient landing area. Harry felt a twinge of guilt for the terror they caused but knew a clear demonstration of control was necessary. Viserion touched down with surprising delicacy, folding his wings carefully to avoid damaging the surrounding stalls. Harry dismounted and immediately raised his hands to show he carried no weapons, facing the dozen Manderly guardsmen who approached with understandable caution, spears leveled. "I am Harry Potter," he announced clearly. "Advisor to the North regarding the White Walker threat." I've come at Lord Bolton's request to determine the intentions of these ships. A heavy-set man in elaborate armor pushed through the guards, Ser Marlon Manderly, Harry recognized from the council at Winterfell. Bold of you to land a dragon in our marketplace, wizard, the knight observed, though there was more respect than censure in his tone. Lord Wyman awaits you in the Merman's court. These ships arrived at dawn and have made no move to land, though they've sent 3 requests for parley. With anyone specific? Harry asked, already suspecting the answer. With you, Ser Marlon confirmed. Their leader asks specifically for Harry Potter. Claims to be Daenerys Targaryen herself. Murmurs ran through the gathered guards at the name. 300 years of Targaryen rule had left the dynasty legendary even in defeat. I'll speak with Lord Manderly first, Harry decided. Then arrange communication with the ships. The Merman's court lived up to its name, an impressive hall decorated with fantastic sea creatures carved from pale wood and painted in vibrant colors. Lord Wyman Manderly, enormously fat and unable to walk unassisted, received Harry from his ornate throne. Despite his unwieldy appearance, the Lord's small blue eyes were sharp with intelligence. So the Dragon Queen comes to Westeros at last, Manderly said without preamble after formalities were observed. The question is why now, and why here in the north rather than King's Landing? I intend to find out, Harry replied. But I believe it relates to the White Walker threat I've been warning about. Manderly studied him skeptically. You've been traveling the north speaking of ice demons beyond the wall, and suddenly Targaryens with dragons appear at my doorstep. Some might call that suspicious timing. I understand your concern, Harry acknowledged, but I've made no secret of my association with a dragon. What matters now is determining Daenerys Targaryen's intentions toward the north. And if those intentions are conquest? Manderly challenged. Then I'll remind her there are greater threats to face, Harry said firmly. The north follows King Robb, and the army of the dead threatens all living things regardless of which throne they claim. Manderly's shrewd eyes narrowed slightly. You speak as if you have influence over this Dragon Queen. We've worked together, Harry conceded. She respects my counsel, but makes her own decisions. Very diplomatic, Manderly observed dryly. Well then, wizard, go speak with your queen. Tell her that White Harbor serves House Stark and King Robb. If she comes in peace to discuss the northern threat you've warned us about, she may send a small party ashore under guest right. If she comes for conquest. He gestured toward the massive windows overlooking the harbor. My city's defenses are not inconsiderable. I'll convey your position, Harry promised, though I recommend diplomacy over threats. Her dragons are larger than Viserion. Manderly's eyebrows rose. Dragons? Plural. 3 in total, Harry confirmed, noting the flash of fear that crossed the Lord's face despite his composure. Though I only see one ship large enough to transport a dragon, which suggests she may have come with just one. This seemed to reassure Manderly somewhat. One dragon is trouble enough. Go, Master Potter. Determine why Targaryens once again darken northern skies. Harry approached the anchored fleet on Viserion, maintaining enough height to stay safely beyond bow range while making his presence unmistakable. As expected, activity erupted on the deck of the largest ship, the war galley proudly named Balerion in honor of Aegon's legendary mount. He guided Viserion in a close circle around the vessel, giving Daenerys and her advisors a clear view. Then, rather than landing directly on the ship, which might damage it and certainly wouldn't help diplomatic relations, he descended to hover just off the port side, close enough for communication. Khaleesi, he called, using her Dothraki title deliberately to signal familiarity to those watching. Daenerys stepped forward to the railing, resplendent in a gown of Targaryen black and red, her silver hair elaborately braided in Dothraki fashion. Despite the formal appearance, her expression as she saw him carried genuine warmth. Lord Potter, she replied with equal formality, though a smile played at her lips. We received your message. The dead walk beyond the wall. Dragons are needed. So that explained it, his Patronus had reached her across the narrow sea after all. But her quick response and direct approach were surprising. The Daenerys he'd known in Meereen had been learning caution and political nuance. "I'm glad my message found you," he called back. "Though I didn't expect such a prompt and direct response." "Some threats cannot wait for diplomatic niceties," she answered. "May we speak more privately? Unless you intend to continue shouting across the water." Harry nodded toward a small island at the mouth of the harbor. "I'll meet you there. Bring only essential advisors." She agreed with a regal inclination of her head, immediately turning to issue orders to her companions. Harry recognized Missandei among them, along with Grey Worm in his distinctive unsullied armor. Ser Jorah was conspicuously absent, which raised questions Harry filed away for later. Within half an hour, Harry waited on the rocky shore of the small, uninhabited island as a rowboat approached from the Balerion. Viserion perched on an outcropping nearby, watching with interest as Daenerys stepped ashore, accompanied by Missandei, Grey Worm, and a woman Harry didn't recognize, dark-skinned and red-robed, with knowing eyes that immediately assessed him with uncomfortable intensity. "Your Grace," Harry greeted Daenerys with a formal bow, though they both knew such formalities weren't necessary between them. "Harry Potter," she replied, her violet eyes taking in the changes time had wrought. "You look well. The North agrees with you." "You look like a queen," he returned honestly. She had grown into her power during their months apart, carrying herself with a confidence that went beyond the sometimes forced regality she'd shown in Meereen. "I am a queen," she reminded him with the hint of a smile. "Though currently a queen without a kingdom, it seems." Harry gestured toward a relatively flat area where he'd arranged some rocks as makeshift seats. "We have much to discuss. Starting with why you've brought a fleet to the north instead of continuing your work in Meereen." Once they were seated, Daenerys and her advisors on one side, Harry on the other, the formality between them dissolved. "Meereen is secure for now," she explained. "I've left trusted counsels to maintain order while I'm gone, a compromise between abandoning the city entirely and remaining trapped there indefinitely." "The Sons of the Harpy?" Harry asked, remembering the insurgent group that had caused such problems. "Diminished but not eliminated," she acknowledged. "But when your message came, speaking of the dead rising, of magic beyond the wall that connects to dragon magic, I knew my path lay westward." The Red Priestess leaned forward. "The Lord of Light has shown Queen Daenerys in my flames, standing against the great other beyond the wall. The dragons are fire made flesh. They will be needed in the war for Dawn." Harry studied the woman with new interest. "You're a Red Priestess of R'hllor." "Kinvara," she introduced herself with a slight bow. "High Priestess of the Red Temple of Volantis. I came to Meereen to counsel the Queen on matters of prophecy and magic." "She speaks of a prophecy," Daenerys explained. "The prince that was promised, a hero reborn to stand against the darkness." Harry suppressed a sigh. "More prophecies. They seem to follow him across worlds. And you believe you're this prince?" "I believe prophecies are dangerous things to build strategies upon," Daenerys replied surprisingly. "But the threat you described is real. I've seen evidence in Kinvara's flames. The army of the dead marches on the wall, and dragons will be needed to stop them." This pragmatic approach was a welcome development. "The White Walkers are indeed gathering their forces," Harry confirmed. "I've faced them myself beyond the wall. Dragon fire is extremely effective against them and the whites they control. But..." He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Your arrival complicates the political situation in Westeros." Grey Worm, ever the soldier, spoke directly. "Politics mean nothing when dead men march. This is what Grey Worm knows of war." "In an ideal world, yes," Harry agreed. "But this is Westeros. The North has declared independence under Robb Stark, who they call the King in the North. The Lannisters hold the Iron Throne through King Joffrey. Stannis Baratheon claims it by right of succession from his brother Robert. And now you arrive with dragons and Targaryen banners. I come to save them, not conquer them, Daenerys said, though Harry noted she didn't explicitly recognize Robb's kingship. That may be your intention, he replied carefully, but centuries of history and recent rebellion make the Targaryen name complicated in Westeros. Especially with dragons. Missandei, ever the diplomat, interjected smoothly. We understand the delicacy of the situation. The Queen has not brought her full force, just enough ships for essential personnel, one dragon, and supplies. A diplomatic mission rather than an invasion. One dragon. Harry glanced around, noticing for the first time that there was no sign of Drogon or Rhaegal. Where are the others? Drogon accompanies us, Daenerys explained. He follows the ships at a distance, hunting in the open sea. Rhaegal remains in the Bay of Dragons, protecting Meereen in my absence. This was a significant choice, bringing only one dragon suggested both restraint and strategy. Less threatening than 3, but still a formidable deterrent against anyone considering hostile action. That's wise, Harry acknowledged. Still, Lord Manderley is understandably cautious. He offers guest right for a small party to come ashore and discuss matters, but makes clear that White Harbor serves House Stark. Daenerys considered this. Reasonable terms. I will come ashore with Missandei, Kinvara, and a small guard. Grey Worm will command the ships in my absence. Her gaze held Harry's steadily. And where do you stand in all this, Harry Potter? Advisor to the North regarding White Walkers, yet bonded to my dragon. The Northern Lords must have questions about your loyalties. It was the question he'd been dreading, the fundamental conflict in his position. I stand with the living against the dead, he answered carefully. My loyalty is to that cause above all else. I've been honest with the North about my connection to you and to Viserion, while emphasizing that the White Walker threat transcends political divisions. A diplomatic answer, she observed, echoing his earlier thoughts about her own response. But not a complete one. Harry met her gaze directly. I respect you and believe in your potential to be the ruler this world needs. I also respect the North's desire for self-governance after centuries of neglect and recent betrayal. I won't choose sides in that conflict unless forced to. For a moment, he thought she might be angry, but instead, she smiled faintly. You've always been honest with me, even when it wasn't what I wanted to hear. That's more valuable than blind loyalty. She stood, signaling the end of their preliminary discussion. Let us proceed to White Harbor, then. The Game of Thrones can wait while we address the threat to all thrones. The Merman's court fell silent as Daenerys Targaryen entered, flanked by Missandei and 4 unsullied guards. Harry followed slightly behind, a position deliberately chosen to appear neutral rather than aligned with either party. Lord Manderley sat in his ornate chair on the dais, surrounded by household knights and minor lords of White Harbor. Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the herald announced. First of her name, Queen of Meereen, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea. The impressive list of titles continued, each one causing subtle reactions among the gathered Northerners. Harry noted the calculated effect, reminding everyone present that whatever her current position, Daenerys came with significant power and accomplishment behind her. When the formalities concluded, Lord Manderley spoke with carefully measured courtesy. White Harbor welcomes you under guest right, Your Grace. Bread and salt have been prepared. He gestured to a side table where the traditional offerings awaited. I thank you for your hospitality, Lord Manderley, Daenerys replied with equal formality. She approached the table and partook of the bread and salt, her advisors following suit. The ancient ritual of guest right completed, the tension in the room eased marginally. I understand you've come in response to warnings about threats beyond the wall, Manderley continued once they were seated. Master Potter has indeed brought such warnings to Winterfell, though many remain skeptical of tales of ice demons and walking dead. Skepticism is natural when facing the unprecedented, Daenerys acknowledged. Yet history tells us the long night was real, as were the others that brought it. Now they return, and with them, so too must return their ancient counterbalance, dragons. Kinvara stepped forward at this point, her red robes drawing all eyes. The Lord of Light shows truth in his flames. The Great Other gathers his forces beyond your wall. Without dragon fire to oppose them, all will fall to endless night. Murmurs rippled through the court at this pronouncement. Religious fervor was viewed with suspicion in the north, where the old gods held sway through quiet devotion rather than fiery proclamations. Harry intervened before the Red Priestess could further alienate their hosts. Lord Manderley, Queen Daenerys brings not just dragons but knowledge from ancient Valyrian texts that may help us understand the connection between dragon magic and the wall's protective spells. Knowledge that could prove crucial if the White Walkers breached the wall. This redirection toward practical matters seemed to reassure Manderley somewhat. Knowledge is always welcome, as are allies against common threats. Yet I must ask directly, what are your intentions toward the North and our king, Robb Stark? The crucial question, asked plainly in the northern manner. The court fell silent, all eyes on Daenerys. I come as an ally against the dead, she answered carefully. The question of kingdoms and thrones can be addressed once we've ensured there are living people to rule. She paused, then added with diplomatic precision, I respect the North's suffering under recent Southern rule and understand why you've declared independence. I seek dialogue, not subjugation. It wasn't recognition of Robb's kingship, but neither was it an immediate demand for fealty. Manderley seemed to appreciate the nuance. Well said, the Lord acknowledged. Though ultimately, such matters must be discussed with King Robb himself. I look forward to that opportunity, Daenerys replied smoothly. Until then, perhaps we might discuss how best to prepare for the threat beyond the wall. I've brought scrolls from old Valyria that speak of the first long night and how it was ended. The discussion shifted to more practical matters, the deployment of forces along the wall, the gathering of dragonglass weapons, and the establishment of defensible positions throughout the north. Harry noted with approval how Daenerys balanced confidence with respectful deference to northern knowledge of their own territory. She'd learned much about diplomacy during her time in Meereen. As the formal council concluded, Manderley invited Daenerys and her advisors to join him for a private dinner, a clear indication that initial suspicions had been at least partially allayed. Harry was included in the invitation, his unique position as bridge between the parties apparently accepted for now. You handled that well, he commented quietly to Daenerys as they followed servants toward Manderley's private chambers. I learned from watching you in Karth and Astapor, she replied with a hint of a smile. Sometimes restraint demonstrates more strength than immediate demands. A lesson some rulers never learn, Harry observed. Though I'm curious, how long do you intend to maintain diplomatic neutrality regarding the North's independence? Eventually, you'll need to declare a position. Her violet eyes met his, suddenly serious. I haven't abandoned my claim to the Seven Kingdoms, Harry. But I've learned there are many paths to reclaiming what's mine. Perhaps the North will choose to follow me once they see I'm not my father, that I can be an ally rather than a conqueror. And if they don't, he pressed gently. Then we'll face that challenge when the dead are defeated, she answered. One war at a time. The private dinner proved surprisingly productive. Without the formal constraints of court, Manderley revealed himself as a shrewd but practical man, more concerned with White Harbor's prosperity and security than abstract questions of loyalty. He asked detailed questions about the White Walker threat, Daenerys' experiences in Essos, and even Harry's magical abilities. If these dead men are coming, Manderley said bluntly over the final course, we'll need every advantage. Dragons, magic, wildfire, whatever works. The North remembers the last winter that lasted a generation, even if the details have faded to legend. The dead fear fire above all, Daenerys noted. Especially dragon fire. In the ancient texts, it said one dragon could hold a pass against hundreds of whites. And how controlled are these beasts? Manderley asked skeptically. Legends tell of dragons burning friend and foe alike in their fury. They respond to my commands, Daenerys assured him, though Harry noted she carefully avoided claiming perfect control. And Viserion has demonstrated remarkable restraint under Harry's guidance. Manderley turned to Harry, his small eyes suddenly sharp. Yes, that arrangement still puzzles me. How does a foreign wizard command a Targaryen dragon? Not command, Harry corrected, echoing his earlier explanation. We work together through a magical bond. Viserion chose to accept me as a rider, with Daenerys's blessing. Manderley didn't seem entirely satisfied with this explanation. And should interests diverge between northern independence and Targaryen restoration? The question hung heavily in the air. Daenerys watched Harry with carefully neutral expression. As I've said consistently, Harry replied evenly, my priority is defeating the White Walkers. I won't be used as a weapon in internal Westerosi conflicts. A principled stance, Manderley observed, though principles often buckle under the weight of reality. He turned back to Daenerys. I'll send ravens to Winterfell informing them of our discussions. In the meantime, you and your people are welcome in White Harbor, within reasonable boundaries. Your ships may dock for resupply, but I'd ask that your dragon remain at a respectful distance from the city. Acceptable terms, Daenerys agreed. Drogon prefers open spaces for hunting regardless. As the dinner concluded, arrangements were made for Daenerys's party to occupy a manse near the harbor, close enough for convenience but separate from the Manderley household, a diplomatic balance that satisfied both parties. Later that evening, Harry and Daenerys walked along the harbor promenade, their guards maintaining a discreet distance. The winter air was brisk but not bitter, and the relative privacy allowed for more candid conversation. You've changed, Daenerys observed, studying his profile in the torchlight. There's a hardness that wasn't there before. Fighting White Walkers will do that, Harry replied with a wry smile. And you've changed too. You carry yourself differently, more assured, less defensive. Ruling does that, she acknowledged. Even ruling a city across the sea teaches lessons applicable anywhere. She paused, looking out over the dark waters. I didn't just come because of your message about the White Walkers, though that was the decisive factor. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow. Meereen was becoming complicated. The coalition of former slave cities grew increasingly hostile. The Sons of the Harpy found new backing from foreign interests. She sighed. I realized I was fighting to hold something I never truly wanted, at the cost of what I've always sought. Westeros, Harry nodded in understanding. Home, she corrected. Or the closest thing to it I might find. She turned to face him directly. Your message provided both purpose and justification for what I already desired. A queen who abandons her city for conquest would be condemned, a queen who faces an existential threat to humanity might be celebrated. Harry appreciated her honesty. Strategic and true at the same time. I learned that from you as well, she said with a small smile. That duty and desire can sometimes align, if approached correctly. Her expression grew serious again. But now I need your counsel more than ever. I'm in Westeros at last, but not as a conqueror. My position is undefined. Which may actually work to your advantage, Harry pointed out. You arrive not as an invader but as a potential savior against the dead. It creates opportunity for alliances that might otherwise be impossible. With the Starks, you mean? Daenerys wasn't asking. With anyone who prioritizes survival over past grievances, Harry clarified. But yes, the North is crucial. They've faced the White Walkers directly and control the territory the dead will reach first. She nodded thoughtfully. And Jon Snow? You mentioned him in your message. He seems central to the Night's Watch's efforts. He is, Harry confirmed. And he's also Ned Stark's son, half-brother to Robb. His voice carries weight, even from the wall. Then I should meet with him, Daenerys decided. And with Robb Stark, if possible. You've laid groundwork speaking of the White Walker threat, now I must build upon it. Harry hesitated, then shared what he'd been reluctant to mention earlier. There's something else you should know. At Castle Black, I met Maester Aemon Targaryen, your great-uncle. He's ancient but sharp-minded, and he asked me to tell you that, a Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing, but a Targaryen who puts the realm before her desires is a worthy queen indeed. Daenerys stopped walking, her expression a complex mixture of surprise and emotion. Another Targaryen, alive? All my life, I thought only Viserys and I remained. He took the Black decades ago, renouncing all claims and titles, Harry explained gently. But he was moved to tears knowing you lived, that the dragons had returned. She was silent for a long moment, processing this revelation. I would meet him too, she said finally, her voice soft but determined. Family I never knew existed. He's very old, Harry cautioned. The journey to Castle Black is arduous, especially in winter. Then perhaps he could be brought south. Surely the Night's Watch would allow it under these circumstances. Possibly, Harry conceded. Jon might arrange it, especially if it helped cement cooperation against the White Walkers. They continued walking, discussing logistics and strategies for the coming days. It was decided that Daenerys would remain in White Harbor temporarily while Harry returned to Winterfell to prepare the ground for potential negotiations with the northern leadership. Will you bring Viserion with you to Winterfell? She asked as they neared the end of the promenade. I think so, Harry replied after consideration. He's become a symbol of the White Walker threat in the north, proof that if dragons have returned to face the dead, the threat must be real. Removing him might undermine that message. And what of Drogon? Should he remain hidden? Harry weighed the question carefully. For now, perhaps. 1 dragon raises eyebrows, 2 suggests military intent, regardless of your actual purpose. He paused, then added, though there may come a time when showing your full strength becomes necessary. The Northerners respect power, even as they're wary of it. Daenerys nodded agreement. I'll follow your guidance in this. You've earned their trust in a way I haven't yet. Trust might be an overstatement, Harry said with a dry smile. Let's call it cautious non-hostility. She laughed, a genuine sound that reminded Harry of the younger, less guarded woman he'd first met on the Dothraki Sea. For a moment, the weight of kingdoms and prophecies and dead men lifting from her shoulders. I've missed your particular way of seeing things, she admitted. Advisors who only tell you what you want to hear are worse than no advisors at all. Speaking of which, Harry ventured, I noticed Ser Jorah isn't with you. Her expression clouded. He betrayed me. He was reporting to Robert Baratheon's spymaster from the beginning, sending information about me and Viserys, about my pregnancy, my dragons. She shook her head, old pain evident in her eyes. I exiled him from Meereen. I'm sorry, Harry said sincerely. I know how much his counsel meant to you. As was his betrayal, she replied simply. But we move forward. New advisors, new allies. She looked at him pointedly. Including a wizard between worlds. Harry felt a familiar pang at the reminder of his original purpose. In the excitement of politics and White Walkers, he'd spoken little of his ongoing research into returning home. The ancient Valyrian egg they discovered in Karth remained in his possession, its magical properties still not fully understood despite months of study. I haven't abandoned my search, he told her, correctly interpreting her unspoken question. But it's become complicated. Because of what you found. Or what you've become part of. She asked perceptively. Both, he admitted. The magical connection between worlds seems tied to the same forces at play in the conflict between ice and fire magic. And as for what I've become part of. He gestured vaguely at their surroundings. I can't simply abandon this world to the White Walkers, not when I might help prevent catastrophe. Daenerys studied him for a long moment. And if you found a way home tomorrow? Would you take it? The question struck deeper than she could know. Once, the answer would have been an immediate yes. Now. I don't know, he confessed quietly. And that uncertainty haunts me. She reached out, briefly touching his arm, a gesture of understanding rather than comfort. We are who we choose to be, Harry Potter. Not what destiny demands, not what others expect. Remember that. Coming from anyone else, it might have sounded like empty reassurance. But from Daenerys, who had transformed herself from an exiled, abused girl into a queen through sheer force of will, the words carried genuine weight. "I'll try," he promised. "Starting with bringing the North and Targaryen forces together against our common enemy." Winterfell received the news of Daenerys Targaryen's arrival in White Harbor with predictable alarm. The castle's great hall buzzed with anxious lords debating implications and strategies long before Harry returned with official confirmation. "A Targaryen with dragons on northern soil," Lord Karstark declared, pounding the table for emphasis. "This is invasion, not alliance." "She brings only one dragon and a small force," Harry corrected as he stood before the assembled lords. "Hardly an invasion fleet. And she comes explicitly in response to warnings about the White Walker threat." Roose Bolton's pale eyes studied Harry with unsettling intensity. "Warnings you provided, Master Potter. How convenient that you speak of ice demons, and dragons appear in response." The implication of conspiracy hung heavy in the air. Harry met Bolton's gaze steadily. "I've shown you evidence of the White Walkers. Jon Snow has confirmed their existence. And I've been transparent about my connection to Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons from the beginning." "Transparent?" Lord Serwyn scoffed. "You appeared with a dragon and tales of another world. Nothing about you is transparent, wizard." Before Harry could respond, Bran Stark spoke from his position near the high table. Though only a boy, his words carried unusual weight, partly from his Stark name, partly from the uncanny wisdom that increasingly marked his speech. "The dragons come because they must," he said, his voice oddly distant. "Fire against ice. The pattern repeats." His eyes, momentarily unfocused, cleared as he looked directly at Harry. "I've seen them in my dreams, 3 dragons against the army of the dead." This was always going to happen. The lords exchanged uncomfortable glances. Bran's green sight, or madness, as some privately considered it, was an unsettling reminder of old magic returning to the world. Dreams and prophecies aside, Lady Mormont said practically, "What does this Targaryen queen want from the north? Does she acknowledge Robb as king in the north, or does she demand we bend the knee?" "She hasn't stated explicit demands," Harry answered carefully. "She emphasizes that the White Walker threat takes precedence over questions of kingdoms and thrones." "A convenient deflection," Bolton observed. "But eventually, she'll show her true intentions." "Her immediate intention is to help defeat the army of the dead," Harry reiterated firmly. "A goal I'd think we all share." The debate continued, growing heated at times as northern stubbornness clashed with practical necessity. Harry found himself in the uncomfortable position of defending Daenerys without appearing to prioritize her interests over the North's, a delicate balance that left all sides somewhat dissatisfied. Finally, Maester Luin, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, raised his voice. "My lords, my ladies, we forget ourselves. This matter properly belongs to King Robb himself. Until he returns north or sends specific instructions, our course should be cautious engagement without commitment." This sensible suggestion gradually won support. It was agreed that Daenerys would be permitted to travel to Winterfell with a small retinue to present her case regarding the White Walker threat, but no formal alliance would be considered without Robb Stark's direct involvement. "And what of her dragon?" Bolton asked pointedly. "Will we have 2 dragons circling Winterfell like the Conqueror come again?" All eyes turned to Harry, the implication clear: his control of Viserion made him responsible for this decision. "Viserion poses no threat to Winterfell," he stated firmly. "And having both dragons visible will emphasize the seriousness of our preparation against the White Walkers. The people need to understand that ancient powers are returning for a reason." Though not everyone was satisfied with this answer, no better alternative was proposed. The council concluded with instructions for preparations, guest quarters, increased provisions, and security arrangements appropriate for a visiting monarch without formally acknowledging her claim to the Iron Throne. As the lords dispersed, Bolton approached Harry privately. "A word, Master Potter." Harry had never liked the Lord of the Dreadfort, whose cold calculation reminded him uncomfortably of Lucius Malfoy, though without the latter's aristocratic flamboyance. Still, Bolton effectively commanded the North in Robb's absence, making his cooperation essential. "Of course, Lord Bolton." They moved to a quiet corner of the hall, Bolton ensuring no one could overhear their conversation. "You walk a dangerous path," the Lord said without preamble. "Serving two masters rarely ends well." "I serve no master," Harry corrected firmly. "I work with those who oppose the White Walkers." Bolton's thin lips curved in what might generously be called a smile. "A semantic distinction. You bring a Targaryen to the heart of Stark territory while claiming neutrality. The appearance is problematic." "The White Walker threat is real," Harry insisted. "You've seen the evidence yourself." "Perhaps," Bolton conceded. "Or perhaps more complex games are being played." He leaned slightly closer. "King Robb faces challenges in the south. The Lannisters remain formidable despite recent setbacks. His alliance with the Freys grows strained. Adding Targaryen complications may prove unwise." Something in Bolton's tone raised Harry's instincts. "What exactly are you suggesting, Lord Bolton?" "Merely that timing matters in war and politics," the Lord replied smoothly. "The Dragon Queen's arrival occurs at a particularly sensitive moment in our king's campaign. Coincidences of such magnitude warrant scrutiny." "There's no conspiracy here," Harry stated flatly. "Only pragmatic response to existential threat." Bolton studied him for a long moment, his pale eyes revealing nothing. "Then we have nothing to worry about, do we? I look forward to meeting this Daenerys Targaryen and hearing her thoughts on northern independence." With a slight nod, he turned and departed, leaving Harry with a profound sense of unease. Something about Bolton's manner suggested knowledge or plans beyond what he'd explicitly stated. Yet another layer of complexity in the already tangled political landscape. Harry found Bran waiting for him near the doorway, Hodder standing patiently behind the boy's wheeled chair. "He doesn't believe in the White Walkers," Bran said quietly as Harry approached. "He has other concerns." "Lord Bolton, you mean?" Harry asked, glancing back to ensure they weren't overheard. Bran nodded, his expression unervingly adult in his young face. "I've seen things in my dreams. Rivers running red. A flayed man holding a wolf's head. Bolton banners over Winterfell." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "Are these visions of what will happen, or what might happen?" "I don't know yet," Bran admitted. "The three-eyed raven says some futures are fixed, others fluid. The important paths have many branches." Harry knelt beside the wheeled chair, bringing himself to Bran's eye level. "Have you told anyone else about these specific visions?" The boy shook his head. "Who would believe me? They already think I'm strange since the falling and the dreams began." "I believe you," Harry assured him gently. "And I think we should be careful around Lord Bolton. Watch him, but don't confront him. Like you watched Cersei Lannister at Winterfell?" Bran asked, with that uncanny perception that sometimes marked his speech. "Before you left." Harry startled slightly. "You remember that?" "I remember everything now," Bran said simply. "Even things that haven't happened yet." Before Harry could question this disturbing statement further, Maester Luin approached, breaking the moment. "Master Potter, ravens have arrived from Castle Black," the Maester announced, his expression grave. "Jon Snow reports increased wildling activity near the wall. Scouts claim Mance Raiders' forces number in the tens of thousands, with giants among them. They're fleeing south," Harry concluded immediately. "Away from the White Walkers." Luin nodded. "So it would appear. Jon asks if you might return to the wall briefly. Your dragon's presence apparently deters both wildling aggression and White Walker activity near Castle Black." This request presented a dilemma. Harry had planned to return to White Harbor to escort Daenerys to Winterfell personally. Splitting his attention between the wall and southern politics stretched his resources dangerously thin. "How urgent does Jon consider the situation?" he asked. "Urgent enough to request immediate assistance, though not yet dire," Luin replied. "He mentioned something called a Patronus message that apparently failed to reach you." Harry nodded in understanding. Jon had attempted to use the communication method Harry had taught him, a simplified version of the Patronus charm that could carry short messages over limited distances. The spell was extremely difficult for non-wizards, requiring intense focus on happy memories that many Night's Watch brothers struggled to maintain. "I'll need to make a decision quickly," Harry said, more to himself than to Luin. "The wall needs protection, but Daenerys needs guidance in navigating northern politics." "Prioritize the wall," Bran suggested suddenly. "The Dragon Queen will reach Winterfell with or without you. Winter comes from the north, not the south." Harry considered the boys' counsel seriously. Bran's visions, while cryptic, had proven insightful on multiple occasions. "Very well," he decided. "I'll fly to the wall tonight, assess the situation directly, and return before Daenerys reaches Winterfell. Please send a raven to White Harbor explaining the delay." As preparations for his departure began, another messenger arrived, this one from the winter town outside Winterfell's walls, where refugees from outlying areas had increasingly gathered as word of the White Walker threat spread. "Begging your pardon, lords," the town watchman said nervously. "But there's been an incident with some wildling refugees. They're claiming a patrol near Long Lake was attacked by dead men walking with blue eyes." Harry and Luin exchanged alarmed glances. "South of the wall?" Luin asked sharply. "You're certain they said south?" The watchman nodded. "Aye, Maester. 3 survivors made it to town, babbling about corpses that wouldn't stay dead. One died of his wounds this morning. The others are being held at the guardhouse." "Take me to them," Harry commanded, his plans instantly changing. If White Walkers or their whites had somehow bypassed the wall. The survivors, a haggard man missing an ear and a teenage girl with hollow, traumatized eyes, told a horrifying tale. Their small group of wildling refugees, having somehow crossed the wall weeks earlier, had been traveling cautiously toward the mountains west of Winterfell when they encountered what appeared to be victims of a previous attack, half a dozen frozen corpses partially buried in snow. "We should have burned them," the man said, his voice rough with exhaustion and fear. "Old ways say always burn the dead in winter. But it was too dangerous to light fires, with Bolton patrols hunting wildlings. So we left them and made camp a mile on." His hands trembled as he continued. "They came in the night. Silent as death itself. Blue eyes glowing like stars. Tore Ygritte's throat out before she could scream. Stony took an axe to one, cut its arm clean off, but it kept coming." "How many attacked you?" Harry asked. 6. Same 6 we'd found earlier. The man's eyes were wide with remembered terror. "They followed us. Day and a half through forest and field. No rest, no stopping. Caught us at Long Lake when we tried to cross the ice. Only us 3 escaped." "And you saw no White Walkers?" Harry pressed. "No figures made of ice leading them?" The man shook his head. "Just the dead. But that was enough." Harry instructed Winterfell guards to treat the survivors with care rather than suspicion, then immediately called an emergency council with Maester Luin, Ser Roderick Castle, and, reluctantly, Roose Bolton. "White south of the wall changes everything," Harry explained once they'd assembled in Luin's tower. "The magical barrier is supposed to prevent their passage." If true, Bolton emphasized, his skepticism evident. "I believe it is," Harry insisted. "These wildlings have no reason to fabricate such specific details, especially when admitting to being wildlings in the north already puts them at risk. The question is how," Luin mused. "If the White Walkers cannot pass the wall's magic. Either the wall's magic is failing in places," Harry suggested grimly, or someone is bringing corpses south before they're reanimated. This possibility silenced even Bolton's skepticism. "We need to send rangers immediately," Ser Roderick declared. "Find these whites and destroy them before they attack settlements. And alert Castle Black," Luin added. "Jon Snow must be warned if the wall's protection is compromised." Harry made a swift decision. "I'll fly to Long Lake first to confirm the threat, then directly to Castle Black. We need coordinated response between the Watch and Winterfell." "And the Targaryen girl?" Bolton asked pointedly. "We'll understand that the immediate threat takes priority," Harry replied firmly. "In fact, this development may demonstrate why dragon fire is so urgently needed." With plans established, Harry departed within the hour, Viserion carrying him swiftly northwest toward Long Lake. The winter afternoon was already fading toward darkness as they circled the frozen expanse, searching for any sign of the reported attack. Near the eastern shore, Viserion growled deep in his throat, his keen senses detecting something Harry couldn't immediately perceive. Following the dragon's instincts, they descended toward a small clearing among snow-covered pines. The evidence was unmistakable, blood darkened the snow in sweeping patterns of violence, while broken branches and scattered possessions told of desperate flight. But most telling were the tracks, some clearly human, others showing the shambling, irregular patterns characteristic of whites. Harry dismounted to investigate more closely, wand ready. The tracks led northward into dense forest, the whites apparently returning toward the wall rather than continuing south. But why? If they had broken through the magical barrier somehow, why not press deeper into populated territory? Unless they were scouting. Testing boundaries. Learning. The possibility sent a chill through Harry that had nothing to do with the gathering dusk. Intelligence directed these movements, the same cold calculation he'd sensed when facing the White Walkers beyond the wall. A sudden crack of breaking branches spun Harry toward the forest's edge, wand raised. Viserion hissed, smoke curling from his nostrils as his massive head swung in the same direction. From the shadows emerged a lone figure, human in shape but moving with unnatural stiffness. A white, separated from its companions. Its flesh was gray-blue with decay, one arm missing entirely, yet it advanced with singular purpose. Most disturbing were its eyes, glowing blue with unnatural energy, fixing on Harry with mindless malevolence. Incendio. Harry cast, sending a controlled jet of flame toward the creature. The white ignited instantly, its dried flesh catching fire like kindling. It continued forward several steps despite the flames consuming it, then collapsed into burning ruin as its magical animation failed. Harry approached cautiously, examining the remains. The corpse wore wildling furs, but something about its deterioration suggested it had been dead for weeks rather than days. How had it crossed the wall? And why had it separated from the others? A hunting pattern, Harry realized. The whites had dispersed to cover more territory, seeking living prey. Which meant others likely remained active in the region. Returning to Viserion, Harry took flight again, conducting a wider aerial search as darkness fell. The dragon's superior night vision proved invaluable, identifying two more whites moving through forest nearly 5 miles southwest, heading directly toward a small farming settlement. From above, Harry unleashed carefully targeted fire spells, incinerating both creatures before they could threaten the unsuspecting homestead. But the encounter left him deeply troubled. 3 confirmed whites south of the wall, potentially more unaccounted for, and no clear explanation for how they'd breached the ancient magical barrier. With night fully descended, he reluctantly abandoned the search and directed Viserion toward Castle Black. This development required immediate consultation with Jon Snow and Maester Luin, whose knowledge of the wall's magic might provide crucial insights. The flight north took several hours, during which Harry's mind raced with implications and strategies. If whites could bypass the wall, nowhere in Westeros was truly safe. The threat he'd been warning about had suddenly accelerated from future possibility to present danger. Castle Black appeared on the horizon just before midnight, its torches creating a small island of light against the vast darkness of the northern wilderness. As Viserion descended toward the familiar courtyard, Harry spotted figures rushing to witness their arrival, Night's Watch brothers emerging from halls and barracks, pointing skyward as the dragon's massive form blocked the stars. Jon Snow awaited him at the center of the yard, Ghost at his side, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. "Harry," he greeted as Viserion landed and Harry dismounted. "We didn't expect you so soon after sending the ravens." "The situation has changed," Harry replied grimly. "Whites have been confirmed south of the wall, at Long Lake. 3 dead so far, but there may be more." Jon's face paled in the torchlight. "That's impossible. The wall's magic is failing, or being circumvented somehow," Harry finished. "Either way, the threat we feared has arrived ahead of schedule." Samwell Tarly approached, bundled against the cold, his scholarly excitement visible despite the dire news. "If they're crossing, there must be a method, a weakness in the spells, or a countermeasure they've discovered." "We need to consult Maester Luin immediately," Harry agreed. "And send rangers to check every abandoned tunnel and breach in the wall's physical structure." As Night's Watch brothers dispersed to implement immediate precautions, Jon led Harry toward the Maester's tower, their pace urgent. "There's more you should know," Jon said quietly as they crossed the courtyard. "The wildling army has reached the wall at multiple points. Mance Rayder himself was captured yesterday during a parley attempt. He claims they're not attacking, they're fleeing. The entire wildling population, seeking shelter south of the wall. Because they know what's coming," Harry concluded. "They've seen it firsthand." Jon nodded grimly. "Mance says the same. The White Walkers are driving them south, gathering the dead as they go. Any wildling who dies north of the wall joins the army of the dead." "Where is Mance now?" "Under guard in the King's Tower. The senior brothers debate his fate." Jon's expression darkened. "Many want him executed as a raider and deserter." "That would be short-sighted," Harry said. "He has knowledge we need, and his people will be more cooperative with him alive." "I've argued the same," Jon agreed, "but centuries of enmity don't disappear overnight. The Watch sees wildlings as enemies first, potential allies second." They reached the Maester's quarters, finding the ancient Targaryen awake despite the late hour, as if he'd somehow anticipated their arrival. Maester Luin's blind eyes turned toward the door as they entered, his weathered face solemn in the candlelight. "The dragons stir restlessly tonight," he greeted them, his voice thin but clear. "I feel it in the air." "What news brings you to us, Harry Potter?" Harry explained the situation concisely, the White encounter at Long Lake, the implications for the wall's magical protection, and the accelerating timeline of the White Walker threat. As he spoke, Sam Tarly arrived with armfuls of ancient texts, already anticipating the research needed. "The spells woven into the wall are ancient and complex," Luin mused when Harry concluded. "Created by Brandon the Builder with the assistance of the children of the forest and giants. But all magic requires maintenance, and the knowledge to properly maintain these spells was lost centuries ago. Could the White Walkers have found a way to counter the spells?" Harry asked. "Perhaps," the Maester allowed. "Or perhaps the magic weakens naturally," Sam interjected excitedly, pointing to a passage in one of his books. "According to this account from 200 years ago, the wall weeps in places where the old words have faded." The writer believed the magic required periodic renewal through specific rituals. "Rituals no one remembers," Jon concluded grimly. "Or rituals that required practitioners no longer present," Harry suggested, thinking of the children of the forest, long vanished from Westeros. "There's another possibility," Luin said carefully. "One more troubling than magical decay." He turned his blind gaze toward Harry. "Someone may be deliberately bringing the dead south, knowing they will rise once across." The implication stunned them into momentary silence. "Who would do such a thing?" Jon finally asked. "Who would knowingly strengthen the enemy?" "Someone who doesn't believe in the enemy," Harry suggested. "Someone bringing corpses south for examination or proof, not realizing the consequences." Or someone serving the great other, Aemon added softly. There are dark prophecies in ancient texts, of ice servants walking among men, preparing the way for winter's conquest. This ominous possibility hung heavy in the room. Harry found himself thinking of Voldemort's Death Eaters, how they had infiltrated every level of wizarding society before the final confrontation. Could the White Walkers have human agents working toward similar ends? Their discussion continued through the night, examining historical records of the wall's construction and maintenance while developing immediate containment strategies. Rangers were dispatched to investigate all access points along the wall's vast length, while ravens carried warnings to northern settlements about burning their dead and reporting any unusual sightings. By dawn, exhaustion had overtaken all but Harry, whose years as an Auror had conditioned him for extended crisis response. As others sought brief rest before continuing their work, Harry climbed to the top of the wall with Jon for a private conversation overlooking the vast wilderness beyond. Daenerys Targaryen has arrived in Westeros, Harry informed him as they stood beneath the lightning sky. Currently at White Harbor with one dragon. She came in response to my warnings about the White Walkers. Jon absorbed this news with characteristic thoughtfulness. How have the Northern Lords responded? Cautiously, Harry replied. They've agreed to hear her out regarding the White Walker threat but remain firmly committed to Robb's kingship. And where does she stand on Northern independence? She's being diplomatic, emphasizing the common threat over political differences. But ultimately, she still considers herself rightful queen of all 7 kingdoms. Jon sighed, his breath clouding in the frigid air. More complications we don't need. The realm divides itself while death marches on the wall. Which is why I'm telling you this directly, Harry said. You're respected by both the North and the Night's Watch. Your voice could help bridge these divisions when facing the common enemy. Jon looked troubled. I took an oath, Harry. The Night's Watch takes no part in the wars of the realm. This isn't about crowns and thrones, Harry countered. It's about survival. Fire and ice. Dragons and White Walkers. The pattern repeating across centuries. They stood in silence for a moment, watching as faint light illuminated the endless expanse of snow and forest stretching northward. Somewhere out there, the army of the dead gathered, growing stronger with each day. I need to see her, Jon decided finally. This Dragon Queen. Assess her intentions myself. She intends to come to Winterfell within days, Harry informed him. Could you leave the wall temporarily? Jon considered this. With Whites confirmed south of the wall, my duty might actually require it, to coordinate defense with Winterfell and warn settlements in the Gift. He glanced at Harry. And to see what dragons might offer against the dead. They offer a great deal, Harry assured him. Drogon and Viserion together could turn the tide of any battle against the Whites. Drogon? Jon raised an eyebrow. Daenerys named her dragon after Khal Drogo? Her first husband, Harry confirmed. She honors those she's lost. And you? Jon asked perceptively. Where do you stand in all this? Advisor to the north, dragon rider for a Targaryen queen, wizard from another world. It was the same question everyone seemed to ask, directly or indirectly. Harry considered his answer carefully. I stand against the Night King and his army, he said finally. Everything else, politics, thrones, even my own return home, comes second to stopping what I've seen beyond the wall. Jon studied him for a long moment, then nodded. A clear purpose. I respect that. He turned his gaze northward again. I'll arrange to travel south within 2 days. A small party, myself, Sam for his knowledge of White Walker lore, and perhaps Maester Luin if his health allows. Luin? Harry questioned in surprise. The journey would be difficult for someone his age. He's asked specifically to meet his last living relative before he dies, Jon explained. And his knowledge of dragons and Targaryen history could prove valuable in negotiations. The prospect of reuniting Daenerys with her great-uncle held undeniable appeal, though Harry worried about the ancient Maester's survival during winter travel. Still, recent developments had accelerated all timelines. They needed every advantage, every alliance, every scrap of ancient knowledge if they were to survive the coming darkness. I should return to Winterfell today, Harry decided. Confirm the White Harbor arrangements and prepare the ground for potential cooperation between northern forces and Daenerys' dragons. Then coordinate search efforts for any remaining whites south of the wall. And Mance Rayder? Jon asked. What would you advise regarding the wildlings? Harry considered the complex question. Speak with him again. Learn everything he knows about White Walker movements. And consider seriously his request for passage. Tens of thousands of potential whites on the wrong side of the wall would be catastrophic. The northern lords will never accept wildlings settling on their lands, Jon pointed out. Then we find compromise. Controlled settlement in the gift. Oaths of non-aggression. Anything that prevents those people becoming soldiers for the Night King. Their strategy session concluded as Castle Black stirred to full activity below them. Before departing, Harry helped Jon draft messages to key northern houses, warning of confirmed white activity south of the wall and establishing consistent protocols for dealing with the threat. The political complications of Targaryen involvement were deliberately minimized, focusing instead on practical defense against the common enemy. As Harry prepared Viserion for the return flight to Winterfell, Sam Tarly approached with a small, ancient book bound in cracked leather. I found this in Maester Eamon's private collection, the young man explained breathlessly. It mentions a ritual performed at the wall every 19 years during the Age of Heroes, something called the Renewal of Ice and Fire. The details are fragmented, but it seems to have involved both dragonglass and what might be dragon fire, used to strengthen the wall's magic. Harry accepted the book with genuine interest. This could be crucial, Sam. Well done. There's more, Sam continued eagerly. The ritual required 3 elements, the ice of the gods from beyond the wall, the fire of the dragons from the south, and the blood of the first men and the Undulls mingled. I think it might describe how to repair the wall's magical protections. The implications were significant, not just for defending against White Walkers, but potentially for Harry's own research into magical connections between worlds. The balance of opposing magical forces creating stable pathways aligned with theories he'd been developing since Karth. Bring this when you come south with Jon, Harry instructed. And continue researching anything related to these renewal rituals. This might be the key to everything. With renewed purpose, Harry mounted Viserion and launched skyward, his mind racing with connections and possibilities. The pattern was accelerating, ice advancing from the north, fire returning from the east, ancient magic stirring throughout the realm. The Game of Thrones continued in the south, Lannisters, Starks, Baratheons, and now Targaryens maneuvering for advantage. But the true game, the one that mattered, was being played on a different board entirely. White Walkers and dragons. Death and life. Ice and fire. And Harry Potter found himself at the convergence point of it all, a wizard between worlds trying to prevent the long night from falling. Winterfell transformed in anticipation of Daenerys Targaryen's arrival. Despite continuing skepticism from many northern lords, practicality demanded appropriate preparations for a visiting monarch, even one whose claim they did not recognize. Guest chambers were prepared in the Great Keep, provisions were arranged, and subtle but important decisions were made regarding everything from seating arrangements to guard placements. Harry, having returned from Castle Black with alarming confirmation of whites south of the wall, found himself thrust into the role of diplomatic intermediary, explaining Targaryen customs to northerners while advising on northern sensitivities in messages to Daenerys. She should be addressed as Your Grace, but not as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, he explained to Maester Luin as they reviewed formal reception plans. And under no circumstances should anyone mention King Aerys in her presence. Understandable, Luin acknowledged, making notes. And what of dragons? Where will the beasts be accommodated? Drogon will remain at a distance initially, Harry replied. Viserion has become familiar with Winterfell's surroundings and will likely stay in his usual hunting grounds unless needed. These practical matters occupied most of Harry's attention, though his mind frequently returned to the disturbing implications of Whites breaching the wall. Rangers from both Winterfell and Castle Black continued searching the region between Long Lake and the wall, finding and destroying 3 more wandering Whites but no sign of White Walkers themselves. More troubling was the report from Jon that several ranging parties had failed to return from beyond the wall, including the Lord Commander's main expedition. The growing silence from the northern wilderness suggested the Night King was consolidating his forces, perhaps preparing for more substantial movement southward. For days after Harry's return from Castle Black, lookouts reported a sizable party approaching from the east, Daenerys and her retinue, right on schedule despite winter roads and cautious travel. Harry rode out to meet them at the winter town, accompanied by Ser Roderick Castle and a small honor guard bearing Stark direwolf banners. The sight that greeted him was both impressive and carefully calculated. Daenerys rode at the center of her party, mounted on a magnificent white horse rather than a litter or carriage, a warrior queen rather than a delicate princess. She wore practical northern-style riding clothes in Targaryen black and red, with a cloak trimmed in silver fur. Her hair was styled in a simple braid rather than the elaborate associé arrangements she sometimes favored. Most notably, she had brought a modest retinue, 30 people in total, including her unsullied guards, Missandei, Kinvara, and several Dothraki bloodriders. No massive army, no overwhelming force. A diplomatic mission, exactly as promised. Your Grace, Harry greeted her formally as their parties met on the road. Winterfell welcomes you. Lord Potter, she replied with equal formality, though her eyes conveyed more personal warmth. We appreciate the North's hospitality in these troubled times. As introductions were made and the combined party proceeded toward the castle, Daenerys rode alongside Harry, speaking quietly. Drogon follows at a distance, she informed him. Out of sight but within call if needed. I thought it best not to overwhelm our hosts immediately. Wise, Harry agreed. There's much to discuss when we reach Winterfell, developments that make your arrival even more timely than anticipated. Her expression grew serious. Your messenger mentioned confirmed Whites south of the wall. 5 destroyed so far, Harry confirmed grimly. With potentially more unaccounted for. The wall's magical protection appears compromised in some way. Daenerys absorbed this with the gravity it deserved. Then we have even less time than we thought. Possibly, Harry acknowledged. Though it may also be an opportunity to demonstrate why dragon fire is so crucial to our defense. He paused, then added, Jon Snow rides from Castle Black as we speak, bringing additional information and support. He should arrive within days. The Night's Watch commander you spoke of? Daenerys asked. Acting commander, Harry corrected. And Ned Stark's son, which carries significant weight with the Northern Lords. She nodded understanding. His support would be valuable in building cooperation. As they approached Winterfell, Harry noticed Daenerys studying the ancient stronghold with genuine interest rather than conquest-minded assessment. The castle was impressive in its rugged, practical way, not beautiful like the Red Keep or exotic like the Great Pyramid of Meereen, but solid, enduring, built to withstand the harshest winters over thousands of years. Different from what you expected? Harry asked, noting her expression. Both older and younger than I imagined, she replied thoughtfully. I grew up hearing tales of Winterfell as a place of enemies, usurpers. But seeing it. She paused, considering her words. It feels like it belongs here, rooted in the land itself. I can understand why the Northerners fight so fiercely to protect their independence. This perception surprised and impressed Harry. The Daenerys who had first sought the Iron Throne might have seen only a prize to be claimed. This Daenerys saw the cultural context, the deeper meaning of place and identity. She was growing as a ruler in ways that mattered. The reception at Winterfell's gates was formal but not warm, northern hospitality tempered by historical wariness. Roose Bolton, as acting warden in Robb's absence, led the welcoming party in the courtyard, with Bran Stark prominently positioned nearby to represent the castle's true masters. Queen Daenerys, Bolton greeted with a precise bow, neither obsequious nor disrespectful. Winterfell offers you bread and salt, and the protection of guest right during your stay. Lord Bolton, she acknowledged, accepting the traditional offerings. I thank you and House Stark for your hospitality. The assembled northern lords and ladies watched with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright suspicion as Daenerys and her people were officially welcomed. Harry noticed Bran studying her with that unsettling, knowing gaze that had become characteristic since his developing green sight manifested. Once formal introductions concluded, the party moved into the great hall for a modest welcoming feast. Here the careful diplomacy continued. Daenerys was seated in a position of honor but not at the high table's center, which remained symbolically empty in Robb Stark's absence. Conversation remained carefully focused on neutral topics, with explicit discussion of kingdom boundaries or succession claims tactfully avoided. Harry divided his attention between Daenerys, who navigated the social complexities with surprising skill, and the northern lords, whose reactions he carefully monitored. Lady Mormont seemed cautiously impressed by the Dragon Queen's practical knowledge of military matters. Lord Glover remained openly suspicious but not hostile. Bolton maintained his unreadable countenance throughout, offering perfect courtesy without revealing his thoughts. Most interesting was Bran's reaction. The boy requested to be seated near Daenerys during the meal, and engaged her in conversation that seemed to startle her at times. Harry could only catch fragments, but heard enough to realize Bran was sharing visions, things he could not possibly know about Daenerys's past experiences. After the feast concluded, Harry finally had opportunity for private conversation with Daenerys in the glass garden, Winterfell's impressive greenhouse where even in winter, certain plants thrived in the warmth provided by hot springs beneath the castle. Your great-nephew is, disconcerting, Daenerys observed as they walked among flowering winter roses. He spoke of things no one could know, my wedding night with Drogo, the birth of my dragons on the funeral pyre. He described the House of the Undying exactly as I experienced it. Bran has green sight, Harry explained. Similar to the abilities the children of the forest possessed, visions across time and space, particularly focusing on significant moments or patterns. He said the dragons remember me from before I was born, she continued, wonder and unease mingling in her voice. That we've danced this dance in other turns of the wheel. What does that mean? I'm not entirely sure, Harry admitted. His visions are becoming increasingly cryptic. But they've proven accurate about practical matters. He confirmed the White Walker movements exactly as I'd seen them beyond the wall. Daenerys considered this thoughtfully. A valuable ally, then. Despite his youth. Yes, though many of the northern lords dismiss his visions as childish fantasy. Harry paused by a particularly vibrant blue winter rose. How do you think the reception went, overall? About as expected, she replied pragmatically. They're cautious but not hostile. Testing me without overtly challenging me. I can work with that. Lord Bolton concerns me, Harry noted. He maintains perfect courtesy while revealing nothing of his true thoughts. The same could be said of most politicians, Daenerys pointed out. Though I agree there's something particularly opaque about him. She changed subjects. Tell me more about these whites south of the wall. How serious is the breach? Harry explained everything they'd learned, the scattered sightings, the search efforts, the theories about how the wall's magic might be failing or being circumvented. Daenerys listened intently, asking precise questions about practical defense strategies and magical vulnerabilities. We should demonstrate dragon fire against captured whites, she suggested. Let the northern lords see firsthand how effective it is. That was my thought as well, Harry agreed. Though finding and capturing whites isn't simple. Then perhaps we create a controlled encounter, she proposed. Your rangers have identified likely areas where whites have been active. We could establish a secure perimeter and draw them to us. The tactical thinking impressed Harry. A hunt rather than a defense. It could work, though it carries risks. All strategies do, she replied simply. But seeing is believing. These northern lords need to understand what dragons truly offer against the dead. Their discussion continued, developing the concept into a workable plan, a joint expedition of Northern Rangers and Daenerys unsullied to locate and contain whites, followed by a controlled demonstration of dragon fire's effectiveness. The operational details would need careful planning, but the basic approach was sound. As darkness fell and they prepared to return to the main keep, Daenerys paused, her expression becoming more personal. "I've missed your counsel these past months," she admitted. "In Meereen, I surrounded myself with advisors, but none who challenged me quite as you did." "I'm not sure that's a compliment," Harry replied with a smile. "It is," she assured him. "A ruler who hears only agreement is a ruler who makes terrible mistakes." She studied him in the fading light. "You've changed since we parted ways. There's a gravity to you that wasn't there before." "Facing the Night King and his army will do that," Harry said, deflecting slightly. In truth, he had changed, not just from confronting White Walkers, but from the growing weight of responsibility he felt toward this world. His search for a way home had gradually shifted from urgent necessity to background consideration as he became increasingly invested in Westeros' survival. Daenerys seemed to sense his unspoken thoughts. "And your research? The pathways between worlds?" "Continues, but slowly," he acknowledged. "The ancient Valyrian egg we found contains tremendous magical potential, but activating it safely requires better understanding of how fire and ice magic interact. Which brings me back to the White Walkers. Everything connects," she observed. "Dragons, White Walkers, the Wall, your journey between worlds. As if some greater pattern guides it all." "Bran would certainly say so," Harry agreed. "Though I prefer to focus on the parts we can actually influence." They returned to the keep, where servants guided Daenerys to her chambers in the guest house. Harry retired to his own quarters in another wing, his mind still working through strategies and contingencies for the days ahead. The following days established a productive rhythm. Mornings were dedicated to councils with northern lords regarding White Walker defenses. Afternoons saw Daenerys meeting individually with key houses, building personal connections while carefully avoiding explicit political demands. Evenings often found Harry, Daenerys, and selected advisors in private strategy sessions, developing more detailed cooperation frameworks. 3 significant developments altered this pattern. First, Rangers returned with a captured White, securely contained in a specially designed wagon with dragonglass-reinforced barriers. The creature had been found wandering the Wolfswood, apparently separated from whatever group had originally crossed the wall. Its arrival created the perfect opportunity for the demonstration Daenerys had suggested. Second, a raven arrived from the south bearing the royal seal of King Robb. The message, written in his own hand rather than a maester's, expressed both approval of preparations against the White Walker threat and cautious openness to Targaryen assistance, provided Daenerys made no immediate demands regarding northern independence. Most significantly, Robb announced his intention to return north within a month to address the situation personally. Third, Jon Snow arrived with his party from Castle Black, a small group including Samwell Tarly, 2 senior Night's Watch brothers, and, remarkably, Maester Luin. The ancient Targaryen had been transported in a specially designed enclosed wagon with heating braziers, a journey that would have killed a less determined man. The meeting between Daenerys and her great-uncle occurred in private, at the Maester's request. Harry was the only other person present, standing unobtrusively near the door as the last living relatives of House Targaryen met for the first time. Aemon sat in a comfortable chair near a roaring fire, his blind eyes turned toward Daenerys as she entered. Though physically frail, his voice remained clear and strong. "So the dragons have returned at last," he greeted her. "Come closer, child. Let these old hands know your face." Daenerys knelt before him, taking his weathered hands and guiding them gently to her features. Aemon's fingers traced the contours of her face with delicate precision, lingering on her cheekbones, the shape of her eyes, the line of her jaw. "Yes," he murmured, wonder in his voice. "Riella's daughter, beyond question. But I feel, the old blood strong in you. Stronger than many generations past." "Great uncle," Daenerys said softly, genuine emotion coloring her voice. I thought my brother and I were the last. All my life. All your life, you were told the weight of a dynasty rested on your shoulders alone, Aemon completed for her. A terrible burden for a child. One I might have helped carry, had circumstances been different. The Night's Watch takes no part, she quoted understanding. Indeed. A shadow of old pain crossed his ancient face. 3 times I was tested. Once when my brother died and they offered me the crown. Again when Robert's rebellion destroyed our family. And the third. He shook his head. But you have faced your own tests, I think. Hardship forges strength in the best of us. And madness in others, Daenerys said quietly. I know our family's history. Aemon's expression grew serious. You fear the taint. The madness that took your father. Sometimes, she admitted. When anger burns too hot. When fire calls too sweetly. Good, the old maester said unexpectedly. Fear guards against fulfillment. It is not awareness of madness that destroys, but its embrace. He leaned forward slightly. Tell me of your dragons, child. The maester in me has waited a century to ask. The conversation turned to dragons, with Daenerys describing their hatching, growth, and developing personalities with the pride of a mother. Aemon asked surprisingly specific questions about their physical development, dietary needs, and response to different types of commands, academic curiosity undimmed by age. Eventually, the discussion shifted to the immediate threat. The White Walkers gather their forces beyond the wall, Aemon said gravely. And now we learn they have found ways to send their soldiers south even before the main assault. These are dark times indeed. Tomorrow we demonstrate dragon fire against the captured White, Daenerys informed him. To show the Northern Lords exactly what dragons offer in this fight. A wise strategy, Aemon approved. Though be prepared for continued resistance. The North remembers Targaryen conquest even after 3 centuries. I don't come as conqueror, Daenerys insisted. Perhaps not today, the old man acknowledged. But your blood calls for the throne that was your family's. Deny it if you wish, but we both know the truth. Instead of taking offense, Daenerys considered his words thoughtfully. You renounced your claim for the greater good. Could I do the same? I cannot answer that, Aemon replied gently. Each must make their own choices when the moment comes. But remember this, child, love is the death of duty. When heart and crown pull in opposite directions, the strongest kings and queens know which to follow. The cryptic advice seemed to resonate with Daenerys. She remained with her great-uncle for nearly 2 hours, their conversation ranging from family history to philosophical discussions of leadership. Harry, observing quietly, noted how Daenerys deferred to the old man's wisdom without surrendering her own perspective, the balance of a ruler who could both listen and decide independently. When they finally parted, Aemon's parting words echoed through the chamber, the Sphinx is the riddle, not the riddler. Remember that when the time comes to choose. Later that evening, the demonstration of dragon fire against the White Walkers was prepared in Winterfell's largest courtyard. The captured White, secured in a specially reinforced cage, would be presented to the assembled Northern Lords before being destroyed by dragons to illustrate their effectiveness. As darkness fell, torches illuminated the courtyard where Northern Lords, Night's Watch representatives, and Daenerys' advisors gathered in tense anticipation. Harry and Jon Snow supervised the careful transportation of the White's cage to the center of the yard, while Daenerys stood nearby with Bolton, Lady Mormont, and other key Northern leaders. The creature is secure? Bolton asked, eyeing the thrashing cage skeptically. Reinforced with dragonglass components, Jon confirmed. It cannot break free. Harry nodded toward the Night's Watch brothers standing ready with torches. And if anything goes wrong, fire will destroy it immediately. The cage was positioned centrally, and at Jon's signal, the covering was removed to reveal the horror within. The White, once a wildling man but now a rotting corpse with glowing blue eyes, hurled itself against the bars with inhuman strength and mindless determination. Its flesh hung in decaying strips, exposed bone gleamed in the torchlight, yet it moved with terrible purpose, reaching through the bars toward the nearest living beings. Gasps and murmurs spread through the gathered crowd. Even the most skeptical lords could not deny the unnatural nature of what they witnessed. "This is one of 5 such creatures confirmed south of the wall," Jon announced, his voice carrying clearly across the courtyard. "They feel no pain, know no fear, and exist only to kill at the command of the White Walkers who created them. And for every person they kill, the army of the dead grows stronger," Harry added. "This is what marches on the wall, not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands. An army that never sleeps, never tires, never retreats." The impact of these words was visible on the faces of the assembled lords. Abstract warnings had suddenly become horrifyingly concrete. "Conventional weapons do little against them," Jon continued, demonstrating by driving a standard sword through the cage. The White barely noticed the wound, continuing its frenzied attempts to reach the living. "Only fire, Valyrian steel, and dragonglass destroy them permanently." Daenerys stepped forward, her voice calm but commanding. "Dragon fire is the most effective weapon against both Whites and White Walkers. I propose a demonstration." At her nod, Harry signaled for the courtyard to be cleared to a safe distance. Once the lords and ladies had retreated to the surrounding walkways, he called for Viserion, who had been waiting beyond the castle walls. The cream-and-gold dragon appeared over the walls, circling once before landing with surprising delicacy in the expanded space. The White reacted immediately, not with fear, but with increased frenzy, as if sensing a natural enemy. Harry approached Viserion, placing a calming hand on the dragon's neck. "Controlled burst," he instructed quietly. "Just the cage." Viserion rumbled understanding, his intelligent golden eyes fixed on the White. With precise control that demonstrated his growing maturity, the dragon released a focused stream of flame directly at the cage. The fire engulfed the structure completely, burning white-hot for several seconds. When the flames subsided, nothing remained of the White but ash and melted metal. No bones, no partially burned remains, total destruction in seconds. The impact on the observers was profound. Even Lord Karstark, among the most skeptical of the northern lords, appeared visibly shaken by the demonstration. "Now imagine this effectiveness against hundreds of Whites at once," Daenerys stated into the stunned silence. "This is what dragons offer in the war against the dead." Lady Mormont was the first to respond. "Impressive. But 2 dragons alone cannot defend the entire north." "No," Jon agreed. "But they can target White Walkers specifically, the commanders whose death may sever control over entire sections of the army of the dead. And buy time for conventional forces to establish defensive positions," Harry added. "Dragons as strategic assets rather than our only defense." The discussion that followed marked a turning point in northern attitudes. Even those lords most resistant to Targaryen involvement now acknowledged the practical value of dragons against the White Walker threat. The conversation shifted from whether to accept Daenerys' assistance to how best to integrate dragons into overall defense planning. As the council continued into the night, Harry observed Bolton watching the proceedings with that same unreadable expression. Unlike the other lords, his questions focused not on White Walker defense but on broader strategic implications, the relationship between dragon deployment and existing northern forces, command structures, and decision-making hierarchies. "Lord Bolton seems more concerned with politics than survival," Harry commented quietly to Jon as the meeting began to disperse. "He's a practical man," Jon replied neutrally. "Always calculating advantage." "That's what concerns me," Harry admitted. "Whose advantage is he calculating?" Before Jon could respond, a commotion at the courtyard entrance drew everyone's attention. A rider had arrived, mud-splattered and exhausted, bearing urgent news from the south. He was immediately brought before the assembled council. "My lords," the messenger gasped, dropping to one knee. "I bring grave news from the twins. King Robb." He faltered, visibly struggling to continue. King Robb and the northern army were betrayed. Slaughtered during the wedding feast of Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frye. The courtyard erupted in shocked outcries. Harry felt as though the ground had disappeared beneath his feet. Beside him, Jon had gone deathly pale. Betrayed? Lady Mormont demanded. By whom? The phrase, "my lady." And the messenger's eyes darted briefly, significantly, toward Roose Bolton before continuing. Lord Bolton's son was reported among the attackers. They're calling it the Red Wedding. All eyes turned to Bolton, whose expression remained unerringly calm despite the accusation. These are dangerous allegations, he said smoothly. My son acts without my knowledge or consent if what you say is true. Is Robb dead? Jon asked, his voice hardly more than a whisper. Are you certain? The messenger nodded grimly. Killed in the hall, my lord. Along with Queen Talisa, Lady Catelyn, and most of the northern lords who accompanied him. He swallowed hard. They put a wolf's head on his body afterward, as mockery. The horror of this detail seemed to break something in the assembled northerners. Shouts for vengeance erupted, with several hands moving to sword hilts, particularly directed toward Bolton, whose complicity was immediately suspected. Chaos threatened to engulf the courtyard until Daenerys's voice cut through the tumult. Enough. The command carried with unexpected authority, silencing the uproar momentarily. This news requires verification and response, not immediate bloodshed among ourselves. Harry recognized her strategy instantly, stepping into the leadership vacuum while avoiding appearance of opportunism. Bolton recognized it too, his eyes narrowing slightly as he assessed this new dimension to an already complex situation. Queen Daenerys speaks wisely, Jon said, visibly struggling to master his grief. We need more information before actions are taken. His gaze fixed on Bolton with barely concealed fury. Though some questions must be answered immediately. Bolton returned his gaze with perfect composure. I had no knowledge of any plot against King Robb, nor would I have condoned such a violation of guest right. If my son participated, he did so against my wishes and teachings. The claim rang hollow to Harry's ears, but with no immediate evidence to the contrary, direct accusation remained dangerous. The northern lords were clearly divided, some believing Bolton's denial, others openly suspicious, all shocked and disoriented by the devastating news. Guards will secure Lord Bolton's quarters and communications while we investigate these claims, Lady Mormont declared, taking practical command of the situation. Not as prisoner, but as precaution. Bolton accepted this with a slight bow, his expression revealing nothing. Of course. Transparency serves us all in these difficult times. As the courtyard emptied, the gathering dissolving into smaller groups urgently discussing implications and responses, Harry found himself standing with Jon, Daenerys, and Ser Roderick Castle, an unlikely leadership council formed by circumstance rather than design. If Robb is truly dead, Jon said, grief evident in his voice despite his control, the North will need leadership immediately. Bran is heir to Winterfell, but too young to command armies. The northern lords will expect vengeance, Ser Roderick added grimly. Against the phrase, the Lannisters who undoubtedly orchestrated this, and any Boltons involved. Vengeance won't defend the North against what comes from beyond the wall, Harry pointed out, though he shared their outrage at the betrayal. We cannot afford to fight south when the true enemy comes from the north. Daenerys had remained thoughtfully silent until now. The situation has changed fundamentally, she observed. The North has lost its king and much of its leadership in a single stroke. The army of the dead approaches. And now internal divisions threaten what remains of northern strength. What are you suggesting? Jon asked directly. An alliance, she replied without hesitation. Formal and public. My forces and dragons committed fully to northern defense, starting immediately. No questions of independence or fealty until the White Walker threat is eliminated. The offer was both generous and strategically sound, recognizing the North's immediate needs while postponing the more contentious political questions. Harry studied her with newfound respect. She was demonstrating exactly the kind of leadership he'd hoped she would develop. The remaining northern lords would need to agree, Jon noted, though his tone suggested he saw the wisdom in her proposal. They will if you support it, Harry told him. You're Ned Stark's son. With Robb gone, your voice carries tremendous weight, Night's Watch vows notwithstanding. Jon looked troubled by this implication. My oath allows action when the realm itself is threatened, Harry reminded him. Which it is, from multiple directions now. As they continued discussing immediate steps, Harry's mind raced with implications beyond the current crisis. The Red Wedding had violently restructured the political landscape of Westeros. The North's independence movement had been decapitated. The Lannisters and their allies had demonstrated their ruthlessness. And into this chaotic situation, Daenerys Targaryen had arrived with dragons and armies, positioning herself as protector rather than conqueror. The Game of Thrones had entered a new phase, more desperate, more deadly, and with far higher stakes than iron chairs or golden crowns. The true game was survival itself, played against opponents both human and inhuman, with pieces that breathed fire and ice. And Harry Potter, a wizard far from home, found himself moving from advisor to central player in a conflict that would determine the fate of an entire world. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.